Chapter 31. As beautiful as an angel. By the time Bai Yu finished refining the pills and went to find Bai Xiaoya, it was already evening, just in time for the Niu family's dinner. Over the past week, with the joint efforts of Bai Yu and Aunt Niu, Old Chu and Bai Xiaoya had gradually accepted the reality that they would be living in the Tangyue First Residence Complex. And to avoid putting too much pressure on the Niu family and Bai Xiaoya, Bai Yu had bought another apartment in the same complex, where he lived alone. However, he frequently visited the Niu family under the guise of grabbing a bite, using the meals as an excuse to get to know them better. Little by little, the two families grew closer. Aunt Niu and Old Chu also knew that Bai Yu was Bai Xiaoya's biological father. Therefore, in order to bring Bai Yu and Bai Xiaoya closer, they intentionally and unintentionally spoke well of Bai Yu in front of Bai Xiaoya, and gave her certain hints and made preparations to make it easier for Bai Yu and Bai Xiaoya to acknowledge their relationship in the future. With everyone's combined efforts, Bai Xiaoya had unknowingly come to see Bai Yu as a family member. She didn't even find it strange that Bai Yu had a key to their home. As soon as Bai Yu entered the Niu family's house, he smelled the rich aroma of food. He couldn't help but smile at the Niu family, who were already eating, saying, "Oh, you're having dinner." Seeing Bai Yu arrive, Aunt Niu beamed, immediately getting up to welcome him. "Teacher Bai, you're here. I was just talking about you with Yun Yun. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Come, join us." Bai Xiaoya was very happy to see Bai Yu come for another meal. She quickly got up and said, "I'll go get another set of bowls and chopsticks for the teacher." Bai Yu watched Bai Xiaoya happily skip into the kitchen and couldn't help but smile, sitting down in his usual seat. It was only at home that he could see Bai Xiaoya being this lively. Aunt Niu noticed that Bai Yu was carrying a wooden box. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Teacher Bai, what's in this wooden box? It smells so nice." Bai Yu smiled. "Beauty pills." "Beauty pills?" Old Chu's eyes widened when he heard Bai Yu's words. "I think I've heard of those. Aren't they medicines developed by the Bai Pharmaceutical Group? I heard that one pill costs nearly 10 million. And they're always out of stock. Teacher Bai, how did you manage to get your hands on this kind of high-end medication?" Although Old Chu was shocked by Bai Yu's generosity, he didn't feel that it was inappropriate for Bai Yu to give such a gift. After all, it was for his own daughter. Aunt Niu rolled her eyes at Old Chu and retorted, "Look at how pathetic you are. Don't you know what Teacher Bai's surname is?" Aunt Niu's words made Old Chu realize, and he laughed heartily. "Haha. I'm getting old and forgetful. I actually forgot about that." After all, just a week before, he had seen with his own eyes a person he only ever saw on the news, the head of the Bai Group, personally driving Bai Xiaoya to school. Bai Yu was the real owner of the Bai Group. Old Chu laughed and jokingly said to Bai Yu, "It's all Teacher Bai's fault. Even though you're such a big shot, you don't act like one. I always treat you like a regular friend, forgetting about your family's business." Bai Yu smiled at Old Chu and said, "What? Just because my family is big, does that mean you and I can't be friends?" Old Chu replied, "Yes, of course, we are. I'm happy today, so I'll take out my treasured wine. You and I, brothers, will have a drink tonight. We won't stop until we're drunk." Aunt Niu quickly advised, "Old Chu, with that little body of yours, don't try to compete with Teacher Bai in drinking. Don't forget what happened last time when you just got back from the hospital, and you went and challenged Teacher Bai, only to end up back in the hospital again." Bai Yu chuckled, "Aunt Niu, there's good news today, so let Old Chu have some fun." Old Chu also said, "That's right, Xiaofeng. Teacher Bai said so. How can I not have a drink with him?" As he spoke, Old Chu called out to the kitchen, "Yun Yun, bring out my 1573. "Okay." Bai Xiaoya responded, bringing out Bai Yu's bowls and chopsticks and a bottle of Luzhou Laojiao. She noticed the wooden box that Bai Yu had placed on the table, and she asked curiously, "Teacher Bai, what is this?" Bai Yu chuckled, "A gift for you." "A gift for me?" Bai Xiaoya sat next to Bai Yu, carefully examining the finely crafted wooden box. She asked Bai Yu, "Can I open it now?" Bai Yu smiled, "Of course." "Then I'll open it." Bai Xiaoya excitedly rubbed her hands together and carefully opened the wooden box. Inside, she saw a dark red pill lying there. "It smells so good." Bai Xiaoya was instantly refreshed by the rich fragrance of the pill. She asked Bai curiously, "What is this? A new kind of candy?" Old Chu, who was pouring wine at the table, couldn't help but shudder when he heard Bai Xiaoya's words, and some of the wine spilled. The pill worth over 10 million was called candy by Bai Xiaoya. Old Chu didn't know what to say. But what Old Chu was more heartbroken about was the spilled wine. Bai Yu smiled and said to Bai Xiaoya, "I made it myself. I added some sugar inside, so the taste should be good." "Really? Then I definitely have to try it." Bai Xiaoya's eyes lit up slightly when she heard Bai Yu say that he made it himself. She immediately picked up the beauty pill and put it in her mouth. The pill melted the moment it entered her mouth. Bai Xiaoya instantly felt a powerful medicinal force rush into her body, flowing along her blood vessels to every part of her. "It's so hot, so itchy." Bai Xiaoya suddenly felt her whole body heat up, and her face was tingling and intensely itchy. Bai Xiaoya wanted to reach out and scratch, but Bai Yu gently pressed down on her hand and softly said, "Xiaoya, just bear with it for a while." Bai Xiaoya looked at Bai Yu in a daze. For some reason, when Bai Yu held her hand, a strong sense of security suddenly arose in her heart. "Okay." Bai Xiaoya nodded slightly, forcefully enduring the itching on her face. Aunt Nyo and Old Chu, who were across the table, were stunned. They stared intently at Bai Xiaoya's face, as if they had seen something utterly unbelievable. Old Chu even forgot that he was still pouring wine into an already full glass. At this moment, the disfigured face of Bai Xiaoya was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin on her body also became incredibly smooth, like flawless jade. Seeing Aunt Nyo and Old Chu staring directly at her, Bai Xiaoya was also a little embarrassed. She asked, Is there something dirty on my face?" Aunt Nyo pursed her lips and unconsciously said, So beautiful." She had cultivated for hundreds of years and believed that she had seen many beauties transformed by demons and those who could cause the downfall of a nation. But she vowed that she had never seen a woman as beautiful as Bai Xiaoya. So beautiful she would make fish sink, birds fall, and the moon ashamed to show its face. Even the most beautiful celestial beings in the sky were probably nothing more than this. The effect is not bad. Seeing his daughter's appearance restored, Bai Yu was satisfied, and he let go of Bai Xiaoya's hand. Bai Xiaoya looked at Bai Yu in surprise and asked doubtfully, "What do you mean by, the effect is not bad?" Bai Yu smiled. "Why don't you go look in the mirror?" Hearing Bai Yu's words, Bai Xiaoya was stunned. She subconsciously touched her face and found that her cheeks had become incredibly smooth. Her pupils shrank. It was as if she had guessed something. She immediately got up and ran into her bedroom. Bang! A moment later, Bai Xiaoya's bedroom door slammed shut. After that, there was no sound from Bai Xiaoya's bedroom for a long time. Aunt Nyo came back to her senses and immediately grabbed the wine from Old Chu's hand, asking Bai Yu, "Teacher Bai, what's going on with Xiaoya?" She had never seen such a miraculous thing. Even the world's top plastic surgeons couldn't achieve such an effect. Bai Yu chuckled. That's her original appearance, after all. Her mother was also a peerlessly beautiful woman. Old Chu pursed his lips and, without caring about the good wine he had wasted, looked at Bai Xiaoya's bedroom door with concern, saying, Yun, she won't be in trouble, right?" Bai Yu laughed. "She probably needs some time to calm down. She probably won't come out tonight, so let's have a drink to celebrate." Hearing Bai Yu's answer, Old Chu was first stunned, and then repeatedly nodded, saying, Yes, let's drink. Today is a rare day for celebration. Let's drink." Aunt Nyo, with tears in her eyes, got up and said with a smile, I'll go make a couple of side dishes to go with the wine." Although Bai Xiaoya wasn't her biological daughter, she had always treated Bai Xiaoya like her own and had tried many ways to solve Bai Xiaoya's disfigurement problem. But her abilities were limited. She didn't know any big shots in the demon world, and she had been at a loss for so many years. Now that Bai Yu had stepped in and solved Bai Xiaoya's biggest problem, it was as if the biggest knot in their family's hearts had been untied. Bai Xiaoya no longer needed to worry about the strange looks from outsiders. This kind of joy was beyond words for Bai Xiaoya and the Nyo family. That night, there was much clinking of glasses. Bai Yu and Old Chu drank until the middle of the night, when old Chu was lying motionless on the floor. Only then did Aunt Nyo drag old Chu back to the bedroom to sleep. After settling old Chu, Aunt Nyo came out and saw that Bai Yu was still drinking in the living room. She saw the empty bottles scattered on the floor and couldn't help but ask Bai Yu, "Master Bai, are you still going to drink?" Bai Yu chuckled. "It's fine. I have a high tolerance for alcohol. You go and rest." Aunt Nyo, forcing herself to stay awake, asked Bai Yu, "Master Bai, are you waiting for Xiaoya to come out?" Bai Yu nodded slightly. "Yes. I want to see what she looks like after her first time meticulously dressing up," Aunt Nyo said as she cleared the table. "Then shall I wait with you, Master Bai?" Bai Yu smiled at Aunt Nyo. "Old Chu also needs care. He really had too much to drink tonight. You should be careful that nothing happens to him." "Okay. If you need anything, Master Bai, just call me." Seeing that Bai Yu had said so, Aunt Nyo didn't insist anymore. After cleaning up the kitchen, she went back to her room and closed the door. Only Bai Yu was left in the spacious living room. Bai Yu got up and turned off the lights in the living room. He sat by the French window, took out a jar of old wine from his chinkuan pouch, and admired the night view of the city outside. The moonlight shone in from the window, making Bai Yu look cold and lonely. "Xiaowen, Xiaoya has returned. And you? When will you come back to my side?" Bai Yu murmured as he drank all the wine from the jar, one jar after another. Until 3 in the morning, the city had fallen asleep. Creak. Bai Xiaoya's bedroom door was slowly pushed open. Bai Xiaoya, who had just learned to put on makeup for the first time, walked out. Chapter 32, Father and Daughter. When Bai Yu heard the door open and turned to look at Bai Xiaoya standing there, he couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. "Xiaoya, are you trying to look like Ru Hua?" Bai Xiaoya's pretty face flushed red, and she said somewhat embarrassedly, I'm learning how to do makeup for the first time. Is it not good?" Bai Yu smiled and said, "If you take off that makeup, you'll be at least 10 times more beautiful." "Oh, really? It's that bad? I spent several hours following the tutorials." Bai Xiaoya looked indignant, seemingly not accepting Bai Yu's assessment. Bai Yu shook his head with a smile and replied, "It's not that bad. I was just kidding." "Okay, that's good. I didn't waste those hours of practice." Bai Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled, walked over and sat down in front of Bai Yu, looking at the wine jar in his hand. She asked, "Can I have a taste?" Bai Yu refused, saying, "Kids shouldn't drink alcohol." Bai Xiaoya raised one index finger, pleading with Bai Yu, "Just one sip." Bai Yu had no resistance to his daughter's requests. He immediately handed the wine jar to Bai Xiaoya and said, "Okay, but only one sip." "Okay." Bai Xiaoya held the jar with both hands, sniffed the strong aroma of the wine, and then suddenly gulped down a mouthful, shocking Bai Yu so much that he sat straight up. Cough, cough. Bai Xiaoya coughed violently, her face instantly flushing red. So spicy." Bai Yu immediately snatched the wine jar back, complaining to Bai Xiaoya, "You silly girl. Even old Chu doesn't dare to drink such a big gulp like that." Bai Xiaoya fanned her mouth with her hand, saying, "That's because I saw you guys drinking when you're happy, so I wanted to try it too. I didn't expect it to taste so bad." Bai Yu said, "That's why I say, kids shouldn't drink alcohol." "I know." Bai Xiaoya pouted, saying, "Something that tastes this bad, I won't drink it even if you beg me." "Haha, then you'll probably miss out on a lot of fun, little girl." Bai Yu laughed, draining the remaining wine in the jar. Bai Xiaoya sat in front of Bai Yu, hugging her knees, watching Bai Yu drink and staring directly at his face. Bai Yu, being stared at by Bai Xiaoya like that, felt a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you suddenly staring at me like that, Xiaoya?" Bai Xiaoya said to Bai Yu, "Teacher Bai, you know, the first time I saw you, I felt like I knew you well. I feel like I've met you somewhere before." Bai Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he smiled. "Oh, really?" Bai Xiaoya nodded, saying, "And I looked in the mirror for a long time just now. The more I looked, the more familiar my face seemed." Cold sweat broke out on Bai Yu's forehead. He smiled nervously and asked, "Did you remember anything?" "Teacher Bai, you're nervous." Bai Xiaoya looked at Bai Yu's eyes and gave him a sweet smile, her eyes curving into crescents. "So you get nervous too." Bai Yu felt like his heart was melting from Bai Xiaoya's smile. He forcefully composed himself, pretending that nothing had happened. He said to Bai Xiaoya, "You silly girl, you're probably drunk, huh? How can you be so informal?" "Hee hee, I'm not." Bai Xiaoya giggled, then suddenly stood up and gave Bai Yu a big hug, surprising Bai Yu. Xiaoya, I just wanted to hug you." Bai Xiaoya whispered in Bai Yu's ear and then let go of Bai Yu. She yawned. "I'm so sleepy. I have to go to school tomorrow, so I'm going to sleep first. Teacher Bai, see you at school tomorrow." Bai Xiaoya waved her hand at Bai Yu and went back to her bedroom, closing the door behind her. Bai Yu sat by the French window, staring at Bai Xiaoya's bedroom door, still a little lost in thought, thinking about everything Bai Xiaoya had said and done, and the hug she had given him at the end. Bai Yu murmured, "This girl, has she figured it out?" However, Bai Yu didn't know why, but after hugging his daughter, his petrified heart seemed to start beating again. This feeling didn't seem bad. The next day, Bai Yu arrived at school full of energy, preparing for his upcoming classes. Not long after Bai Yu arrived at the office, Wang Sha, with her hair in disarray and dark circles under her eyes, walked into the office. She slumped down wearily across from Bai Yu's desk, greeting him, "Morning." Seeing Wang Sha's exhausted state, Bai Yu smiled and asked, "Did you stay up all night?" Wang Sha said wearily, "Yeah. After my class yesterday, I went to the association and took a demon hunting mission. I battled evil spirits in an abandoned hospital for more than 10 hours, and I only got rid of the spirits an hour ago. I didn't even submit my report. I just took a shower and came to school." Bai Yu glanced at the timetable and saw that Wang Sha's class was the first one, and he couldn't help but laugh. "You don't have to push yourself this hard. Just focus on your day job. You didn't have to become a teacher." Wang Sha puffed out her cheeks, glaring at Bai Yu. "If it wasn't for you, would I have to work so hard?" Bai Yu was taken aback. "How is it my fault?" Wang Sha slammed her hand on the table and angrily said to Bai Yu, "Do you know that I borrowed money to buy the guns and ammunition I used for the demon hunt the other day? Now that the fox demon's core is gone, if I don't work harder, I won't be able to pay my rent." Hearing Wang Sha's words, Bai Yu couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Now demon hunters have to take out loans to hunt demons? Has your industry become so competitive?" "What else?" Wang Sha twirled her messy hair with her fingers. "I was originally planning to turn my life around with that fox demon's core, but now I don't have the core, and I'm up to my neck in debt. I'm a complete mess. So, Bai Yu, you have to give me back the demon core." Bai Yu shook his head and said with a smile, "I can't help you with that. I don't have the demon core on me." As he spoke, Bai Yu glanced at his watch and said to Wang Sha, "It's almost time. You should go to early study session." Wang Sha stood up with difficulty, staring at Bai Yu. "Bai Yu, I'm going to remember this. You owe me half of a fox demon core. If I ever get kicked out of my apartment by the landlord, I'm moving into your place." After speaking, Wang Sha picked up her textbook and left the office. "This silly girl." Bai Yu looked at Wang Sha's back and laughed again. He then continued preparing his lessons. Although Bai Yu came to teach at school just to get closer to Bai Xiaoya, he was, after all, a teacher. He wouldn't be careless about his teaching duties. And on that same day, Jiang City First Middle School was completely shaken by Bai Xiaoya's first public display of her beauty. No one had imagined that beneath Bai Xiaoya's mask was a face as beautiful as an angel. The moment Bai Xiaoya walked through the school gates in her uniform, the long-contested position of the school beauty was no longer up for debate. It belonged to Bai Xiaoya, and Bai Xiaoya suddenly had many admirers. Some even secretly took pictures of Bai Xiaoya and posted them online, attracting the attention of many wealthy young men who tried to find out her contact information. Everyone was asking about Bai Xiaoya's background and the secret to her sudden beauty. Bai Xiaoya, unable to get used to the sudden attention focused on her, put her mask back on and rejected all the students who came to talk to her. At noon, Bai Yu returned to the office after class. Wang Sha excitedly approached Bai Yu and asked, "Dude, what kind of magical pill did you feed your daughter? How did she suddenly become so beautiful? I glanced at her during my class today, and I almost had a heart attack." Seeing Wang Sha's excited state, Bai Yu asked in surprise, "Is it that exaggerated?" "Of course." Wang Sha nodded repeatedly. Why don't you ask your girl if she has any plans to become an idol? I'll be her manager. If she enters the entertainment industry, oh my God, she'll be a money-making machine. Making millions a day wouldn't be a dream. Seeing that Wang Sha was about to dive headfirst into money, Bai Yu sighed and said, "Don't even think about it. Xiaoya's not interested." Wang Sha didn't seem to hear what Bai Yu said, asking him instead, "Oh, right? There's one question I've always wanted to ask you. You're named Bai, so why is your daughter named Chu Yunyun? Is there a story behind that?" "That's none of your business." Bai Yu ignored Wang Sha's question, sat down at his desk, packed up his books, and prepared to leave. He only had classes in the morning today, and he was free in the afternoon. Now that his relationship with Xiaoya was good, and he had also left a protective spell on her, there was no need for him to stay at school. Seeing that Bai Yu was about to leave, Wang Sha hurriedly approached him and said, "Why don't you treat me to lunch?" Bai Yu said, "I refuse." Wang Sha continued, "I just helped your daughter solve a big problem today. Shouldn't you thank me?" Bai Yu looked at Wang Sha in surprise. "What problem did you solve?" Wang Sha said, "I was planning to go to the school rooftop for some fresh air, and I happened to find some senior high school students hanging out there, setting their eyes on your daughter." Bai Yu frowned and asked, "What did they want to do?" Wang Sha chuckled, "Anyway, I've already taken care of it for you. If you want to know the details, then treat me to lunch." Bai Yu sighed, "Okay, what do you want to eat?" Wang Sha said, "Western food." "No, Western food won't fill me up. I want to eat hot pot." Bai Yu looked at Wang Sha, who was counting with her fingers, and let out another sigh, saying helplessly, "Okay, let's go eat hot pot." My treat. Tianyuju, the most famous hot pot restaurant in Jiang City, and also the most expensive with an average cost of 2,000 per person. As Bai Yu walked into the luxuriously decorated hot pot restaurant, he couldn't help but complain to Wang Sha, "You're good at picking places, huh? You picked such an expensive place." Wang Sha smiled, "Otherwise, what else can I do? It's not every day that I can rip you off. And don't forget, this expense is still only a drop in the bucket compared to my demon core." Bai Yu saw that Wang Sha couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning the demon core, and he smiled helplessly. After choosing a private room to sit down, he said to Wang Sha, "Now, you should tell me, who exactly was setting their eyes on my daughter?" Wang Sha, as she looked through the menu, said to Bai Yu, "They were just some good-for-nothing punks. I gave them a beating, and then they knelt down and begged for mercy, saying that they didn't dare to provoke your daughter anymore." Bai Yu laughed and said, "You're also a teacher now. Is it proper for you to hit students? There are no rules when it comes to dealing with scum." Wang Sha was ordering from the server while saying to Bai Yu, "Oh, right. I also got the name of a rich kid from them. It seems that the rich kid was the one who arranged for them to do something to Bai Xiaoya. I'm planning to have a talk with him this afternoon." Bai Yu asked again, "What's the rich kid's name?" Wang Sha replied, "It seems like it's something with long. I don't really remember. They said he's a son of a clan leader from a big clan. But that so-called prince is just a little kid in high school. I didn't take him to heart either." Named Long. Hearing Wang Sha's reply, Bai Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. He had also met a clan with the last name Long not long ago and had even blacklisted them, but he had been busy dealing with his relationship with Bai Xiaoya lately and hadn't had the time to deal with them. The rich kid who wanted to target Bai Xiaoya had the surname Long. Was this related to the Long family who tried to target old Chu's family before? Chapter 33. This 100 million is yours. In the private room, while watching Wang Sha feast heartily, Bai Yu was contemplating a trip to Long family village in the afternoon. After all, he was a man of his word, and the matter of taking action against Long family village had been delayed for over a week. It was time to fulfill his promise and erase Long family village from existence. Wang Sha, oblivious to what was going on in Bai Yu's mind, had finished her meal and patted her round belly. She leaned back in her chair and let out a satisfied burp, sighing, "Burp. I haven't eaten this much in ages. So comfortable." Then, Wang Sha realized that Bai Yu hadn't touched his chopsticks, and she couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Bai Yu, why aren't you eating? The food here is delicious, and it's so expensive. It's a waste if you don't eat it." Bai Yu stood up and smiled at Wang Sha. "I'm not hungry." Since you've eaten your fill, let's call it a day. I have something to take care of. Hey, wait a minute. Xianxia quickly grabbed Baiyu. I've noticed that you've been distracted all noon. Are you thinking about your daughter? Baiyu didn't bother hiding it and nodded. That's right. The rich kid from the Long family that you mentioned is likely connected to one of my previous enemies. For my daughter's safety, I plan to pay them a home visit this afternoon. Xianxia quickly said, Take me with you. Baiyu was taken aback. I'm not going on a sightseeing trip. Why would you want to come? Xianxia said, Since you're going to visit an enemy, there's bound to be a fight. I'm a genius demon hunter. I can be your fighter. And I don't need a high salary, just feed me dinner. Hearing Xia's reply, Baiyu shook his head and chuckled. Let me warn you, although this Long family is just a small clan in Jiang City, they are connected to a celestial family. The strength of that celestial family is likely much stronger than the purple poison master. Su celestial family? Xia's mouth twitched, clearly a bit intimidated. However, Xia's eyes quickly shifted, and she asked Baiyu, Does that celestial family have any valuable treasures on them? Baiyu replied, Earth immortals generally live on overseas islands and tend to be pure and simple. Once they go into seclusion, it's for hundreds of years. They probably don't have any valuable items on them. Oh, is that so? Xia's eyes dimmed, seemingly quite disappointed. I thought we could make some money. Baiyu added, but Earth immortals usually have a magical weapon that they use to protect themselves. Those are treasures they nourish with their own blood. I remember that over 50 years ago, an auction in the United States had a damaged Earth immortal magical weapon, and it sold for over $100 billion US. Oh, over 100 billion? Xia's eyes nearly popped out of her head. And in US dollars? Hearing Baiyu's words, Xia felt like her brain was about to run out of oxygen. She didn't even know how many zeros there were after 100 billion. Baiyu didn't seem to care, and continued, After all, Earth immortals are immortal. Their magic weapons are also very powerful. Money is just a pile of waste paper to them. Celestial beings' possessions can't be measured with money. For higher-level items, money can't buy them at all. But by this time, Xia was no longer listening to what Baiyu was saying. Her mind was filled with banknotes. She muttered, If I had 100 billion, I could buy 2 apartments in Tangyue First Residence. I'd live in one, and my dog would live in the other. Also, I wouldn't have to try so hard to get discounts when I order takeout, and I wouldn't have to ride a shared bike when I go demon hunting. Baiyu heard Xia's muttering and shook his head, smiling. He couldn't help but tease Xia. Is that all you want out of life? Xia came back to her senses and said, You're right. If I'm that rich, why would I still go demon hunting? Wouldn't being a wealthy lady be better? Baiyu saw that Xia was hopelessly lost in her fantasy. He sighed helplessly and said, You can stay here and daydream. I'm leaving first. When Xia saw that Baiyu was about to leave, she quickly got up and chased after him. Baiyu, wait. I'll go with you. A little after 1 in the afternoon, Baiyu and Xia arrived at the entrance of Long Family Village. Xia, standing under the scorching sun, looked at the ordinary-looking village in front of them. She asked Baiyu, would a celestial family really live in such an ordinary village? Baiyu smiled. This village is not simple. Let's go inside. Don't stand at the entrance. They won't welcome us. With that, Baiyu walked straight into the village. As Baiyu and Xia walked into Long Family Village, Xia felt a lot of villagers casting unfriendly glances at her. She also noticed that there were cameras everywhere in the village, which looked extremely strange. Xia, feeling uncomfortable with the strange atmosphere of Long Family Village, whispered to Baiyu, What kind of village is this? There aren't any demons here, but why does it feel more ominous than places where there are demons? Baiyu explained, This entire village is under the control of a single clan. Long San, in their village, has some fame in the underground black market. But according to my disciple's investigation, Long San is just a puppet that the clan leader, Long Shuo, is using. The Long clan leader, Long Shuo, is said to be the true king of the underground black market in Jiang City. Xia was shocked. Are you saying this entire village is a criminal organization? Baiyu, you can think of it that way for now. Hey, Who are you people? Just a short while after Bai Yu and Wang Sha had entered the village, two young men on motorcycles blocked their way and questioned Bai Yu. Wang Sha instantly became nervous, ready to fight. Bai Yu, however, didn't change his expression, saying to the two young men, "We're here to see Long Shuo." After Bai Yu mentioned Long Shuo, the two young men's expressions changed slightly, instantly becoming wary. One of them asked Bai Yu, "What do you want with our clan leader?" Bai Yu smiled. "A week ago, I had someone pass a message to your clan leader. He should know." Hearing Bai Yu's words, the two young men looked at each other, and then said, "You two wait here for a moment. We'll go inform the clan leader." With that, the two young men drove away on their motorcycles. Seeing the two young men on motorcycles leaving, Wang Sha couldn't help but ask Bai Yu, "What did you tell the clan leader?" Bai Yu smiled. "I told him to kneel and beg for forgiveness in front of me. If he didn't come, I would make his village disappear." Wang Sha's face instantly went pale. She trembled. "Why, you really said that?" She hadn't expected Bai Yu to say such ruthless words so calmly. "Bai Yu, something like that." Wang Sha. "And what was the result? Did Long Shu come to apologize to you?" "Bai Yu, he sent a snake demon." Gulp. Wang Sha swallowed hard, her heart pounding. Since Bai Yu had said that, the Long family village was definitely at odds with Bai Yu. Wang Sha hadn't expected that Bai Yu had come here so calmly, just to annihilate an entire clan. It seemed like only this morning, Bai Yu was teaching in school, and this afternoon he came to do something so earth-shattering. Wang Sha didn't know how to describe her feelings. After the two young men on motorcycles went to report the news, the entire village quickly became restless. A large number of villagers rushed over and surrounded Bai Yu and Wang Sha. Among them, many villagers were carrying knives, guns, and sticks, with vicious looks on their faces. Wang Sha, seeing that she was surrounded by a group of villagers, couldn't help but move closer to Bai Yu. She trembled. "Be Bai Yu. They seem to know that we're here to cause trouble. They all look like ordinary people. Are you really going to attack them?" Although Wang Sha was a demon hunter and had killed many monsters, in truth, she hadn't ever fought with people, let alone killed anyone. If a fight really broke out, she wouldn't know what to do. Bai Yu remained calm. He glanced at the surrounding crowd and said to the people in front, "Don't surround us. Let your clan leader come. Everyone make way." At that moment, a deep voice came from the back of the crowd. Then the crowd automatically parted to the sides, and an old man in a traditional Chinese suit with a powerful presence walked into the crowd under the villagers' gazes. The newcomer was none other than the Long clan leader, Long Shuo. Long Shuo calmly assessed Bai Yu and then bowed slightly to Bai Yu, saying, "Mr. Bai, the people in our village are a bit hot-tempered. If we offended you in any way, please forgive us." Wang Sha had thought that they were going to start fighting, but Long Shuo had bowed right away, causing her to be completely dumbfounded. Bai Yu smiled slightly and said to Long Shuo, "It seems like you've spent some time investigating me these past few days. Although I'm a week late, you should know why I'm here." "I know. I'm here to resolve this matter." Long Shuo nodded slightly and then made a please gesture to Bai Yu and Wang Sha. "This isn't a place to talk. Please, come inside." Wang Sha, seeing Long Shuo's respectful attitude, was even more confused. She looked at Bai Yu with a bewildered expression and whispered, "What's going on? Aren't you here to exterminate their clan? Why is he being so polite to you?" Bai Yu smiled. "If you want to know what medicine the old fox is selling in his gourd, wouldn't opening his gourd be the way to find out?" Wang Sha was confused. "What do you mean?" "Bai Yu, follow him and see." With that, Bai Yu stopped speaking and accepted Long Shuo's invitation, following Long Shuo towards the depths of the village. Although Wang Sha was completely confused, she knew that there was no turning back. She could only grit her teeth and follow Bai Yu. And so, Long Shuo led the way, with Bai Yu and Wang Sha following behind. Behind them were several hundred fierce-looking villagers, creating a long and imposing procession. Soon, Long Shuo led Bai Yu and Wang Sha into the Long family ancestral hall. The villagers all blocked the entrance to the ancestral hall, making it impossible to leave. Wang Sha curiously surveyed the ancestral hall. She noticed that next to the ancestral tablets, A black cloth covered something that looked like a small mountain. Long Shuo closed the door of the ancestral hall. In front of Bai Yu and Wang Sha, he walked to the ancestral altar. As he lit incense for the ancestors, he said to himself, "Our long family has stood in Jiang City for hundreds of years, surviving countless wars. There have been countless forces that have wanted to swallow up our clan, but we've all persevered. Since Mr. Bai, you can kill Xiao Jin. It shows that you are also a capable person. Our Long family doesn't want to offend you. Please, Mr. Bai, give us Longs and yourself a chance." After placing the incense sticks on the incense stand, Long Shuo pulled off the black cloth, revealing a mountain of money underneath. Wang Sha's eyes instantly widened. So much money. Long Shuo threw the black cloth aside and calmly said to Bai Yu, "Mr. Bai, as long as you spare my Long family, this 100 million is yours." Chapter 34. Flush with Cash. Wang Sha stared at the mountain of 100 million in cash, her mouth suddenly dry and her heart racing. She had never seen so much money in her life. Bai Yu. He brought out this much money. Is he begging for mercy? Wang Sha asked in a trembling voice, her face filled with disbelief. Although the money Long Shuo had presented wasn't for her, she had a strong urge to help Bai Yu take it. However, Bai Yu didn't even glance at the 100 million in cash. He asked Long Shuo, "Did you just say you were giving me a chance? I'd like to know, what is this opportunity you're giving me?" Long Shuo took out a cigar from his pocket, lit it, took a puff, and then said to Bai Yu, "Mr. Bai, your biggest mistake was not acting against our Long family a week ago. Over the past week, we, the Longs, investigated from the Chu family and found out that you have already moved the Chu family to Tanghua First Residence. We also discovered that you have many connections with the Bai family in Kyoto. However, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. No matter how powerful the Bai family in Kyoto is, their hands can't reach Jiang City. In Jiang City, the Longs are the kings of the underworld. Mr. Bai, you may not know, but the property management company at Tanghua First Residence belongs to the Longs, and I Long also have shares in Jiang City First Middle School." Bai Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a light chuckle, "Are you threatening me?" "No, no, no. How could I, a mere member of the Long family, dare to threaten Mr. Bai?" Long Shuo shook his head and chuckled, blowing out a smoke ring toward Bai Yu. "I'm just begging Mr. Bai to spare our Long family. If you take this 100 million in cash today, you will be a friend of the Long family. In the future, you and your friends will have free reign in Jiang City. No one, whether on the right or wrong side of the law, will dare to provoke you." Wang Sha was intimidated by Long Shuo's current aura. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back, saying to Bai Yu, "Bai Yu, what Long Shuo said seems a little reasonable. A powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake, and he's just an ordinary person. The Demon Hunter Association strictly forbids demon hunters from harming ordinary people. If you actually go through with this, you might find it hard to move in Jiang City." "I'm not a demon hunter." Bai Yu smiled and then said to Long Shuo, "I'm also giving you a chance now. I'll give you 1 hour to use whatever means you want. If you can injure even a single hair on any of my friends, I'll take this 100 million in cash and spare the Long family." Long Shuo's eyes narrowed slightly. "Mr. Bai, are you really going to do this?" Bai Yu directly pulled 2 chairs from the ancestral hall, sat down in the courtyard, crossed his legs, and said to Long Shuo, "I'm free all afternoon today, so you can start." It seems that Mr. Bai still doubts the power of my Long family. Seeing Bai Yu's confident attitude, Long Shuo couldn't help but sneer. He took out his mobile phone, dialed a number, and said coldly, "Do it." After saying that, Long Shuo also hung up the phone, ignoring Bai Yu, and turned to worship his Long family ancestors. Wang Sha, seeing that Bai Yu and Long Shuo had both become silent, didn't know what to do. She couldn't help but pull a chair and sit in front of Bai Yu, asking, "What are you doing? Are you really going to let them harm your daughter? You're so strong, but your daughter doesn't have any cultivation. What if something really happens?" Bai Yu laughed, "Don't worry, they'll be fine." Not to mention that he had already planted protective spells on Bai Xiaoya and Yu Chong. Even without those spells, The Bai family wouldn't allow the Longs to touch Bai Xiaoya in the slightest. The Bai family, being one of the top 10 families in China, wasn't something that a small local snake like this could trifle with. Wang Sha, seeing that Bai Yu was so confident, stopped worrying about Bai Xiaoya and instead turned to Bai Yu and asked, "So, what are you waiting for now? Since you don't want that 100 million in cash, then attack Long Shuo. Why are you giving Long Shuo time?" Bai Yu smiled. "I'm not giving Long Shuo time." Huh. Wang Sha was stunned. She understood every word Bai Yu said, but when she connected all the words together, she was completely unable to understand him. However, Bai Yu didn't give Wang Sha any more explanation. He just smiled and closed his eyes, sitting on the chair to rest, ignoring Wang Sha. Wang Sha, seeing that Bai Yu was ignoring her, was also helpless. She could only sit next to Bai Yu, staring at the mountain of money in the ancestral hall and imagining that the money was hers. As time passed, Long Shuo still hadn't received any news from his phone call. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He paced back and forth in the ancestral hall and finally couldn't stand it. He quickly walked to the door of the ancestral hall and opened it. Wang Sha, seeing that Long Shuo had left the ancestral hall, couldn't help but nudge Bai Yu, reminding him, "Long Shuo is gone." Bai Yu said with his eyes closed, "He can't leave. Continue waiting." Wang Sha, seeing that Bai Yu was still not panicking, didn't say anything more. She continued to sit on the chair, counting the mountain of money in the ancestral hall. Soon, the door of the ancestral hall was pushed open again. Wang Sha quickly turned back to look, and she saw Long Shuo frantically running into the ancestral hall with a group of old men. They all knelt down to Bai Yu, kowtowing and saying, "Mr. Bai, we the Longs are wrong. Please spare our Long family." Wang Sha, seeing Long Shuo, who had previously had such an imposing presence, suddenly kneeling down and begging for mercy to Bai Yu with a group of old men, was even more confused. She looked at Bai Yu in shock. "What did you do?" She had been by Bai Yu's side the whole time. Bai Yu hadn't even touched his mobile phone, so how did Long Shuo directly surrender? But soon, Wang Sha knew why. Not long after Long Shuo and the group of old men knelt on the ground, a group of men in black suits rushed into the ancestral hall, standing neatly on both sides. Long Shuo and the others were even more terrified when they saw the men in black suits, and they kowtowed to Bai Yu faster and faster. Then, Bai Feng, wearing a swallowtail coat and white gloves, walked in from the outside, standing behind Bai Yu respectfully, and said, "Master, my men found that someone was trying to attack the people around you, so I took the liberty to eliminate them." Bai Yu said calmly, "Since you've already come here, how's the situation in the village?" Bai Feng said, "Long Family Village has a total of 326 households, 212 of which are ordinary villagers, and the other 114 are Long Shuo's lackeys, and there are a number of thugs brought in from other places." "Okay." Bai Yu got up and looked at Long Shuo, who was trembling on the ground. He said to Bai Feng, "Give those 212 ordinary families full compensation for relocation and resettlement housing, and let them move out of the village. The remaining people, deal with them as they deserve." Bai Feng respectfully bowed to Bai Yu. "Yes, I'll go do it." Having said that, Bai Feng left the ancestral hall and started to arrange for the tasks Bai Yu had assigned him. Wang Sha's eyes widened as she said to Bai Yu, "Are you crazy? The relocation fees for over 200 households, how much money is that? In this current market, the relocation fee for one household is at least a few million, and more expensive ones can even be tens of millions. Bai Yu just casually threw out so much money to have those ordinary families relocate. How much would that cost?" Wang Sha couldn't even calculate how much money it would be. Bai Yu smiled. "Although the relocation fees are a lot, once this land is empty, no one in Jiang City will be able to bid against the Bai family. The Bai family will make a lot of money from this land. My disciple may not have many other abilities, but he definitely knows how to make money." "Why you?" Hearing Bai Yu's answer, Wang Sha no longer knew how to describe Bai Yu's actions. Is this what the world of the rich was like? Long Shuo, who was kneeling on the ground, understood that the situation was hopeless after witnessing the power of the Bai family. He kept kowtowing to Bai Yu and begging, "Mr. Bai, we know we were wrong. Please spare our Long family this time." This is where our long family has lived for generations. We really can't leave here. Bai Yu smiled at Long Shuo. I didn't say that I would make you leave. Long Shuo's body shuddered. His face turned deathly pale. He understood what Bai Yu meant. But at this point, he also knew that he couldn't fight against Bai Yu. He could only continue to kowtow to Bai Yu, saying, Mr. Bai, have mercy. Everything before was done by Long San. We really didn't want to offend Mr. Bai. Bai Yu asked Long Shuo again. After Xiao Jin died, someone must have come to look for you, right? Long Shuo's body shuddered, and his face showed fear. Seeing Long Shuo's reaction, the smile in Bai Yu's eyes grew wider. He continued, since someone came to look for you, then you should also know that they are the people behind Xiao Jin. Now that Xiao Jin is dead, they won't let this go. If you truly see yourself as the leader of the Long family, then do one last thing for your clan. Long Shuo was covered in sweat, his body shaking violently. He trembled as he asked Bai Yu, Mr. Bai, what do you want me to do? I'm waiting for the people behind Xiao Jin to come. In the remaining time, move everyone out of the village as soon as possible and free up this land for me, to use it as a battlefield. I imagine that as the head of your clan, your words should be quite effective in this village, right? Long Shuo's body trembled violently. His whole body was already soaked in sweat. However, after hearing Bai Yu's words, he also knew that he had no choice. If the people behind Xiao Jin were really coming here and were using their Long family village as a battlefield, then he would be the eternal sinner of his Long family. Even in death, he wouldn't be able to face his ancestors. Realizing this, Long Shuo bowed heavily to Bai Yu and said quickly, I'll go arrange for the clan members to leave the village immediately. Having said that, Long Shuo shakily got up, leading the group of old men away. Wang Sha, seeing Long Shuo leave, asked Bai Yu again, Bai Yu, letting all the people in the village evacuate. Does that mean that you're going to fight that celestial being you mentioned in this village later? Calling it a fight with that celestial being is a bit of an exaggeration. Bai Yu smiled slightly at Wang Sha. It will just be a one-sided massacre by me. It's just that the commotion from the massacre later might be a bit big, so the villagers need to be evacuated in advance. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Wang Sha was completely stunned. Chapter 35. The Celestial Clown. Long Shuo, as the head of the Long clan, held an extremely high position of authority in Long family village, and his word was practically law. When he stood at the village entrance and made his announcement, the villagers no longer resisted Bai Feng's people. They all brought their families and boarded the vehicles arranged by Bai Feng, heading to their designated locations. In less than half an hour, the large Long family village had turned into a ghost town. Long Shuo looked at the empty village, a desolate look appearing in his eyes. He understood that once the villagers boarded Bai Feng's vehicles, they would never be able to return. Long family village, which had stood in Jiang City for hundreds of years, would cease to exist from this day forward. However, he also knew that the fact that Bai Yu was allowing the Long family to evacuate and even willing to give some of the villagers compensation was already the best outcome. Otherwise, once the people behind Xiao Jin came looking for them, none of the people in Long family village would survive. A week ago, on the night that he had sent Xiao Jin to intercept and kill Bai Yu, after Xiao Jin disappeared, a furious Taoist priest in white had found him, threatening him to find trouble for Bai Yu and avenge Xiao Jin. Otherwise, the white-robed priest would annihilate his entire village. Over the past week, Long Shuo, in order to protect himself, had thoroughly investigated Bai Yu's background but found that Bai Yu was not someone he could contend with. In the end, he could only try to target the people around Bai Yu. However, he had greatly underestimated the power of the Bai family. Not a single one of the people he had sent out had returned alive. He had been unable to fulfill the white-robed priest's request. Bai Yu had also personally come to his door. All that remained for the Long family was this outcome. Heaven wants to destroy my Long family. Long Shuo sighed deeply, knowing that it was useless for him to run anywhere. He quickly returned to the ancestral hall and knelt down to Bai Yu, trembling as he said, Mr. Bai, I have followed your instructions and had all the clan members evacuate. I beg you to spare my life. Please have mercy on me, seeing as I have caused you no loss. Bai Yu calmly looked at Long Shuo kneeling on the ground, saying, After today, there will be no long family village. As for you, whether you live or die, it no longer matters to me. Long Shua shuddered, a look of fear on his face. Mister, by W, what do you mean by that? You're not protecting me? By you didn't answer Long Shua. He lifted his gaze toward the sky, chuckling, he's here. As soon as Bayu's voice fell, Long Shua saw a white light descend from the sky. A white-robed Taoist priest appeared in the ancestral hall. When Long Shua saw the white-robed priest appear, his expression drastically changed. He quickly kowtowed to the white-robed priest, saying, Immortal, have mercy. I have followed your instructions and tried to take revenge on Bayu, but the Bai family is too strong. I truly have no way. Bayu is right here. Immortal, please do it yourself. I truly have no other choice. A noisy waste. After the white-robed Taoist priest landed in the ancestral hall on his sword, he only gave Long Shua a cold glance. He flicked his finger, sending out a bolt of energy that easily pierced Long Shua's forehead. Long Shua instantly became silent. A blood hole had appeared on his head, and his body fell straight to the ground, without any breath left. Fresh blood flowed from his head, staining his body red. Wang Sha, seeing that the seemingly celestial Taoist priest had killed Long Shua immediately upon arriving, had a slight change in expression and whispered to Bayu, Bayu, is this the celestial being you were talking about? How is he so ruthless? Bayu smiled. The celestial being hasn't appeared yet. This is just his disciple. Wang Sha was shocked. His disciple is this powerful? The moment the white-robed Taoist priest had appeared, Wang Sha had felt a sense of pressure from him that was even stronger than the purple poison masters. Even many of the S-rank demon hunters in the association couldn't compare to this white-robed Taoist priest. For someone this strong to be just a disciple of a celestial being, how powerful would the celestial being be? Wang Sha couldn't even imagine it. After killing Long Shua, the white-robed Taoist priest said coldly to Bayu, Boy, you killed my honored teacher's beloved pet. I haven't even gone to settle the score with you, but you actually dared to transmit a message to my honored teacher's cave from thousands of miles away. Are you courting death? Bayu said with a chuckle to the white-robed Taoist priest, I was clearly asking your teacher to bring you to apologize to me. How did you end up coming here alone? The white-robed Taoist priest said coldly, My honored teacher is in a critical period of breakthrough. How would he be bothered with a clown like you? I was ill-prepared last time and was not your match, but this time, I've borrowed my honored teacher's 3 treasures true sword. That's more than enough to cut you down. As he finished speaking, the white-robed priest opened his mouth and spat out a treasure sword with a purple aura surrounding it. Boy, take my sword. The white-robed Taoist priest roared, controlling the 3 treasures true sword to stab at Bayu. A purple flash appeared in the ancestral hall. The 3 treasures true sword was instantly at Bayu's brow, about to pierce through his head. However, before the 3 treasures true sword could even touch Bayu, it was easily caught by Bayu's 2 fingers. Is this thing a children's toy your teacher gave you? Bayu said mockingly. He slightly exerted force with his 2 fingers, and the 3 treasures true sword broke into 2 pieces with a snap. His magic weapon destroyed, the white-robed Taoist priest spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering backlash from his magic weapon. He looked at the broken pieces of the 3 treasures true sword in disbelief, his eyes almost bulging out of his head. This was impossible. The 3 treasures true sword was a sword that his teacher, the true person Miaoling, had crafted with cold iron from the Bohai Sea, borrowing the eastern purple energy, and then tempering it with water from the Penglai Spring, taking 49 years. Its power was unpredictable, able to cleave an island in 2 with 1 swing. Now Bayu had used just 2 fingers to break the 3 treasures true sword, making him feel like the 3 treasures true sword was just a cheap item you could buy at a street stall. This. The white-robed Taoist priest couldn't accept that even the 3 treasures true sword had been destroyed by Bayu. He retreated repeatedly, a look of fear on his face. In truth, after receiving Bayu's message at his cave, he had not reported it to true person Miaoling, but had instead chosen to steal the 3 treasures true sword, trying to kill Baiyu before true person Miaoling found out about Xiao Jin's death in order to make up for his misdeeds. But now, not only had he caused the death of true person Miaoling's beloved pet Xiao Jin, he had also damaged true person Miaoling's magic weapon. If he went back like this, even if he pushed all the blame onto Baiyu, he would definitely be skinned alive by true person Miaoling. But the white-robed Taoist priest was also clear at this moment. He was no match for Baiyu at all. The white-robed Taoist priest's despair grew even stronger. He suddenly knelt down to Baiyu, crying, "Senior, I was wrong. Please spare me this time." Baiyu, seeing the white-robed Taoist priest's current appearance, had even more mockery in his eyes. He said, "Little guy, I'll give you one more chance. As long as you get your teacher to apologize to me, I'll spare your life." "Get my teacher to apologize to you?" Hearing Baiyu's words, the white-robed Taoist priest was stunned for a moment, and then he crawled to Baiyu's feet and grabbed Baiyu's leg, crying, "No, Senior, I was wrong. I can't let my teacher come. Once my teacher knows about this, I'm dead. I'll kowtow to you. I'll be your servant. Please act like nothing happened and spare me." Baiyu chuckled. "So you're saying that your teacher doesn't know about this yet?" The white-robed Taoist priest, with snot and tears all over his face, said, "Yes, Senior. I did all of this behind my teacher's back. Once my teacher finds out that I secretly released his pet and also damaged his treasure sword, I'm dead. Senior, you are merciful. Please spare me this time." The white-robed Taoist priest started to kowtow frantically to Baiyu. Even Wang Sha, who was standing by, couldn't watch any longer. She said to Baiyu, "Baiyu, this old man seems kind of pitiful. Since his teacher doesn't seem to know about you and him, why don't you just let it go this time?" Baiyu looked at Wang Sha and asked, "Do you think he's pitiful?" Wang Sha, suddenly asked by Baiyu, was also a little hesitant. She pursed her lips and said, He looks pitiful." Baiyu then said, "Do you know that the snake demon he secretly released was colluding with the Longs in Jiang City for over 20 years, causing the deaths of countless innocent people and burying countless bones on this land? And he turned a blind eye to all of it over these years? And when I was going to execute that snake demon, he came out to stop me. After failing to stop me, he held a grudge and threatened the Longs to take revenge on me. After the Longs failed to take revenge, he didn't hesitate to eliminate Long Shuhua. This guy might seem celestial on the surface, but his heart is rotten black. Is that so?" Hearing Baiyu's words, Wang Sha suddenly understood. Her gaze toward the white-robed Taoist priest was filled with disgust. If that's the case, then this guy really deserves to die. The white-robed Taoist priest, hearing the conversation between Baiyu and Wang Sha, kowtowed even more forcefully, crying, "I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again." The white-robed Taoist priest cried himself hoarse, but Wang Sha was unmoved after learning his true colors. She simply stood quietly to the side, waiting for Baiyu to make his decision. Seeing that Baiyu and Wang Sha had no intention of letting him go, a glint of light flashed in the white-robed Taoist priest's eyes. He took advantage of Wang Sha not paying attention and suddenly lashed out. Grabbing Wang Sha's neck and hiding behind her, he said to Baiyu, "Boy, if you don't want your companion to die, you better listen to me." Baiyu, seeing the white-robed Taoist priest suddenly take Wang Sha hostage, sighed softly and said to the white-robed Taoist priest, "I'm very curious about what your teacher, true person Miaoling, is actually like that he would accept a disciple like you. If my disciple was someone like you, I would be ashamed to death." The white-robed Taoist priest glared at Baiyu. "Stop talking nonsense. I'll only give you 3 seconds. If you don't immediately break your arms, I will break her neck. Boy, although I'm no match for you, I can still take this girl down with me." Wang Sha felt her breathing becoming more and more difficult, but she didn't call out to Baiyu for help. Instead, she said to Baiyu, "Baiyu, you don't need to care about me. Kill that disgusting old man first." "Shut up." The white-robed Taoist priest clenched his fingers, strangling Wang Sha's neck tightly, glaring at Baiyu. "Boy, I'll start counting down in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Seeing that the white-robed Taoist priest was actually counting down seriously, Baiyu sighed again, "Stupid fellow." The white-robed Taoist priest, Seeing that Bai showed no intention of saving Wang Sha, became frantic. He roared, "You forced my hand. I'll die together with her right now." Bang! Before the white-robed Taoist priest could finish speaking, his face suddenly suffered a heavy blow. His whole body flew out like a cannonball, smashing through the gate of the ancestral hall, making a deep trench on the ground until he finally stopped at the edge of the village.
Jeez.
The white-robed Taoist priest, spitting out blood and with a bruised and swollen face, lay in the trench, still not understanding what had just happened. Bai Yu, in a blink, arrived in front of the white-robed Taoist priest, his expression indifferent as he calmly asked, "How do you want to die?" The white-robed Taoist priest was filled with terror. He swallowed his broken teeth and said in a panic, Please, have mercy. Want to be burned to death, huh?" Bai Yu grinned, a ball of flames igniting in the palm of his hand. "I'll grant you that." Seeing the karmic fire igniting in Bai Yu's palm, the terror in the white-robed Taoist priest's eyes intensified. He could no longer withstand the pressure and lifted his head, screaming, "Teacher, save me!" Rumble. As soon as the white-robed Taoist priest uttered those words, thunder suddenly rumbled in the sky. A beam of golden light broke through the clouds and illuminated the village. Bai Yu, looking up, had an even stronger look of mockery in his eyes, chuckling, true person meowling. "You've finally stopped hiding, huh?" Chapter 36. It turns out, the clown's master is also a clown. From within the clouds, a white-robed Taoist priest slowly descended, his feet resting on 24 iridescent orbs, a horsetail whisk in his hand. The celestial light surrounding him was so radiant that even the clear sky seemed to give birth to rainbows. Still inside the ancestral hall, Wang Sha looked up at the youthful immortal in the sky, her body trembling slightly. Is this a celestial being?" she murmured, captivated. "So, there really are gods in this world." Before this moment, Wang Sha had always thought that the immortals Bai Yu spoke of were just cultivators stronger than ordinary people. Essentially still human, they had simply transcended the mundane and were venerated by mortals as gods. That was why they were called immortals. But after witnessing the appearance of this youthful immortal, Wang Sha truly believed that gods existed. Immortals were truly different from them. The white-robed old Taoist saw the youthful immortal appear, and his face broke into a look of ecstatic joy. He immediately cried out to him, "Master! This fiend not only killed your beloved pet, but also destroyed your magical artifact. Your disciple is too weak to avenge you. Master, that man is too arrogant. I beg you to personally intervene and subdue him." The youthful immortal ignored the old Taoist's wailing. He landed slowly on the ground, gathered the 24 iridescent orbs behind him, and addressed Bai Yu, "Esteemed Taoist, my inept disciple has a troublesome character and often goes out causing trouble. He has been nothing but a nuisance to you. I will certainly discipline him properly when we return." Bai Yu chuckled. "So, you intend to take your disciple back and pretend nothing happened?" The youthful Taoist frowned slightly. "Esteemed Taoist, I have already lost a beloved pet and a magical artifact. My disciple is seriously injured. Yet, you have suffered no losses. One must know when to retreat." Bai Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. "So, you're saying I should apologize to you?" The youthful Taoist shook his head slightly. "There's no need for that, Taoist. I simply hope that this matter can end here. You can continue on your worldly travels, and I will return to my immortal island. From now on, we will not cross each other's paths." Bai Yu chuckled lightly. "You taught such a rebellious disciple, raised a monster worse than trash, and haven't even apologized to me. Yet, you think this can end so easily?" Seeing that Bai Yu was unwilling to let the matter drop, a glint of malice flashed in the youthful Taoist's eyes. He looked at Bai Yu with coldness and said, "Esteemed Taoist, while I have not walked the mortal world for centuries, that doesn't mean I, the youthful immortal, am easily bullied. As a dignified earth immortal, the fact that I haven't held you accountable is already giving you face. Don't push your luck." Bai Yu sighed. "Ah, now I understand why you would have such a disciple. It turns out you're cut from the same cloth. You think you can be arrogant just because you have some power. You don't understand the principle that there are always people more powerful in skies beyond the sky. Someone like you, living in this world, is just wasting the little spiritual energy that remains. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, anger surfaced in the youthful immortal's eyes. The 24 iridescent orbs behind him began to vibrate intensely, emitting colorful light. Esteemed Taoist, your words are dangerous. I advise you to restrain yourself. Bai Yu glanced at the 24 orbs behind the youthful immortal and laughed lightly. Even your original magical artifact is a crude imitation of the 24 sea-calming pearls. I see you're beyond help, or, before you die, should I go borrow the real sea-calming pearls for you to take a look? Don't be so arrogant. Let me show you the power of my 5-colored divine pearls. The youthful immortal roared in anger, immediately activating the 24 iridescent orbs behind him to attack Bai Yu. The ping-pong-sized orbs instantly expanded into the size of iron balls. They flew toward Bai Yu, rapidly descending upon him. Bai Yu watched with a smile as the 5-colored divine pearls descended. He simply raised one hand, easily catching the first descending orb. The youthful immortal saw Bai Yu attempting to catch his orbs with physical strength, a hint of mockery in his eyes. He sneered, "Each of my 5-colored divine pearls weighs 10,000 pounds. I'd like to see how many you can catch." As he spoke, the youthful immortal commanded his orbs to stack on top of each other, each one smashing down upon the one Bai Yu was holding. Thump, 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 as the iron ball-sized orbs descended one after another upon Bai Yu. The smile on the youthful immortal's face began to stiffen. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Just how much strength does this kid possess? The youthful immortal wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had almost piled all of his orbs onto Bai Yu, but Bai Yu was still holding them up with one hand. Not even a drop of sweat had emerged from him. Such physical strength, capable of moving mountains and filling the seas, made even the earth immortal tremble in fear. The white-robed old Taoist, lying in the trench, was dumbfounded. His mind was blank. He didn't understand why he had provoked such a devil. As the last 5-colored divine pearl fell upon Bai Yu, the youthful immortal finally revealed fear in his eyes. He retreated several steps, exclaiming in shock, "This is impossible." The combined weight of the 24 5-colored divine pearls was 240,000 pounds. Even the legendary sea-stabilizing needle only weighed 13,500 pounds. How could Bai Yu support his 24 5-colored divine pearls with one hand? Bai Yu took the youthful immortal's 24 5-colored divine pearls, weighing them in his hand and mocking the youthful immortal. "Is this all the attacking power you have? If that's the case, then it's my turn to counterattack. Let me show you what lies beyond the heavens." As his voice fell, Bai Yu threw all 24 5-colored divine pearls into the air. Then he ascended directly, aiming at the youthful immortal on the ground, and kicked one of the orbs towards him. Boom! A 5-colored light flashed through the air. The 5-colored divine pearl whizzed past the youthful immortal and smashed into the ground, causing the earth to shake violently. The youthful immortal stood dumbfounded, feeling the pain from the wind that had grazed his cheek. His mind was blank. If that orb had hit him directly, he would have surely been sent to the next life, wouldn't he? What terrifying power! But Bai Yu, floating in the air, said, "Ah, it's been too long since I've played kickball. I've lost my aim. Let's try another one." Hearing Bai Yu's words, a chill went up the youthful immortal's spine. He didn't even have time to think. He threw himself forward, disregarding everything else. Boom! Another 5-colored divine pearl smashed into the ground where the youthful immortal had been standing moments ago. The youthful immortal was sent flying by the powerful impact, landing headfirst in a humiliating manner. Bai Yu laughed, "Haha, you're good at dodging. Another one?" The youthful immortal's scalp was tingling. He had even forgotten that the 24 5-colored divine pearls were his original magical artifact. He scrambled on the ground, avoiding the enormous orbs. Boom! 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 One after another, the 5-colored divine pearls descended from the sky, smashing into the earth, causing it to shake constantly. The people of Xianxia, unaware of the situation, thought it was an earthquake and ran outside in panic. When the last five-colored divine pearl barely missed him, the youthful immortal finally took a deep breath. He realized his entire body was drenched in sweat, and his pure white Taoist robe was almost black. Baiyu descended from the sky and sat down on one of the five-colored divine pearls. He asked the youthful immortal with a smile, "Was that fun?" Upon hearing Baiyu's words, the youthful immortal's legs went weak and he sat down on the ground. He looked at Baiyu with horror and stammered, Don't come closer." After that thrilling game of dodgeball, the youthful immortal realized the vast difference between his power and Baiyu's, and his courage was gone. The youthful immortal cried out in fear, "I am telling you, the ancestor of the earth immortal, Xianxia, is my grandmaster. If you dare touch even a hair on my body, my grandmaster will not let you off." Hearing the youthful immortal's words, the mockery in Baiyu's eyes intensified. He chuckled, "So, Xianxia is your grandmaster? I remember when I went to his house last time. He gave me a few ginseng fruits." The youthful immortal's pupils shrank. Then he said with a fierce look, "Don't you lie. My grandmaster is friends with the three pure ones. There are many who claim to know my grandmaster in the three realms. Who are you to lie?" Speaking to this point, the youthful immortal took out a jade tablet from his chinkuan bag. He roared at Baiyu, "I am warning you. I have a protective jade given to me by my grand master himself. If you dare to hurt me, I will immediately crush this jade. My grand master is very fond of me, his little grand disciple. When he arrives, you are as good as dead." "Is that so?" Baiyu smiled faintly. With a flick of his wrist, he drew one of the five-colored divine pearls from the ground into his hand. He shrunk it to the size of a marble, aimed at the youthful immortal's shoulder, and flicked it with his finger. Swoosh! A five-colored light flashed past, and a bloody hole appeared in the youthful immortal's shoulder. Ah! The youthful immortal screamed in pain. He immediately crushed the protective jade in his hand, roaring at Baiyu, "You dare attack me? When my grand master arrives, he will definitely throw you into an oil pot to fry you." As the protective jade shattered, a beam of light shot into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. A moment later, a powerful pressure descended from the sky. "Is Baiyu all right?" Wang Sha, who was hiding in the ancestral hall, felt a stronger pressure than the youthful immortal had previously emanated. Worry filled her eyes. She could no longer stay hidden and rushed out of the hall. The youthful immortal and the white-robed old Taoist were ecstatic, feeling the powerful pressure. They faced the sky and kowtowed, chanting, "Welcome, Grand Master." Then, a man with a golden crown and the youthful appearance of a child, wearing an ancient blue robe, descended from the sky. He looked indifferently at the youthful immortal. "Miao Ling, you crushed the protective jade. Have you encountered some danger?" Miao Ling wailed to Xianxia, "Grandmaster, this grand disciple is being bullied by an outsider. He not only killed your grand disciple's pet, but also destroyed your grand disciple's magical artifact. He even wants to kill your grand disciple and your grand disciple's disciple. Please, Grandmaster, do me justice." "Outrageous!" Xianxia roared in anger, hearing Miao Ling's complaint. "Where is he? I will certainly seek justice for you." Miao Ling immediately pointed at Baiyu, who was sitting on a five-colored divine pearl. "Grandmaster, it's him." Xianxia followed Miao Ling's finger and saw Baiyu sitting on the five-colored divine pearl. His expression changed slightly, and the anger on his face vanished like smoke. He immediately descended from the sky, trotted over to Baiyu, clasped his hands, bowed to Baiyu and smiled, "Be Baiyi, why are you here?" Miao Ling and the white-robed old Taoist were dumbfounded, seeing Xianxuanzi's humble demeanor. What was happening? Chapter 37. The Enemy, Found. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Xianxuanzi's forehead. He forced a smile and asked Baiyu, "Baiyi, how did you come to be here?" Baiyu chuckled, "I'm the one you were going to seek justice from." "This?" Xianxuanzi's pupils constricted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and said to Baiyu with a smile, "How could that be? Everyone in the three realms knows Baiyi's character. Would I be so foolish as to come looking for trouble with Bai Yi? As he spoke, Zhen Yuanzi turned and swatted Miao Ling across the face with his horsetail whisk, angrily demanding, "What exactly happened here? How did you offend Bai Yi?" Miao Ling felt the burning pain in his cheek and was completely dazed, his mind a blank. His grandmaster, the venerable ancestor of Earth Immortals, a friend of the Three Pure Ones, and a comrade of the Four Emperors. Why was he calling Bai Yi? This. Miao Ling realized he had truly kicked an iron plate. A surge of fear gripped him. Without thinking, his legs buckled, and he knelt before Bai Yi, trembling as he said, "Be Bai Yi. It's all a misunderstanding. You scoundrel, who are you to call him Bai Yi?" Zhen Yuanzi swatted Miao Ling across the face with his whisk again, angrily scolding him. "Call him Immortal Venerable Luo Yun." Yes. Miao Ling kowtowed repeatedly, flustered. "Immortal Venerable Luo Yun, I truly didn't know you were an old acquaintance of my Grand Master. You see, isn't this just like a fight between our own people? It's all the fault of my useless disciple. He has no eyes. I will definitely teach him a good lesson." As he spoke, Miao Ling pulled the white-robed old Taoist in front of him. He shattered the old Taoist's legs and pressed the old Taoist's head to the ground, forcing him to kowtow to Bai Yi. The white-robed old Taoist was also dazed but didn't dare to say anything rash. He begged, "Immortal Venerable Luo Yun, please have mercy." Bai Yi ignored Miao Ling and the white-robed old Taoist. He smiled at Zhen Yuanzi and said, "Zhen Yuanzi, seeing as we've known each other for so many years, how do you think this matter should be handled? Bai Yi, please calm your anger." Zhen Yuanzi immediately took out a ginseng fruit that looked like a child from his chinkuan bag and offered it to Bai Yi with both hands, smiling. "This is a ginseng fruit that just ripened in my Wuzhuang temple. If Bai Yi doesn't mind, how about I offer it to you as an apology?" Miao Ling's eyes went green when he saw Zhen Yuanzi taking out a ginseng fruit. Saliva involuntarily dripped from his mouth. This ginseng fruit took 3,000 years to flower, 3,000 years to bear fruit, and 3,000 years to ripen. In nearly 10,000 years, only 30 fruits would mature. Mortals would live 360 years just by smelling it, and eating one would extend their lives by 47,000 years. If a cultivator consumed it, their cultivation would skyrocket. He had been under Zhen Yuanzi's tutelage for centuries, but he had never even smelled a ginseng fruit. Miao Ling never expected that Zhen Yuanzi would offer such an exquisite item, which only produced 30 fruits in 10,000 years, to apologize to Bai Yi. Bai Yi took the ginseng fruit, tossing it in his hand, and chuckled. "It might be nice to eat it once for novelty, but I'd get tired of it the second time. This thing can't buy your grand disciple's life." Zhen Yuanzi smiled and said, "Bai Yi, you misunderstand. This ginseng fruit isn't meant to buy my grand disciple's life. It's just my personal apology to you. We had this misunderstanding, which is my fault for not making inquiries and listening only to my disciples. This ginseng fruit is only given to Bai Yi in the hopes that this matter won't damage the friendship between us." Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. "So what about Miao Ling?" When Bai Yi mentioned Miao Ling, the smile on Zhen Yuanzi's face vanished instantly. His face turned stern. "I don't recognize such a rebellious disciple. I'll expel them from the sect right now, and let Bai Yi handle them as you see fit." Miao Ling's expression changed drastically when he heard Zhen Yuanzi was going to abandon him. He quickly grabbed Zhen Yuanzi's leg and cried out, "Grand Master, don't abandon me. Please, in consideration of my many years of service to the Wuzhuang Temple, save me this once. This time it really isn't my fault. It was all the fault of that rebellious disciple of mine." The white-robed old Taoist's heart was ashen when he saw that Miao Ling was also abandoning him. He knew he had no way out now. There was no one in this world who could protect him. Zhen Yuanzi looked at Miao Ling's pathetic state as he clung to his leg, crying and screaming. His disgust grew. He used his inner qi to blast Miao Ling away and yelled, "You have been expelled from the sect. Don't call me Grand Master." Miao Ling became even more panicked, kowtowing to Zhen Yuanzi, then kowtowing to Bai Yi, begging for mercy. "Immortal Venerable Luo Yun, I was wrong. It was all the fault of that rebellious disciple of mine. I'll kill him right now." As he spoke, a malicious glint appeared in Miao Ling's eyes. He struck out at the white-robed old Taoist's head. The old Taoist didn't even react. Miao Ling crushed his head, and his headless body slowly collapsed to the ground, soaked in blood. Miao Ling didn't care about the blood on his face and cried to Bai Yu again. Immortal Venerable Luo Yun, you see, I have already removed the rebellious disciple. I beg you, please forgive me, for my Grand Master Zhen Yuanzi's sake. Kai's. Miao Ling stopped speaking mid-sentence. A bloody hole appeared on his forehead, and he collapsed limply onto the ground, lifeless. Zhen Yuanzi retracted his qi and said to Bai Yu, Bai Yi, I couldn't bear to watch any longer. I'll personally clean up the mess with this rebellious disciple. I won't trouble you. Bai Yu smiled when he saw that Miao Ling was dead. He said to Zhen Yuanzi, since you've personally taken care of it, if I continued to fuss, it would be me being unreasonable. Let's just leave it at that. Thank you, Bai Yi. Zhen Yuanzi waved his horsetail whisk, collected the bodies of Miao Ling and the white-robed old Taoist, and bowed to Bai Yu. Since that's the case, I won't disturb Bai Yi any longer. I'll return to Wuzhuang Temple now. If Bai Yi is free, please come visit my Wuzhuang Temple. Bai Yu smiled. I certainly will if I have the time. After some pleasantries, Zhen Yuanzi turned into a beam of light and left. At this point, Wang Sha, who had witnessed everything from a distance, jogged over, a look of shock on her face. She asked Bai Yu, who was that handsome man who left earlier? His aura was so strong. I was so far away, yet I could barely breathe. Bai Yu jumped down from the 5-colored divine pearl, collected the 24 orbs, and said to Wang Sha, that guy is called Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi? Wang Sha paused. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Isn't he a famous figure from mythology? He's not exactly very famous. He just appeared in one of the 4 great classical novels. Bai Yu smiled, strung the 24 5-colored divine pearls together, and tossed them to Wang Sha. Here. Wang Sha was still thinking about Zhen Yuanzi's identity. She caught the string of colorful pearls that Bai Yu threw her and couldn't help but ask, what is this? Bai Yu said, this is the Earth Immortal's protective magical artifact I told you about before, also called an original magical artifact. I deliberately held back when I was dealing with Miao Ling to avoid damaging this artifact. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Wang Sha's eyes lit up. She looked closely at the 5-colored divine pearls in her hand and praised, Hey, look at these patterns, these colors. The magical artifacts of celestials are truly different. No wonder they sell for billions. Bai Yu smiled slightly, seeing how much Wang Sha liked them. He said, this string of beads is useless to me, so I'll just give it to you. Give it to me? Wang Sha was stunned upon hearing Bai Yu's words. She suddenly felt like the beads were burning hot and hurriedly pushed them back into Bai Yu's hands. She waved them away and said, No, no, no. I was just curious. I can't accept these beads. Bai Yu laughed. Weren't you pestering me for a fox demon's demon core earlier? Now, these 5-colored divine pearls are worth far more than that, and you don't want them? Wang Sha firmly said, It's not the same. I put in the effort to hunt the fox demon, so I deserve that demon core. But not this artifact. I was just a bystander the entire time. I didn't do anything. How can I take such a thing? Bai Yu smiled again. Are you sure? If you auctioned this artifact off, your lifelong dream would be fulfilled. Wang Sha resolutely shook her head. No, my dreams must be achieved with my own 2 hands. These 5-colored divine pearls are too precious. You should keep them yourself anyway. I absolutely won't take them. Seeing the resolute look in Wang Sha's eyes, the smile in Bai Yu's eyes also softened. He put the 5-colored divine pearls into his chinkoan bag and said to Wang Sha, This is your choice. I was originally planning to use this artifact to compensate for the demon core, but since you don't want it, then forget it. Wang Sha immediately said, Hey Bai Yu, let me make this clear. Just because I don't want your artifact, it doesn't mean you don't have to return my demon core. You still owe me half a demon core. Bai Yu chuckled. I returned it just now. It's just that you didn't want it. Wang Sha said angrily, Bai Yu, don't go too far. Don't even think about getting out of returning that demon core. While Wang Sha and Bai Yu were arguing, Bai Yu suddenly saw a white-haired rat staring at him not far away. The white-haired rat made eye contact with Baiyu for a moment, then turned and ran away, disappearing into the ruins. Seeing the white-haired rat disappear, Baiyu's expression changed slightly. He said to Wang Sha, "Go home by taxi yourself. I have important matters to attend to." Wang Sha asked, "What about my dinner? Weren't you going to treat me to dinner?" Baiyu turned to leave and waved his hand at Wang Sha. "I'll owe you for now." "Hey, don't be like that. I'm broke." Wang Sha wanted to grab Baiyu, but Baiyu took only 2 steps forward before vanishing into thin air, causing Wang Sha to miss him entirely. "Damn it, that bastard. I shouldn't have given him back the beads." Wang Sha watched Baiyu disappear and kicked a pebble in front of her, enraged and helpless. Meanwhile, Baiyu had already arrived at the antique street in the West District of Jiangxing. Rat Lao San was teasing his canary in front of his shop. When he saw Baiyu arrive, he quickly composed himself and bowed to Baiyu. "This little demon, Rat Lao San, greets Baiyi." Baiyu asked, "You had your white-haired rat look for me? Did you have news?" "Indeed." Rat Lao San smiled slightly and made a please gesture to Baiyu, saying, "It's not convenient to talk outside. Baiyi, please come inside." Baiyu didn't hesitate and walked straight into the shop. Rat Lao San dismissed all of his employees and closed all the doors and windows of the shop. He then said to Baiyu, "Baiyi, the great demon who caused your family to be destroyed all those years ago has been found." Chapter 38. The enemy from the past appears. "You've found the 9-headed serpent?" After hearing Rat Lao San's words, a flash of ruthlessness appeared in Baiyu's eyes. He asked in a cold voice, "Where is he?" Rat Lao San felt Baiyu's intense killing intent and shuddered. However, he quickly steeled himself and said to Baiyu, "Baiyi, although I greatly respect you, business is business. There's no logic in giving out information before payment, is there?" Baiyu understood the meaning behind Rat Lao San's words. He immediately took out a fragrant peach from his chinkuan bag and threw it to Rat Lao San. "This is a 6,000-year-old peach. Is it enough to buy your information?" "Enough. Enough?" Rat Lao San looked at the large peach in his hand, his mouth already watering. He opened his mouth to bite into the peach, only to find that the peach was covered in a layer of seal. Rat Lao San failed to take a bite of the peach. Instead, his teeth were shattered, and blood dripped from his mouth. "Ouch! Baiyi, what do you mean by this?" Rat Lao San clutched his bleeding mouth and asked Baiyu with a look of grievance. Baiyu said, "I haven't verified the authenticity of your information yet. What if your information is false, and you've already swallowed the peach? Then even if I kill you afterward, it wouldn't make up for my losses." Rat Lao San regretfully picked up his shattered teeth and sighed at Baiyu. "Baiyi, you're being too distrustful. Rat Lao San, run my business with integrity. How could I sell you fake information?" "Baiyu, enough nonsense. Once I find that 9-headed serpent, the seal on the peach will naturally be released." "Ah, I didn't think this heavenly peach that I'm holding would remain inedible, for now." Rat Lao San sighed heavily, glanced at the peach with reluctance, and finally could only carefully put the peach into his chinkuan bag. He said to Baiyu, "Baiyi, according to the information I gathered, the 9-headed serpent who attacked your wife and daughter is currently resting at the bottom of the East Seas Guishu." "The East Seas Guishu?" Baiyu frowned slightly. That place's entrance only opens once every 10,000 years, and each time it only opens for a moment. It hasn't been 1,000 years since the last time the East Seas Guishu was opened. The 9-headed serpent only attacked my wife and daughter 10 years ago. How did he get in?" Rat Lao San said, reporting to Baiyi, "The 9-headed serpent got his hands on the Hichu Luoshu of the ancient heavenly emperor Dijuan. He used the Hichu Luoshu to deduce the innate numbers, forcefully opening the entrance to the East Seas Guishu and escaping inside. He has the Hichu Luoshu." A sharp glint flashed through Baiyu's eyes. He said in a solemn voice, "If the 9-headed serpent is really hiding in the East Seas Guishu with the help of the Hichu Luoshu, that explains why I couldn't find him anywhere in the 3 realms. However, it will be nearly 9,000 years before the East Seas Guishu opens again. How do I verify the authenticity of your information?" Rat Lao San continued, "Baiyi, don't be anxious. Although the nine-headed serpent's main body escaped into the East Sea's Guishu, he made a mistake when he used the Hichu Luo Shu to deduce the innate numbers, and he was attacked by the heavenly Tao and lost one of his heads. That head wasn't able to escape into the East Sea's Guishu. Instead, it transformed into a human and hid in China. Bai Yu's eyes lit up. So, you know the location of that head? Rat Lao San chuckled. I know. Bai Yu, where is it? Rat Lao San said, that's a separate price. Boom. Bai Yu's aura erupted, directly crushing Rat Lao San. Feeling Bai Yu's terrifying pressure, Rat Lao San's face turned deathly white. He was afraid that Bai Yu would take his head off the next moment, so he quickly said, Be Bai Yi. Please let me explain. Bai Yu said, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation for this on-the-spot price hike. Otherwise your head will be moving today. Rat Lao San swallowed hard, composed his terrified emotions, and said, that nine-headed serpent didn't manage to take the Hichu Luo Shu into the East Sea's Guishu. So for these past 10 years, it has been the lone head carrying the Hichu Luo Shu. The Hichu Luo Shu is an ancient treasure, the source of yin-yang, 5 elements, and numerology. Even if Bai Yi you have divine abilities, you would definitely not be able to find the nine-headed serpent if he has the Hichu Luo Shu. If I tell you this now, it would be equivalent to giving you the whereabouts of the ancient treasure Hichu Luo Shu. This treasure's value cannot be compared to a 6,000-year-old peach. Bai Yi, you're such a big figure. You can't possibly let this little demon lose money, can you? Bai Yu calmed down, withdrew his aura, and said to Rat Lao San, indeed. The value of the Hichu Luo Shu can't be compared to a peach. Your reason is valid. I acknowledge it. What else do you want? Seeing that Bai Yu had calmed down, Rat Lao San breathed a sigh of relief. He rubbed his hands together and smiled at Bai Yu. Bai Yi is indeed easy to talk to. This little demon doesn't ask for anything else. I only need Bai Yi to make a copy of the Hichu Luo Shu after you obtain it and give it to me. Bai Yu was surprised. You want to read the Hichu Luo Shu? Rat Lao San chuckled. After all, the Hichu Luo Shu is the source of yin-yang, the 5 elements, and numerology. It contains the universe's myriad phenomena and the truths of the heavenly Tao. For those of us who gather intelligence, if we could glimpse just a bit of the truth, that would be endlessly beneficial. Bai Yu said, with your minor demon cultivation, you'd probably die from one look at the Hichu Luo Shu and wouldn't even be able to reincarnate. Rat Lao San said, that's why I need Bai Yi to help me copy it. You can conceal 9/10 of the heavenly Tao for me, and I'll slowly study the remaining 10th. 1/10 of the heavenly Tao's truth is enough to provide me endless benefits. Bai Yu took a deep look at Rat Lao San and said, all right, I can agree to this condition. As long as I get the 9-headed serpent's Hichu Luo Shu, I will help you copy a simplified version. Oh, thank you, Bai Yi. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Rat Lao San's face lit up with joy, and he immediately bowed deeply to Bai Yu. Bai Yu said, all right, you can tell me your information now, right? Of course, no problem. Rat Lao San chuckled. Bai Yi, you would never guess it. The person the 9-headed serpent transformed into is none other than the head of the Sima family, one of the 10 great families of China, Sima Jing. Sima Jing? Bai Yu frowned slightly when he heard that name. He wasn't shocked by Sima Jing's background or status. It was because Sima Jing and his disciple, Bai Feng, were close friends, and the Bai family and the Sima family had been on very good terms in the last 10 years. Bai Yu had always known that Bai Feng and Sima Jing had a relationship, but that was, after all, his disciple's interpersonal relationship. Moreover, it was normal for Bai Feng, as the head of the Bai family, to have a private relationship with the head of other great families. Bai Yu didn't want to interfere with it too much. Rat Lao San continued, Bai Yi, the information I can provide is just this much. I believe with Bai Yi's ability, you can easily take care of the rest. I only hope that Bai Yi will keep your promise and give me a copy of the Hichu Luo Shu after you get it. Bai Yu came back to his senses and said to Rat Lao San, if your information is true, I will naturally not break my promise. However, I am very curious, since the 9-headed serpent transformed into Sima Jing with the help of the Hichu Luo Shu, how could you, a small rat demon, have found out his real identity? Rat Lao San bowed and said, Bai Yi has your divine powers, and this little demon naturally has his own ways. However, those are the secrets of my livelihood, and I cannot disclose them. Bai Yu looked at Rat Lao San deeply and didn't ask further. He chuckled, I underestimated you. Very well. I will come to you again after I verify the information. Rat Lao San respectfully bowed to Bai Yu. This little demon looks forward to doing business with Bai Yi again. Wait for it. I'll still have a use for you, Bai Yu said softly, and vanished like the wind. After leaving Rat Lao San's place, Bai Yu called Bai Feng. Bai Feng picked up the phone and asked respectfully, Master, what do you need me for? Bai Yu asked, How is the relocation of the villagers from Long Family Village going? Bai Feng replied, It's going smoothly. Most of the villagers have already signed contracts to sell their property to us. The remaining ones, who followed Long Shuo in committing wrongdoing, have also been sent away. All that's left is to bid on the land, and we can start construction. Bai Yu praised, You always do well in these matters. Bai Feng asked, Master, did you call just to ask about something like this? You've never been concerned about such trivial matters. Bai Yu chuckled. This master just became interested. By the way, you know Sima Jing, right? When Bai Yu suddenly mentioned Sima Jing, Bai Feng was stunned for a moment before replying, Sima Jing is the head of the Sima family. My Bai family has business dealings with him. Why are you suddenly asking about him, master? Bai Yu said, I just remembered that you have an old friend like that. Look at me, this master. I don't even know what kind of friends my own disciple has made. How about this? Organize a gathering in Xianxia and invite Sima Jing to have dinner. This master wants to chat with him as well. Bai Feng's pupils constricted. The hand holding his phone was trembling slightly. He took a deep breath and asked Bai Yu, Master, you have never been concerned with mortal affairs. Why do you suddenly want to meet Sima Jing? Bai Yu replied, This master just wants to take a look. Hearing Bai Yu's answer, Bai Feng knew that he could not refuse. Master, Sima Jing is the head of the Sima family after all, and he's busy with his work. If I want to invite him to Jiangsheng, it might take a few days. Bai Yu smiled, narrowing his eyes. It's fine. I'll wait for him for 3 days. If he's really unavailable, this master will go to Kyoto to find him. Bai Feng trembled and immediately said, Understood. I will tell Sima Jing about your wish, and will try my best to bring Sima Jing to Jiangsheng within 3 days. And master, do you have anything else? Bai Yu said, There's nothing else. Go and do what you have to do. Bai Feng, yes. After Bai Feng hung up, Bai Yu sighed slightly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Fenger, oh Fenger, you are my most beloved junior disciple. Don't let me down. Chapter 39. I am the honored guest you've been waiting for. 3 days later. Jiangxing's East District, Jiangjing Road, the Purple Bamboo Pavilion. The Purple Bamboo Pavilion is the most prestigious restaurant in Jiangxing and one of the top 10 restaurants in China. To ensure the quality and taste of its ingredients, the Purple Bamboo Pavilion only serves 3 tables of guests for breakfast, lunch, and dinner each day. The wealthy and powerful people who wish to dine at the Purple Bamboo Pavilion have to wait at least 5 years just to make a reservation. In Jiangxing, there are many people with net worths of hundreds of millions who don't even qualify to make a reservation at the Purple Bamboo Pavilion. Yet, this restaurant that only caters to the most honored of guests notified all its customers yesterday, informing them that they would be closed tomorrow and their reservations would be postponed by 1 day. The sudden closure of the Purple Bamboo Pavilion caused quite a stir among the upper circles of Jiangxing. Many people's plans were disrupted by the sudden closure. After all, as a top-tier restaurant, customers usually chose the Purple Bamboo Pavilion to host clients who were extremely important to them and difficult to schedule meetings with. The deals discussed often amounted to hundreds of millions. The Purple Bamboo Pavilion's sudden closure directly disrupted many people's meeting plans. This probably caused losses of billions for the customers, either directly or indirectly. However, astute observers noticed that while the Purple Bamboo Pavilion had stopped operating, it had not stopped procuring ingredients. In fact, all of the Purple Bamboo Pavilion's top chefs who had either gone abroad to study or had returned home for their holidays, had rushed back to the Purple Bamboo Pavilion the day before and were busily preparing as if they were going to exert all their efforts. This action by the Purple Bamboo Pavilion led to much discussion among the people and caused dissatisfaction among many of its customers, who considered it to be a sign that they were being neglected. However, after they inquired about why the Purple Bamboo Pavilion was doing this, their dissatisfaction vanished, and they remained silent about the Purple Bamboo Pavilion's actions. Because on this day, the heads of two of China's top 10 families, the Bai family and the Sima family, Bai Feng and Sima Jing, would be hosting a banquet at the Purple Bamboo Pavilion. And it was rumored that Bai Feng and Sima Jing were not the most esteemed guests at this banquet. After everyone found out this information, they didn't dare to continue inquiring, for fear of getting into trouble. After all, across the entirety of China, there weren't many people who were more honored than Bai Feng and Sima Jing. On this evening, the security outside the Purple Bamboo Pavilion was extremely tight, with a large number of guards stationed outside the restaurant, not allowing anyone to get close. Even the Exorcist Association had taken action, with a large number of exorcists receiving the task of guarding the Purple Bamboo Pavilion, and even an S-level exorcist had been deployed. The Purple Bamboo Pavilion had deployed such strong security before the banquet even started, which made people all the more curious as to just who the restaurant was going to be hosting this time. For a time, there were many discussions in Xianxia, and the Purple Bamboo Pavilion became the focus of discussions among Jiangxing's wealthy families. This time, Wang Sha had also received the task of guarding the Purple Bamboo Pavilion. She and one of her exorcist friends were disguised as waiters to carry out their protection work. In the Purple Bamboo Pavilion's dressing room, Wang Sha, who had changed into her waiter's uniform, was waiting for orders, and she said in a bored tone, "I wonder who has such a big scene. It's just a meal, and they're making such a big fuss. Even an S-level exorcist has been called in. Are we not supposed to be exorcising evil?" The straight-haired, black-haired beauty next to her, who was also wearing a waiter's uniform, quickly covered Wang Sha's mouth and whispered, "Hush. I received an inside scoop. The banquet at the Purple Bamboo Pavilion is being hosted by the heads of the Bai family and the Sima family. These two are big shots who are at the top of the pyramid in China. If they hear you saying these things, be careful your head doesn't get chopped off." Wang Sha pulled away the black-haired beauty's hand, unconvinced. So what if they're family heads? They're just having a meal. It's not a life-or-death situation. Why do they need so many exorcists to guard them? The president of the association is ridiculous, giving them the entire security task, and it's a mandatory task at that. Don't the Bai family and the Sima family have their own guards? The black-haired beauty laughed. Sha, you don't understand. According to my inside information, both families paid a fortune for this security task. It's said that the S-level exorcist's payment for tonight alone is in the 8-figure range. 8 figures. Wang Sha was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped to the floor. Su Xianxia, you're not joking with me, right? Su Xianxia whispered. What would I be joking with you about? Seriously, even B-level exorcists like us are getting paid in the 6 figures tonight. Where else can you find such a well-paying, low-risk job? You've been complaining all this time. Sha. 6 figures, 10, 100,000. Wang Sha shivered and counted with her fingers once, looking at Su Xianxia in disbelief. Are you saying it's true? Are we really going to get 100,000 today? Su Xianxia smiled and said, It's absolutely true, but you must keep this a secret. I had to beg the president of the association to let you come. That's why you got assigned to this task. If news about this pay leaks out, the other exorcists who didn't get the task will be unhappy. Haha, I love you so much, Xianxia. Wang Sha picked up Su Xianxia and spun her around excitedly. When tonight's wages are paid, I'll be able to pay off my loans and still have some left. I can finally eat meat. Su Xianxia said with a helpless smile, Don't thank me. You should be thanking the generous Bai family and Sima family. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten such a good deal. Right. I'll definitely thank the head of the Bai family and the Sima family properly. I'll definitely work hard tonight. After finding out her wages, Wang Sha was instantly full of energy, and her spirits improved threefold, and she stopped complaining. A worker is a working soul. As long as she is paid enough, Wang Sha would be the most dedicated exorcist. Su Xianxian smiled again and said, Sha, I have another top-secret piece of news. Would you like to hear it? Wang Sha nodded like a chick pecking at rice.
Yes.
Su Xianxian narrowed her eyes, smiled, beckoned to Wang Sha with her finger, and told her to lean closer. She whispered, I heard that today, the head of the Bai family and the head of the Sima family aren't the most important guests at this banquet. There's another person who is the real honored guest. The real honored guest? His status is higher than the head of the Bai family and the head of the Sima family? Wang Sha became even more curious. Does such a person even exist in China? Su Xianxian said, I don't know either, but won't we find out when we take a look later? Take a look? Wang Sha was stunned. We have the right to take a look? Su Xianxian sighed. Sha, you really don't read the task manual, do you? We're responsible for serving the dishes. How could we not see them? Wang Sha smiled awkwardly. Wasn't I a bit reluctant before? Now that I'm going to take it seriously, Xianxian, you have to lead me. Su Xianxian sighed slightly. All right, you can follow me later. Don't do anything unnecessary, and don't talk. Wang Sha nodded. Okay. Just as Su Xianxian and Wang Sha were chatting, their walkie-talkie buzzed. Su Xuanchuan's expression changed slightly. She quickly said to Wang Sha, Sha, the guests have arrived. It's time for us to work. Okay. At the same time, inside the purple bamboo pavilion's private room, Bai Feng, wearing a suit, and Sima Jing, wearing a tang suit, had already arrived. Even though Sima Jing was older than Bai Feng, Sima Jing looked much younger than Bai Feng, who had been eating premium beauty pills. Sima Jing sat down in his seat and laughed at Bai Feng. Old friend, how many years has it been since we've seen each other? I never thought that our reunion would be in Xianxia. Although this purple bamboo pavilion is good, its taste is still inferior to the Xianwei pavilion in Kyoto. Why did we have to come to Xianxia? Bai Feng laughed at Sima Jing. You also know that the main reason I invited you here is because my master wanted to meet you, but my master doesn't want to leave Xianxia, so I can only trouble you to come over. How could it be a trouble? Upon hearing Bai Feng's words, Sima Jing was noticeably nervous for a moment. However, he quickly relaxed, laughed at Bai Feng, and said, By the way, I've always heard you say that your master is an immortal. I've always wanted to meet him and discuss yin-yang and feng shui, as my Sima family's main business is that. If I can get some guidance from an immortal, I will surely benefit greatly. Bai Feng laughed and said, My master is knowledgeable in all aspects, and his mastery of yin-yang and occult techniques isn't bad. I believe Brother Sima will not be disappointed. Sima Jing laughed and said, Haha, hearing you say that, Brother Bai, I'm looking forward to it more and more. By the way, Brother Bai, do you know how long it will be before your master arrives? Bai Feng said, He's on his way. He'll be here soon. Please be patient, Brother Sima. It's no problem. I'll just take a short nap. Sima Jing laughed, then lowered his head slightly. A shadow flashed in his eyes, and it wasn't known what he was thinking. Outside the private room, Wang Sha stood still, suddenly becoming nervous. She whispered to Su Xianxian, When are we going in? Su Xianxian said, The guests haven't all arrived yet. We can wait for the guest notification. Wang Sha asked again, When are the guests coming? My legs are getting a little numb. Su Xianxian rolled her eyes. You're asking me? Who should I be asking? Just as Wang Sha was feeling extremely nervous, she suddenly saw a familiar figure walking over. Her expression changed slightly, and she whispered to Su Xianxian, Xianxian, be careful, there's a troublemaker coming. After speaking, Wang Sha stepped forward to stop Bai Yu and asked him in a low voice, What are you doing here? Bai Yu was surprised to see Wang Sha dressed as a waiter and asked, What are you doing here? Wang Sha said, I received a task from the Exorcist Association to pretend to be a waiter here to provide security and prevent any suspicious people from disrupting the banquet. Bai Yu asked with a smile, Am I suspicious? Wang Sha said angrily, You're very suspicious. Bai Yu, I'm begging you. Please don't come here to cause trouble. If something goes wrong, I'll lose my $10,000. Bai Yu shook his head and smiled, seeing Wang Sha looking angry and fearful. He glanced at Su Xianxian, who was behind Wang Sha and looked alert, and asked Wang Sha, Is that one from your Exorcist Association as well? Wang Sha replied, "That's right. We're waiting for the real honored guest to arrive. Bai Yu, if you're here to seek revenge, could you wait until after the banquet and cause trouble then?" After what happened at the hospital and Long family village, Wang Sha already knew that Bai Yu had enemies everywhere. Wherever Bai Yu appeared, there would always be killings. It would never be a good thing. With Bai Yu's power, maybe the two honored guests in the private room were his enemies. Now, what Wang Sha was most afraid of was that Bai Yu was here to fight. With Bai Yu's strength, even the entire Exorcist Association combined couldn't stop him. Bai Yu chuckled lightly. "Although you're mostly right, I'm sorry, I can't agree to your request this time." Wang Sha said angrily, "Why? Do you have to cause trouble at an event like this? Can't you wait until after the banquet when everyone has left before you cause trouble?" Bai Yu chuckled. "Because I am the honored guest you've all been waiting for." Chapter 40. A Hongmin Banquet. Huh. Wang Sha thought she had misheard. She froze on the spot and said blankly, What did you say?" Although she knew Bai Yu was very rich and was also an immortal, she never imagined that the grand scene at the Purple Bamboo Pavilion today had been set up by Bai Yu. Wang Sha looked at Bai Yu in disbelief and asked, "That's impossible. You're so strong. Why would you hire so many exorcists as guards?" She had personally witnessed Bai Yu beating an immortal senseless. With Bai Yu's strength, even if the S-level powerhouses of the entire Exorcist Association came, they probably wouldn't be able to hurt Bai Yu in the slightest. Wang Sha couldn't think of any reason why Bai Yu would spend so much money to hire exorcists. Bai Yu chuckled. "Who said I hired you? The one who needs guards at this banquet isn't me." Hearing Bai Yu's words, Wang Sha's expression changed slightly. She asked Bai Yu in a low voice, "Are you saying that we were hired to deal with you?" "Shoo." Bai Yu put his finger to his lips, signaling Wang Sha not to speak. "I advise you, it's better not to earn this 10,000. "But," Wang Sha opened her mouth, but in the end, she could only nod. "I understand. I won't earn this money then." She had thought that this assignment was like picking money up from the ground, but she never thought that it would be a matter of losing her head. Going against Bai Yu was akin to courting death. At this moment, Xianxia finally reacted. She quickly pulled Wang Sha away and whispered, Sha, you've caused a disaster." If Bai Yu was really the honored guest that Bai Feng and Sima Jing were waiting for, then Wang Sha's actions just now were extremely rude. If the guest were to take offense, she would be punished along with Wang Sha. Xianxia didn't want to be dragged down by Wang Sha. Seeing Su Xuanxuan's nervous appearance, Bai Yu shook his head and smiled. He said to her, "You don't need to be so nervous. Wang Sha is my friend. I'm used to her being like this. Let's just pretend that nothing happened. This isn't a place for you to stay. If you want to live, it's best to leave here as soon as possible." After speaking, Bai Yu opened the door and walked into the private room, leaving a stunned Su Xianxia standing in place. Su Xianxia was stunned for a long while before finally coming back to her senses. She asked Wang Sha, Sha, that honored guest, is your friend? When did you get to know such a big shot?" Wang Sha didn't explain. She immediately pulled Su Xianxia away and ran quickly, saying, "Xianxia, this is a Hongmin banquet. Bai Yu is a great killing god. We can't stay here." "Huh? Sha, what are you talking about? What's a Hongmin banquet?" Su Xianxia didn't have time to think. She was dragged by Wang Sha all the way to the Purple Bamboo Pavilion's main hall. However, before Wang Sha could step out of the Purple Bamboo Pavilion's door, a black-clad man suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their way. When Wang Sha saw the black-clad man, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. She subconsciously took 2 steps back and exclaimed in shock, "Si Tsang-ing." The one blocking their way was none other than the Exorcist Association's S-level exorcist, Tsang-ing. Tsang-ing coldly swept his gaze over Wang Sha and Su Xianxia. "The banquet has already begun. Why did you two abandon your posts without authorization?" "This." Wang Sha opened her mouth, but in the end, she couldn't say anything. She could only smile awkwardly at Tsang-ing and make up nonsense. "I left my phone at home." Tsang-ying's eyes became even colder, and the smile on Wang Sha's face became more and more rigid. How could she explain to Tsang-ying that Bai Yu had told her to leave? Meanwhile, inside the private room, After Bai Feng saw Bai Yu arrive, he immediately stood up to greet him. Master, you've finally arrived. Let me introduce you. This is Sima Jing. Bai Yu looked at Sima Jing, who was sitting down. He didn't show any anger. He reached out to Sima Jing and said with a smile, Hello, my name is Bai Yu. I've often heard Fenger mention you. Sima Jing stood up and shook hands with Bai Yu, complimenting him. I've long admired the Immortal's name. Now that I've seen you, you are indeed extraordinary. Bai Yu smiled slightly. The moment he shook Sima Jing's hand, he circulated his spiritual power around Sima Jing's body. He found that Sima Jing was just an ordinary human, with no demonic energy within him. As expected of the Hichu Luo Shu, it can completely transform a demonic body into a human body. This kind of heaven-defying treasure is probably not inferior to any of my 10 divine artifacts. After inspecting Sima Jing's body, Bai Yu acted as if nothing had happened. He withdrew his hand and said with a smile, Mr. Sima, please sit. I wouldn't dare. Please, Mr. Bai, just call me Xiao Jing. Sima Jing smiled at Bai Yu, acting as if he didn't know that Bai Yu had scanned his body. He sat back down in his seat. However, Bai Yu noticed that Sima Jing had noticeably relaxed after shaking his hand. It seems he's relaxed because he's convinced that I can't see through him. The corners of Bai Yu's mouth slightly curled upwards. He didn't rush to expose Sima Jing's identity. Instead, he sat in the main seat and ordered Bai Feng, have the dishes brought out. Xiao Jing took time out of his busy schedule and came all the way from Kyoto to this small place. We can't neglect him. Yes. Bai Yu nodded slightly and pressed the call button to have the food brought in. Soon, Wang Sha and Su Xianxian, with dark faces, walked into the private room carrying the dishes. Bai Yu was stunned for a moment when he saw that Wang Sha was back. Sima Jing noticed that Bai Yu was staring at Wang Sha and asked with a smile, Mr. Bai, do you know this young lady? Bai Yu didn't try to hide anything and said frankly, This young lady is my friend. Since she hasn't left, let's all eat together. Sha, sit down. Wang Sha, who had been regretting why she didn't run faster, was suddenly stunned when she heard Bai Yu's words. She thought she had misheard. She looked at Bai Yu with a shocked expression and pointed at herself. Why, you're telling me to sit down? Bai Yu chuckled. Sit down. Didn't I owe you a meal? I'll take this opportunity to pay you back. Sima Jing never expected that Bai Yu would allow a waiter to sit at the same table as him. The corners of his mouth twitched. He said to Bai Yu, Mr. Bai, it might be a little inappropriate to have a waiter sit at the same table as us, right? We can arrange a separate table for her. Bai Yu said, What's wrong with that? In my opinion, everyone's the same. No one is more noble. Speaking to this point, Bai Yu smiled at Su Xianxian and said, Oh, right, you're Sha's friend, right? Please take a seat as well. Let your manager serve the dishes. Su Xianxian never expected that she would have a chance to sit at a table with top-tier big shots. Her mind short-circuited, and she couldn't think. This was just too incredible. On the other hand, Wang Sha was shameless. After Bai Yu invited her, she quickly came back to her senses and laughed. Then, I won't be polite. After speaking, Wang Sha directly pulled Su Xianxian down to sit, and she used the walkie-talkie to call the manager to come serve the food. Bai Feng wasn't surprised by Bai Yu's actions. He said to Sima Jing with a smile, Haha, it seems that Brother Sima still doesn't understand my master. He's a bit playful, and he never looks at status when making friends. You'll get used to it, Brother Sima. Sima Jing smiled awkwardly and cupped his fist at Bai Yu. As expected of Mr. Bai, I should learn from you. Bai Yu said to Sima Jing with a smile, Although we are meeting for the first time, we're old acquaintances, so you don't have to be so reserved in front of me. Eat and drink as you please, don't hold back. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Sima Jing felt his scalp tingle and goosebumps appeared all over his body. However, he forced himself to maintain a calm appearance and said to Bai Yu with a smile, Immortal, you must be joking. How could I be an old acquaintance of an immortal? Bai Yu chuckled. I've lived for a long time. Perhaps you were in your previous life? Sweat appeared on Sima Jing's forehead. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became tense. Sitting at the end of the table, Su Xianxian felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. She couldn't help but tug on Wang Sha, who was eating and drinking, and asked in a low voice, Sha, what's going on? Why do I feel like the atmosphere is a little strange? Wang Sha was now enjoying herself. All her blood had gone to her stomach, and her words were also careless. She blurted out, "Isn't this a Hongmin banquet? It would be strange if the atmosphere was normal." As soon as Wang Sha said these words, the atmosphere in the private room instantly dropped to freezing point. Wang Sha realized that she seemed to have said something wrong. She put down her chopsticks, trembling, and looked at Bai Yu, who was smiling, and Sima Jing, whose face was dark, and said in a daze, Did I say something wrong?" Su Xianxia was covered in black lines and wished that she could stuff Wang Sha into a crack in the ground. How could she say such a thing in front of everyone? At this moment, Bai Yu chuckled again and said, "Haha, this friend of mine didn't study her Chinese well. She just likes to use idioms randomly." "Xiao Jing, you don't need to be nervous." Wang Sha reacted and nodded repeatedly. Yes. I'm bad at talking, and I don't think before I speak. You are all big shots. You don't need to bother with a small person like me. You can talk about your own business. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Sima Jing wanted to twist Wang Sha's head off after seeing her unreliable behavior. However, with Bai Yu there, he didn't dare to act out. He could only compose himself and say to Bai Yu, "Mr. Bai, I heard from Bai Feng that you are also knowledgeable in yin-yang and feng shui. My Sima family also started their business based on this. I'm so bold as to ask Mr. Bai for some guidance." Bai Yu waved his hand. "There's no need for that. When it comes to yin-yang, 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams, I'm no match for you." Sima Jing said with a smile, "Mr. Bai, you're being humble. You're an immortal. I'm just a mere mortal. How can I be compared to you?" Bai Yu said, "It's rumored that there's an ancient treasure called the Hichu Luo Shu. It's the source of yin-yang, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams. If a mortal were to obtain it, they could also glimpse the heavenly secrets. If Mr. Sima has this treasure, then it's only natural that my skills are inferior to yours." Hearing Bai Yu's words, Sima Jing's pupils constricted violently, and a huge wave arose in his heart. How did he know? Sima Jing's palms began to sweat. However, he still held onto a glimmer of hope and said to Bai Yu, "So, there's such a treasure in the world? If I had the chance to see such a treasure, then my life would be without regrets." Bai Yu said, "Yes. I've only heard that the Hichu Luo Shu can change the innate numbers, but I've never seen it. If I could obtain this treasure, I would also study it carefully." Sima Jing sighed and said, "Yes, but the world is so vast, and I don't know where the Hichu Luo Shu is. I might know a little." Bai Yu smiled slightly, looked at Sima Jing's eyes, and said, "I heard that this Hichu Luo Shu was obtained by a 9-headed serpent. I've been searching for that 9-headed serpent for 10 years. Fenger said that you, Xiao Jing, are proficient in yin-yang and the 5 elements. Why don't you help me calculate where that 9-headed serpent is?" Chapter 41. The Master-Disciple Break. The moment Bai Yu uttered those words, Sima Jing's expression underwent a complete transformation. He tried to rise, but Bai Yu pressed down on his shoulders, pinning him to the seat. Bai Yu's eyes narrowed in a smile. "Little Jing, where do you think you're going?" Sima Jing fidgeted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His voice trembled as he replied, I don't feel well. I need to use the restroom." Bai Yu chuckled. "No rush. Why don't you help me figure out that 9-headed serpent first? It won't take up too much of your time." Sima Jing was almost in tears. "Mr. Bai, you are a celestial being. Please don't trouble a junior like me. Even you can't locate that demon. How would I have the ability? My yin-yang and 5 elements techniques are a joke." At this, Bai Feng chimed in, "Master, are you misunderstanding something? While Senior Sima is skilled in yin-yang and the 5 elements, he's not transcendent. His level might not even compare to yours." Bai Yu gave Bai Feng a long, searching look. "Fenger, is that truly what you believe?" Bai Feng became flustered under Bai Yu's gaze. His eyes darted about, avoiding Bai Yu's. Seeing Bai Feng's nervous demeanor, Bai Yu sighed softly. He released his grip on Sima Jing. "I won't press you further. Since your stomach hurts, go ahead. Pardon me." Seeing that Bai Yu had let him go, Sima Jing breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't dare stay nearby you, and quickly stood up and fled from the private room. Wang Sha watched Sima Jing leave, and couldn't help but ask Bai Yu, "Do you really believe he's going to the bathroom?" Bai Yu replied, "Of course not. He's just looking for an excuse to run." Wang Sha pressed further, "Then aren't you worried he'll get away?" Although she didn't know what the feud was between Bai Yu and Sima Jing, the lengths Bai Yu had gone to for this banquet clearly indicated that their relationship was not simple. How could he let him leave so easily after going to all that effort to bring him here? Hearing Wang Sha's naive question, Bai Yu smiled faintly. He looked at Bai Feng and said softly, "Before dealing with Sima Jing's problem, I have some family matters to address." Hearing Bai Yu's words, Su Xianxian immediately realized that they shouldn't remain there. She said to Wang Sha, Sha, "Why don't you come to the restroom with me?" Wang Sha didn't give it much thought. "You're a grown woman. Can't you go by yourself?" "No, you're coming with me." Su Xianxian, exasperated, grabbed Wang Sha and dragged her out of the room. Wang Sha exclaimed, Hey, Xianxian, what are you doing? I haven't finished eating yet." Su Xianxian retorted angrily, "Shut up. How do I have such a clueless best friend?" With Su Xianxian dragging Wang Sha out of the room, only Bai Yu and Bai Feng were left behind. Although it was a reunion between master and disciple, the atmosphere in the room was more tense than ever before. Bai Yu said to Bai Feng, "Don't you have something to say?" After a moment of silence, Bai Feng left his seat and knelt before Bai Yu, bowing his head low. "Master, I was wrong." Bai Yu asked, "How much do you know about Sima Jing?" Bai Feng clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "Disciple knows he is a demon." Bai Yu asked further, "Do you know that he's the nine-headed serpent who attacked my wife and daughter back then?" Bai Feng's voice trembled. "Why, yes, I know." Bai Yu's eyes grew colder, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop. He said coldly, "If you knew, why didn't you tell me?" Bai Feng replied quickly, "Master, disciple was merely guessing. There was no solid proof. Disciple was afraid of wrongly accusing an innocent, so I kept it from Master, planning to reveal everything once I confirmed it and give Master a surprise." "A surprise?" Bai Yu laughed, slamming his hand down on the table, shattering it into splinters. He roared at Bai Feng, "You've certainly given your teacher a great surprise today." When he had sent Bai Feng to invite Sima Jing, he had been giving Bai Feng a chance. If Bai Feng had told him everything about Sima Jing within those 3 days, he might have spared Bai Feng, for the sake of their bond as master and disciple. But alas, even when Sima Jing had fled in fear, Bai Feng had not spoken a word. At that moment, Bai Feng broke down in tears. He repeatedly kowtowed to Bai Yu, crying, "Master, disciple has let you down. Disciple knows that no explanation will help. Please punish me, Master." Bai Yu sighed deeply, looking like he was utterly exhausted. He asked in a low voice, "Why did you keep it from me?" Bai Feng replied, "Sima Jing possesses a longevity technique, a way to reverse aging. Disciple simply wanted to learn that technique from him, so I can serve you forever. Master, please believe that disciple has never had the intention of betraying you. All that disciple has done is in order to serve you better." "The longevity technique," Bai Yu murmured, shaking his head and laughing faintly. "So, you still resent me for not leading you down the path of immortality." Bai Feng quickly said, "Disciple has never resented you. Disciple only hates his own incompetence. As a disciple of the venerable Luo Yun, I am not even comparable to a page boy. Masters having a useless disciple like me must bring ridicule from the 3 realms. So disciple wanted to win back face for Master and for myself. All excuses." Bai Yu shook his head, standing up with a sigh. "Very well. Since you do not acknowledge me, there is nothing more for me to say. Out of consideration for your years of service, I will spare your life. But from now on, I am no longer your master. Our paths are forever severed." Hearing Bai Yu's words, Bai Feng's face filled with panic. He hurriedly kowtowed to Bai Yu, pleading in a hoarse voice, "Master, please just kill disciple. Don't cast me out of your school. Disciple was wrong. Disciple no longer seeks immortality. Master, please don't abandon me." Bai Feng cried out loud, overcome by sorrow. All his black hair turned white in that very moment. To Bai Feng, Bai Yu was more than a master. He was the parent who had raised him. Even his name was given to him by Bai Yu. The one he trusted the most in this life was Bai Yu. He was willing to do anything for Bai Yu. He would rather die than be cast out by his master. But Bai Yu had made his decision and had no intention of changing it. He began walking towards the door, saying lightly, "Bai Feng, the Bai family is yours. From now on, how you decide to proceed is no longer my concern. I will never need the Bai family again. You should make your own choices." "Master, Fenger begs you, don't abandon me." Bai Feng frantically pursued Bai Yu, trying to grab onto him. But before Bai Feng could even get close, a gust of wind pushed him away. Bai Feng fell to the floor in despair, watching Bai Yu's retreating back, trembling. "Master, don't leave." Bai Yu ignored Bai Feng and opened the door, only to see Wang Sha and Su Xianxian with their ears pressed against it, eavesdropping on the conversation inside the room. Startled by Bai Yu suddenly opening the door, both women jumped back, awkwardly explaining, We just came back from the restroom, so?" Bai Yu said nothing. He exited the room and closed the door, then addressed the two women. "Since you're both still here, follow me. I'll take you out of here." "Take us out." Wang Sha and Su Xianxian were taken aback, momentarily not understanding what Bai Yu meant. But they quickly understood what Bai Yu's intention was. They felt a powerful surge of killing intent coming from behind them, making their spines chill. Turning around, they saw Tsang blocking the hallway, standing in their way. Seeing the cold, murderous intent in Tsang Ying's eyes, Wang Sha bit her lip and asked, "Tsang Ying, what are you doing?" "Bai Yu is our guest too." Tsang Ying said indifferently, "My task today is to protect Mr. Sima Jing. Now that Bai Yu has become a threat to Mr. Sima Jing, I have an obligation to eliminate that threat for him." "Wang Sha, Su Xianxian, this time's payment comes from Mr. Sima Jing. You two are both exorcists hired by the association. You should be on my side." Su Xianxian, feeling Tsang Ying's powerful aura, began trembling. She looked at Wang Sha for guidance. Sha, what should we do now?" On one hand was Wang Sha's friend, Bai Yu, and on the other was an S-class exorcist from the association. Su Xianxian felt like she couldn't side with either. Wang Sha, on the other hand, was surprisingly clear-headed. She didn't hesitate at all, and immediately pulled Su Xianxian to Bai Yu's side, advising Tsang Ying, "Tsang Ying, I'll give you a piece of advice. Sima Jing's money is not easy to take. Don't let yourself be used as his scapegoat." Seeing how decisively Wang Sha had chosen a side, Su Xianxian hesitated, but noticed Wang Sha giving her clear eye signals. Su Xianxian was stunned. Although she didn't know why Wang Sha had so decisively sided with Bai Yu, she ultimately decided to trust Wang Sha and quietly stood behind Bai Yu, waiting for what would unfold. After the events in the room, Su Xianxian could roughly guess that Bai Yu was not an ordinary person. Seeing Wang Sha and Su Xianxian siding with Bai Yu, Tsang Ying's expression didn't change. He said calmly, "Since you two have decided to stand against me, then don't blame me for being ruthless." As he spoke, two daggers appeared from his sleeves. The atmosphere in the corridor became even more tense. Bai Yu, watching Tsang Ying's serious demeanor, shook his head and chuckled, advising, "Brother, Wang Sha is right. Sima Jing's money is not easy to earn. He's simply using you as a pawn. We have no grudges. I don't want to kill you either. Just leave now." Tsang Ying's lips curled into a smile as he said to Bai Yu, "You think you can kill me? I will earn Mr. Sima Jing's money for sure." As soon as his words left his mouth, Tsang Ying threw a dagger at Bai Yu, disappearing from his position. The next moment, Tsang Ying was in front of Bai Yu, holding the thrown dagger in one hand. He used the momentum of his attack to stab at Bai Yu's neck. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Tsang Ying was an S-class exorcist. His physical strength was not top tier even among the S-class, but his speed and assassination techniques were unparalleled. Even the most powerful S-class exorcists couldn't guarantee they would survive Tsang Ying's assassination attempt. When Tsang Ying held his thrown dagger and aimed it at Bai Yu's throat, he knew that he had won. He could even picture the scene of Bai Yu's throat being pierced. This was his signature move, Countless humans and demons had died by this move. However, just as Tsang Ying was about to pierce Bai Yu, he saw Bai Yu's lips curve into a faint smile. Before he could even contemplate that, he saw Bai Yu raise his hand and slap down. Whack! A clear, resounding slap echoed in the corridor. Tsang Ying was sent flying, spinning several times in the air, before spitting out several bloodied teeth. Thud! As Tsang Ying crashed to the floor, Xianxia, standing behind Bai Yu, trembled, utterly stunned. Looking at Tsang Ying's crumpled body on the floor, she suddenly understood why Wang Sha had so decisively pulled her to stand on Bai Yu's side. Tsang Ying and Bai Yu were simply not on the same level. Chapter 42. The Hichu Luoshu and the Death of Sima Jing. Tsang Ying felt the stinging pain on his cheek, still completely stunned. What just happened? He hadn't even registered how Bai Yu had hit him, only that a force more powerful than a truck barreling into him had slammed into his face. If his bones weren't strong enough, Bai Yu's slap could have easily sent his head flying. Bai Yu, observing Tsang Ying lying sprawled on the ground, said calmly, "Considering that you're working on an association mission, I'll spare your life for now. But if you're still determined to court death, I won't hold back." Tsang Ying struggled to his feet, covering his swollen cheek with his hand, and stared at Bai Yu with fear in his eyes. His voice trembled as he asked, "Who exactly are you?" Bai Yu didn't answer his question. He simply walked towards Tsang Ying, who instinctively stepped aside to make way for Bai Yu, no longer daring to block his path. He was well aware that Bai Yu hadn't been joking earlier. If he dared to hinder Bai Yu again, the next slap would definitely detach his head from his body. Could there really be someone this powerful in the world? Tsang Ying stared blankly at Bai Yu's back, and a sudden urge to become Bai Yu's disciple washed over him. Over the years, he had been constantly pursuing the limit of martial arts, wanting to see higher mountains, and now, with Bai Yu's appearance, he realized Bai Yu was the pinnacle of martial arts that he had always been pursuing. Watching Bai Yu walk further and further away, Tsang Ying suddenly felt a surge of courage from deep within. He called out, "Wait." Bai Yu turned to look at Tsang Ying, his expression indifferent. "Do you want to die?" Wang Sha also tried to persuade Tsang Ying. "Tsang Ying, you're no match for Bai Yu. There's no need to throw your life away here. Sima Jing is making you deal with Bai Yu because he has no intention of paying you." Xianxia also chimed in, "Yes, Tsang Ying. You're the S-class exorcist most valued by the chairman. You have a bright future ahead of you. There's no need to sacrifice yourself here." "I've made up my mind. I won't give up," Tsang Ying said resolutely, his eyes burning with a fiery passion. Wang Sha was stunned by Tsang Ying's burning gaze. She whispered, "This guy's crazy, determined to seek death." Xianxia also shook her head, sighing, "What a pity." Bai Yu also sized up Tsang Ying with a playful look, asking, "Are you truly so stubborn? Or did I not hit you hard enough?" Just as everyone thought Tsang Ying was going to be a moth drawn to a flame, Tsang Ying bent his knees and directly knelt in front of Bai Yu, kowtowing and bowing deeply. "Please, sir, accept me as your disciple." Tsang Ying's kneeling took everyone by surprise. Bai Yu was also bewildered, looking at Tsang Ying incredulously. "Has your head been damaged? Who would want to become the disciple of the person who had just slapped them?" But Tsang Ying said firmly, "My head has not been damaged. After witnessing your strength, sir, I know that you are the limit of martial arts that I have been seeking. Please, sir, accept me as your disciple." Bai Yu sighed softly, feeling that he really didn't have time to waste here. He said to Wang Sha, "Wang Sha, can you help me keep him here? I have other things I need to do." Wang Sha was also still bewildered by Tsang Ying's sudden kneeling. She just subconsciously nodded and replied, "Okay." Seeing that Bai Yu was about to leave, Tsang Ying's heart suddenly panicked. He immediately lunged towards Bai Yu, wanting to use his speed to grab onto Bai Yu's leg. But he barely made it past Wang Sha before Bai Yu ruthlessly kicked him in the face, sending him crashing into the wall. Wang Sha and Xianxia both watched Tsang Ying, who now had half his body embedded in the wall, their mouths twitching. They made a silent vow to never offend Bai Yu. After dealing with Tsang Ying, Bai Yu didn't linger at the purple bamboo pavilion and turned to leave. After all, His target today was the nine-headed serpent. After escaping from the back door of the purple bamboo pavilion, Sima Jing quickly fled under the cover of the night. As Sima Jing weaved through the city's towering buildings, he looked behind him, gritting his teeth. Damn it! I clearly used the Hichu Luo Shu to change my fate. How did that guy by you still see through my disguise? Who exactly betrayed me? No, I can't keep up the act as Sima Jing. I need to use the Hichu Luo Shu to change my identity again. Damn it! I was just about to accumulate enough power to open the East Sea Return ruins with the Hichu Luo Shu. Now I have to use up all my energy again. Who knows how long it will take to accumulate enough strength next time? Sima Jing was muttering to himself, his face unsightly. However, just as he was about to escape Jiang City, he suddenly saw a white figure appear before him. Sima Jing's pupils shrank as he recognized the person. Bai Yu. Bai Yu stood with his hands behind his back, smiling at Sima Jing. Little Jing, the things I asked you to do are still not done. Where are you rushing to? Seeing Bai Yu's smile, Sima Jing felt his scalp crawl. He didn't care about anything else. He hurriedly brought out the Hichu Luo Shu, using its ability to distort space to teleport himself to the other side of the city. After teleporting, Sima Jing didn't dare to linger. He immediately tried to escape Jiang City. But he had barely taken a few steps when Bai Yu once again appeared before him. Be Bai Yu. Sima Jing stared in terror at the smiling Bai Yu, instinctively taking steps backward, swallowing hard. He was completely on edge. Bai Yu smiled at Sima Jing, asking, Little Jing, the treasure you just brought out, is it the Hichu Luo Shu? Sima Jing continued to back away, realizing that his identity had been completely exposed. He said to Bai Yu with a trembling voice, Bai Yu, it was all a misunderstanding back then. Let me explain. A misunderstanding? Bai Yu's smile became colder. Are you saying that killing my wife, Lu Wan, was a misunderstanding? Or is it a misunderstanding that you kidnapped my daughter, Bai Xiaoya? Sima Jing's face was filled with terror as he continued to retreat, trembling as he said, I am really sorry. I had no choice. I didn't want to do that either. Bai Yu, what compensation do you want? I can give it to you. I'm the head of the Sima family now. If it exists in this world, I can get it for you. Humph! Bai Yu coldly snorted, and Sima Jing's left arm broke in response, scarlet blood spurting out. Ah! Sima Jing cried out in pain, his forehead already covered in beads of sweat. In order to escape Bai Yu's pursuit, he had completely reversed his fate using the Hichu Luo Shu. He was now not just one head of the nine-headed serpent, but a living human. This meant that once his arm was severed, it would never grow back. Bai Yu listened to Sima Jing's screams of pain, his smile growing even more intense. He stepped towards Sima Jing, laughing. That's right. I want to hear your agonizing screams. The more pain you feel, the happier I get. Seeing Bai Yu approaching him, the terror in Sima Jing's eyes intensified. He backed away uncontrollably, completely unaware that he had retreated into the middle of the road. Sima Jing stared in terror at Bai Yu, frantically explaining, Bai Yu, listen to me. This really. Bang. A large truck came speeding and directly sent Sima Jing flying, and then proceeded to run over him, leaving a long trail of blood across the road. Sima Jing was now covered in blood, lying in agony in the middle of the road, his legs crushed by the truck wheels, unable to move. The passers-by on both sides of the road were seemingly oblivious to him, continuing on with their own affairs. Sima Jing lay on the road, trying to get up, but all his bones had been shattered. Other than pain, he could feel nothing else. Bai Yu walked towards Sima Jing, looking calmly at him on the ground, his eyes indifferent to the extreme. At that moment, another large truck came speeding by. But this time, just as the truck was about to hit Bai Yu, it suddenly swerved and proceeded to run over Sima Jing. Ah! Sima Jing screamed again, the excruciating pain continuing to torment his soul. The pain Sima Jing was experiencing now had exceeded the limit his spirit could bear. But for some reason, he couldn't even pass out. Bai Yu. Sir Bai, have mercy. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please spare me this time. I was forced to do it too. Bai looked calmly at Sima Jing, who was about to be crushed flat, and asked, "Who told you to do this?" Sima Jing cried out, I don't know." As soon as he finished speaking, another car ran over him. "Ah, Sir Bai, I really don't know." Sima Jing yelled out, "Someone suppressed me back then, and they threatened me to go and kill a mother and daughter, or else they would kill me. At that time I didn't know that mother and daughter were your wife and daughter. After I acted I realized I had made a huge mistake, so I didn't dare to kill your wife and purposely left behind a remnant soul for her." Bai asked, "Where is her remnant soul?" Sima Jing cried out, I don't know." Another vehicle came at the opportune moment and ran over Sima Jing, leaving him completely mangled and bloody. If Sima Jing hadn't had any spiritual power protecting him, he probably would have died countless times already. Bai asked again, "Where is her remnant soul?" Sima Jing didn't dare to say anything else and quickly replied, When I took your daughter away, I was seriously injured by the charm you planted in her body. At that time, I left both your daughter and your wife's remnant soul there. I really don't know where they are." Bai asked in a low voice, "You really don't know?" Sima Jing cried out, "I really don't. Sir Bai, please spare me this once. I was forced to do it." Bai looked at Sima Jing's tearful state, his eyes not showing even a hint of sympathy. "You don't deserve forgiveness." Bai stepped on Sima Jing's head, crushing it. Then he raised his hand slightly, pulling the Hichu Luoshu out of Sima Jing's Chinkuan bag. Sizzle! Sima Jing's corpse suddenly burst into hellfire. The blood that had splattered on Bai was also incinerated. Bai held the Hichu Luoshu, feeling the vast heavenly principles contained within, then turned to look towards the east, his eyes growing increasingly cold. Nine-headed serpent, you still have 8 more heads. Chapter 43, Ancient Immortals. East of Jiang City, on a beach by the sea. It was the dead of night, and the beach was pitch black, with no sign of human life. Bai stood alone on the sand, the Hichu Luoshu floating in the air, its white glow pulsing gently like a breath. The Hichu Luoshu truly deserves to be called an ancient treasure. It encompasses the secrets of heaven and contains the 3,000 great das. Even for me, it actually took more than an hour to fully grasp all of its contents. Bai murmured to himself, pouring his power into the Hichu Luoshu, refining it into his own magical artifact. A beam of white light shot from the Hichu Luoshu, piercing the black sky. The entire city was briefly illuminated by the light. The next moment, a white pearl fell from the night sky, merging with Bai's body. Bai held the Hichu Luoshu in one hand, closing his eyes to experience the connection between himself and the Hichu Luoshu. Then, he opened his eyes abruptly and shouted, "Open!" Boom! The Hichu Luoshu shot a beam of white light toward the sea, actually cleaving the ocean in two, revealing the seabed. The edges of the separated water were as smooth as glass, with countless fish swimming within. Looking through the gap, Bai could see a bottomless abyss beyond the range of normal vision, constantly swallowing the seawater. That was the East Sea Return Ruins, which only opened once every 10,000 years. Bai's expression remained calm. He held the Hichu Luoshu in one hand, and with the other behind his back, flew towards the East Sea Return Ruins. The East Sea Return Ruins was essentially a bottomless chasm. All the water in the world, whether from rivers or the sea, would eventually flow into this place. Then, through the cycle of heaven, it would transform into rain, nourishing the land. Once, a celestial immortal had tried to force his way to the bottom of the East Sea Return Ruins before its opening, but he had been struck down by the power of heaven halfway through, turning into a rain of blood that scattered across the earth. After that, no one in the 3 realms dared to trespass into the East Sea Return Ruins. Bai stood above the East Sea Return Ruins, calmly watching as the surrounding seawater poured into the opening. He started to activate the Hichu Luoshu to change the secrets of heaven, to open the entrance to the East Sea Return Ruins' secret realm. Rumble. The moment Bai activated the Hichu Luoshu, thunderstorms descended from the sky, striking the area above the East Sea Return Ruins. Gale force winds erupted, creating towering tsunamis that lifted even aircraft carriers patrolling thousands of kilometers away. Using the Hichu Luoshu to forcibly open the East Sea Return ruins was an act against heaven's will, not permitted by the heavenly Tao. 10 years ago, the nine-headed serpent had used the Hichu Luoshu to open the East Sea Return ruins ahead of schedule, an act that had already disrupted the order of the universe. As a result, it had triggered a thunder tribulation, forcing the nine-headed serpent to sacrifice a head and the Hichu Luoshu, barely escaping with its life into the Return Ruins' secret realm. Now, Baiyu was once again using the Hichu Luoshu to forcibly open the East Sea Return ruins, completely infuriating the heavenly Tao. The thunderstorms that descended were unprecedented in their intensity. However, Baiyu remained expressionless. He used one hand to summon the Hichu Luoshu, ignoring the lightning strikes hitting him, forcing open the entrance to the Return ruins. Open! Rumble. A crack appeared in the middle of the East Sea Return ruins, light filtering through to illuminate the surrounding dark cavern. The thunderstorms in the sky intensified, and countless lightning bolts descended. Baiyu spread out a barrier, keeping the thunderstorms at bay, preventing them from destroying the fragile rift in the secret realm. Legend had it that within the East Sea Return ruins were 5 immortal mountains, each 30,000 miles high, with peaks that were 9,000 miles wide and long. These mountains were said to contain countless treasures, including numerous ancient immortal artifacts. Therefore, every time the East Sea Return ruins opened, countless beings would rush in to search for treasures. Only a very small number would ever emerge with any. However, because Baiyu had forcibly opened the Return ruins' secret realm, the beings from the 3 realms didn't gather here. Instead, 2 powerful immortals flew out of the Return ruins' secret realm, laughing loudly. Haha, I never imagined that I would find the true scroll of the mountain classic from the classic of mountains and seas. This trip to the Return ruins' secret realm has been very rewarding. Teesish, I only managed to obtain a single innate magical artifact this time. I will probably be laughed at by those old fools when I return. What terrible luck. The 2 ancient immortals, emanating powerful auras, were discussing their finds. Just as they had flown out of the East Sea Return ruins, they noticed Baiyu standing above the Return ruins, holding the Hichu Luoshu in his hand. Their expressions changed immediately. Venerable Luo Yun? The 2 immortals seemed to recognize Baiyu. They immediately bowed and greeted Baiyu respectfully. Has Sir Bai come to the East Sea Return ruins seeking treasures from the secret realm as well? Baiyu looked at the 2 immortals before him and asked with a smile, Xianxia, Lady Xiang, I didn't expect that after tens of thousands of years, you 2 would be searching for treasures in the East Sea Return ruins. You must have found quite a few good ones, right? Xianxia laughed. Sir Bai, you're joking. In all 3 realms, who doesn't know of your 10 great divine artifacts? Each one was derived from chaos. Their divine might is immeasurable. How can our meager finds possibly catch your eye? Now that even the Hichu Luoshu has ended up in your hands, my little find is even more insignificant. Lady Xiang laughed. Sir Bai, don't make fun of us. If you want the innate magical artifact I found, I can just give it to you. Baiyu shook his head with a smile, saying, You 2 are too kind. I have a question to ask you. Have you seen a 9-headed serpent within the Return ruins secret realm? 9-headed serpent? Xianxia paused for a moment, then shook his head. I'm sorry, Sir Bai. Although I encountered many demons in the secret realm, I have not come across a 9-headed serpent. Lady Xiang then said, Sir Bai, I did see a 9-headed serpent with a missing head not too long ago. I don't know if that's the one you're looking for. Baiyu's eyes lit up slightly. He asked Lady Xiang, That's the one. Where did you see it? Lady Xiang replied, It was in a secret realm on Mount Fenghu. It seemed to be severely injured and was there to heal. Baiyu quickly asked, Can you tell me the exact location? Lady Xiang smiled. No problem. I happen to remember its location. I will draw a map for Sir Bai. With that, Lady Xiang waved her hand, conjuring a sheepskin map and handing it to Baiyu. Baiyu took the map and clasped his fist to Lady Xiang in thanks. Thank you. I will certainly come to pay you a visit with a generous gift in the future. Lady Xiang covered her mouth and laughed. It's nothing, Sir Bai. There's no need to thank me. But I am very curious. What did that little demon do to offend Sir Bai that you have to forcibly open the Return Ruins secret realm with the Hichu Luoshu just to hunt it down? Bai Yu replied, It's a vendetta for killing my wife. A vendetta for killing your wife? Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Xianxia and Lady Xiang's expressions changed. Their smiles froze. In the three realms, was there someone who dared to harm Bai Yu's family? The two looked at each other, realizing that Bai Yu might go on a rampage. They both bowed deeply to Bai Yu. If that's the case, we won't disturb Sir Bai. Farewell. With that, Xianxia and Lady Xiang didn't dare to stay there any longer and transformed into wind to leave. Bai Yu didn't pay attention to the two ancient immortals who had departed. He calmly scanned the opened rift to the secret realm below and then closed his eyes. Based on the location provided by Lady Xiang, he used the Hichu Luoshu to locate the nine-headed serpent hiding in the East Sea Return Ruins. Above the clouds, Xianxia and Lady Xiang hid among the clouds, observing Bai Yu inside the barrier below. Their expressions complex. Xianxia asked Lady Xiang, Lady Xiang, what exactly is happening in these three realms? We have only been in the Return Ruins secret realm for 30,000 years, and now there's even a demon who dares to kill Venerable Luo Yun's wife. Lady Xiang sighed, Yes, these little demons are all getting too arrogant. Back in our day, even the three pure ones were like brothers to Venerable Luo Yun, and the four emperors could only be counted as Venerable Luo Yun's juniors. Who didn't know Venerable Luo Yun back then? By the way, who is Venerable Luo Yun's wife? I've never heard of her. Xianxia frowned and said, It seems that unimaginable changes have occurred in the three realms during the time we were gone. It's likely that Venerable Luo Yun got married during this period. We'll ask old man Yu when we get back. Now that the three realms are in turmoil, I don't know if leaving the Return Ruins secret realm now is the right thing to do. Lady Xiang said, If the three realms are truly in turmoil, we won't be able to escape even if we hide in the Return Ruins secret realm. We should start preparing after we return. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Yes, let's go. Venerable Luo Yun probably doesn't like us watching from here. Yes. Lady Xiang nodded in agreement and returned to the heavens with Xianxia. Not long after Xianxia and Lady Xiang left, Bai Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. He opened his eyes, looked at the crack to the secret realm below, and said coldly, Finally, I've got you. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yu put away the Hichu Luoshu. He grabbed into the void with one hand, actually breaking the void and reaching inside it. Bai Yu's hand passed through the void, grabbed the nine-headed serpent hiding in the Return Ruins secret realm, and pulled it out, throwing it far away. Boom! The nine-headed serpent's huge body crashed into the sea, creating huge waves. The rift in the East Sea Return Ruins gradually closed. The separated sea waters rejoined, and the thunderstorms in the sky subsided. The dark clouds dissipated, and the light of the stars shone on the surface of the sea. The nine-headed serpent, which had sunk into the sea, was still completely stunned. It didn't have time to think. It quickly swam to the surface. What exactly happened? It had found an immortal fruit in the Return Ruins secret realm and had been intending to use it to heal. But suddenly, a large hand had appeared in the cave where it was cultivating, directly pulling it into the void and yanking it out of the Return Ruins secret realm. Who had such immense power? It was completely bewildered. However, when the nine-headed serpent surfaced and saw the white figure standing in the sky, all 8 of its writhing heads froze in place. Bai Yu. Seeing Bai Yu appear, all the fear buried in the nine-headed serpent's heart surged to the surface. Chapter 44. Cries to heaven go unheard. Pleas to earth go unanswered. Bai Yu stood in the sky, calmly watching the nine-headed serpent in the sea below. His eyes so deep they seemed to hold the stars. The nine-headed serpent looked into Bai Yu's abyss-like eyes, trembling violently, his whole body turning cold. How is this possible? The nine-headed serpent couldn't believe that even after hiding in the Return Ruins secret realm, Bai Yu had still managed to find him. Knowing that Bai Yu would never let him go, the fear in the nine-headed serpent's heart grew stronger. He hurriedly dove into the sea and fled towards the seabed, trying to escape from Yu. Bang! A beam of white light plunged into the sea, sending towering waves crashing into the sky. Yu stepped on the nine-headed serpent's body, crushing it hard against the seabed. The seabed cracked, and a torrent of lava erupted from the ocean floor, dyeing the dark underwater world red. The lava splashed onto the nine-headed serpent, burning its skin and stimulating its nerves. Yu didn't speak. He silently pressed his foot harder, flattening the nine-headed serpent's body. The nine-headed serpent felt like its internal organs were about to shatter. He struggled desperately, trying to escape from under Yu's foot. But every time he struggled, Yu pressed down even harder. The nine-headed serpent felt like even his soul was about to be crushed. Have mercy. Unable to endure the pain, the nine-headed serpent began to beg Yu for mercy. Yu didn't seem intent on letting the nine-headed serpent die such a miserable death. After the nine-headed serpent begged for mercy, he removed his foot and smiled at the nine-headed serpent. If you want to live, I can give you a chance. Enduring the excruciating pain, the nine-headed serpent asked Yu, Sir Bai, what do you want me to do? As long as you spare me, I'll do anything. Sir Bai, please believe me. I really didn't intend to target you 10 years ago. I was forced to do it. Yu ignored the nine-headed serpent's pleas and continued, go find all your backers. As long as anyone can persuade me to spare you, I will let you live. Hearing Yu's words, the nine-headed serpent's pupil shrank. He quickly pleaded with Yu, Sir Bai, please change the request. I'm just an insignificant demon. How could I possibly know any big figures who can sway you? Yu still didn't respond to the nine-headed serpent's pleas and continued, from now on, for every backer you find, I will give you an extra 10 minutes to live. The nine-headed serpent pleaded desperately, Sir Bai, please, give me a way out. Yu smiled. You have 9 more minutes to live. Hearing Yu's words, the nine-headed serpent trembled violently. He realized that Yu was serious, and he dared not waste any more time. He started racking his brain, thinking of someone who could give him protection. Soon, the nine-headed serpent remembered the celestial venerable Tianyin, who had once guided him on his path to cultivation. He was a celestial immortal within the 36 heavens, with considerable renown in the 3 realms. Perhaps he could save him. Thinking of this, the nine-headed serpent immediately climbed up from the seabed and flew towards the heavens. In the heavens, inside celestial venerable Tianyin's abode, the nine-headed serpent, who had taken human form, knelt before the abode, kowtowing and calling out, Celestial venerable Tianyin, please save me. Nine-headed serpent? A surprised voice came from inside the abode. How long has it been since you came to see this venerable one? The nine-headed serpent quickly said, Venerable one, someone is trying to kill me. Please, I beg you, save me. Hearing the nine-headed serpent's words, celestial venerable Tianyin immediately opened his abode and said to the nine-headed serpent, Don't worry. With this venerable one protecting you, no one in the 3 realms will dare to harm you. Come inside quickly and catch up with this venerable one. Thank you, venerable one. Seeing that celestial venerable Tianyin was willing to save him, the nine-headed serpent's face lit up with joy. He quickly got up, wanting to enter the abode for refuge. But before he could even enter celestial venerable Tianyin's abode, a giant palm descended from the sky, directly slamming into celestial venerable Tianyin's abode, causing the abode and celestial venerable Tianyin to be reduced to ashes. The nine-headed serpent was blown away by the powerful force, rolling several times on the ground before barely managing to stop himself. Celestial venerable Tianyin? The nine-headed serpent struggled to get up, looking in terror towards the abode. He saw the smiling Yu standing amidst the ruins of celestial venerable Tianyin's destroyed abode. Yu looked at the nine-headed serpent and said softly, Celestial venerable Tianyin's reputation isn't enough, but I will keep my promise and give you another 10 minutes to live. Go find your next backer. Hearing Yu's words, the fear on his face intensified, and he trembled violently. He exclaimed, Why you demon? He now understood why Yu had asked him to find his backers. Yu was going to kill everyone connected to him. Yu continued counting down the time, saying to the nine-headed serpent, "You have 9 minutes to find another backer." The nine-headed serpent's scalp tingled. He then remembered that he had once been under the rule of the Western Heavens and had been the pet of a Buddha. That Buddha had always protected him, but later on, he couldn't endure the loneliness and had secretly left the Western Heavens. That's how he had ended up causing trouble in the mortal realm. That Buddha had a very high status in the Western Heavens, and considering the position of the Western Heavens in the three realms, that Buddha's influence was even greater than that of celestial venerable yearning. Most importantly, the nine-headed serpent believed that by you, after killing a celestial immortal and offending the heavenly palace, would never dare to provoke the Western Heavens. Thinking of this, the nine-headed serpent was like a man clutching at a life-saving straw. He frantically flew towards the West Nyoha continent, at the foot of Spirit Terrace Mountain, inside a temple. An ancient Buddha sat cross-legged, constantly chanting scriptures, with Buddhist light and scriptures flickering around him. The nine-headed serpent frantically came before the ancient Buddha, kowtowing and prostrating. "Master, someone is trying to kill me. Please save my life." The ancient Buddha slowly opened his eyes, looking at the panicked nine-headed serpent. He said calmly, "Nine-headed serpent, you have been out training for 3,600 years. You finally know to return." The nine-headed serpent said anxiously, "This disciple accidentally killed someone and offended the immortal Baiyu. Now, Baiyu is hunting me down, and he will be coming to the Western Heavens soon. Please, Master, save me." The ancient Buddha said, "Amitabha, to lay down one's butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot, you have committed a great crime, and you should be punished. From now on, you will stay by my side, cultivate in the temple for 36,000 years, and chant the scriptures daily to atone for the sins you have committed." The nine-headed serpent kowtowed, "Why yes, as long as Master saves me, this disciple is willing to stay by Master's side and chant the scriptures." To acknowledge one's mistake is a great virtue. The ancient Buddha smiled faintly and waved his hand. A golden kasaya appeared before the nine-headed serpent. The ancient Buddha smiled. "Put on the kasaya, and I will save you."
"Yes."
The nine-headed serpent showed his joy and immediately picked up the kasaya, but before he could put it on, a spirit blade flew in from outside the temple, directly piercing through the ancient Buddha's neck. The ancient Buddha's head flew off, and his headless body fell in front of the nine-headed serpent, his scarlet blood splashing over the nine-headed serpent, dyeing the kasaya red. The nine-headed serpent froze on the spot, his face completely contorted due to extreme terror. How could this be happening? Baiyu walked into the Buddhist hall and smiled at the nine-headed serpent. "Even the Western Heavens Buddha's influence can't save your life. I'll give you another 10 minutes. The nine-headed serpent's face was filled with despair. The constant pressure Baiyu was applying was causing his spirit to collapse. Baiyu even dared to kill the Western Heavens Buddha. The nine-headed serpent couldn't imagine who in the three realms could still save him, who would still dare to save him. However, Baiyu didn't intend to give the nine-headed serpent any chance to catch his breath. He said with a smile, "You have 9 minutes left." As soon as those words left his mouth, the nine-headed serpent trembled. The fear of death drove him to flee the Western Heavens, searching for a new backer. Celestial immortals, ancient Buddhas, great demons. The nine-headed serpent thought of everyone who might save him, but no matter who he found, Baiyu would kill them without blinking an eye. Blood followed him all the way. Gradually, all the gods, Buddhas, and demons of the three realms knew that Baiyu was on a killing spree again because of the nine-headed serpent. The gods and Buddhas fled from their abodes, afraid that the nine-headed serpent would drag them into trouble and cause Baiyu to come knocking at their door. The nine-headed serpent had gone through all the backers he could find, but Baiyu simply killed his way through them without any intention of holding back. Along the way, the nine-headed serpent exhausted all his connections. He was mentally and physically drained. He returned to the mortal realm and landed in Xianxia. The nine-headed serpent knelt before Baiyu in despair, pleading, "Sir Bai, I really have no backers left. You've already killed many gods and Buddhas. Please spare me this time. I won't dare to cause trouble again." Bai looked at the nine-headed serpent, who was constantly kowtowing to him, and asked, "Who was it that ordered you to attack my wife and daughter?" The nine-headed serpent cried, "I really don't know. I was forced to do it. Sir Bai, please spare me this time. I'm just a useless thing. It's pointless for you to kill me. I'll kowtow to you. I'll be your slave. Please, spare me." Seeing the nine-headed serpent's current state, Bai knew that he had already killed all the gods and Buddhas who had once protected the nine-headed serpent. Killing intent flickered in his eyes. "It seems that you no longer have any value in living. The last 10 minutes I gave you are over. Go die." Bai released his aura, pressing it down on the nine-headed serpent, causing him to collapse to the ground as his entire body was crushed. "Sir Bai, have mercy." The nine-headed serpent felt like he was being crushed by a mountain. He couldn't breathe, and it felt like even his soul was about to be squeezed to bursting. If this continued, he would be crushed to death. The nine-headed serpent wanted to struggle, but under the crushing force of Bai's aura, he couldn't even move. This immense gap in power made him unable to see any hope of survival. Soon, the nine-headed serpent could no longer maintain his human form and transformed back into his true body. And then, his remaining 8 heads exploded one by one, splattering blood everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. Before long, the nine-headed serpent had only 1 head left, and his thoughts became sluggish. The intense pain made him wish he could die immediately. Now, he was caught between wanting to live and being unable to die. Bai's expression was still calm. He looked at the nine-headed serpent's last head and said lightly, "It's over." But just as Bai was about to deliver the final blow, a powerful divine force descended from the sky, protecting the nine-headed serpent. "Bai, hold on." Bai looked up, seeing a red-haired man, wreathed in demonic energy, standing on a billboard, looking down at them. Seeing the red-haired man, Bai's lips curved into a faint smile. He said softly, "So it was you." Chapter 45. The Demon Lord Descends. The red-haired man smiled at Bai in the street, then leaped from the billboard, landing lightly in front of Bai. He reached out his hand to Bai with a smile, saying, "Long time no see, Venerable Luo Yun." Bai did not shake the red-haired man's hand, asking indifferently, "Luo Ho, have you come to save this nine-headed serpent as well?" Legend had it that at the beginning of the universe, before Pangu cleaved the heavens, there were 3,000 great demon gods within chaos. Later, Pangu raised his axe to cleave the heavens. The 3,000 great demon gods tried their best to stop him, and were killed by Pangu in droves, with the remaining demon gods escaping. After Pangu's corpse transformed into the world, some great demon gods coveted Pangu's power and returned from chaos, trying to devour Pangu's strength. One of the demon gods that had returned from chaos was Luo Ho. Later, Luo Ho was defeated by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. His main body escaped beyond the heavenly Tao into chaos. However, before Luo Ho escaped, he left behind a heart demon tribulation in the heavenly Tao, making it difficult for later generations of immortal cultivators to pass their tribulations. This also paved the way for his eventual return. And the red-haired man standing before Bai now was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's heart demon tribulation, as well as the current lord of the demon realm, the Demon Lord. However, few people in the 3 realms knew the identity of the Demon Lord, and Bai was one of them. Luo Ho smiled at Bai. No, you've misunderstood. I didn't come here to save this nine-headed serpent. I want you to give its life to me." "Give it to you?" Bai frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Luo Ho said, "I've been refining a pill recently, and this nine-headed serpent happens to be the ingredient I need." Bai said, "The 3 realms are so vast. You can find another nine-headed serpent. Why do you have to use this one?" Luo Ho sighed and said to Bai, "Do I need to ask you about that? Ever since you started your rampage 10 years ago, the nine-headed serpents in the 3 realms have nearly been wiped out by you. I've searched everywhere in the 3 realms and still haven't been able to find one. I think the one you're about to kill is probably the last one, so I want you to sell it to me." Bai said, "What if I refuse?" The smile on Luo Ho's face stiffened slightly, then he said to Bai, We've been old friends for so many years. You've even betrayed the heavenly palace. It's fine if you don't come to my demon realm to help me, but now you won't even give me such a small favor. Baiyu said coldly, it's still unknown if you had a hand in the matter 10 years ago. Your favor is worth nothing to me. Luoho's mouth twitched, and he smiled at Baiyu again. It's just a 9-headed serpent. Name your price, I'll buy it. Baiyu, I'm not lying to you. The pill I'm refining requires a fresh 9-headed serpent. If you kill it, I'm going to be in a lot of trouble. As he spoke, Luoho reached out to grab the 9-headed serpent without waiting for Baiyu to agree. Bang! However, before Luoho could grab the 9-headed serpent, Baiyu instantly appeared in front of Luoho, grabbing his wrist with one hand and saying coldly, I said, this 9-headed serpent's life is mine. The smile on Luoho's face gradually disappeared. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He asked Baiyu, is there really no room for negotiation? Baiyu, no. But I want this 9-headed serpent today. Luoho snorted, and then clenched his left fist, attacking Baiyu with incredible speed. Boom! Baiyu caught Luoho's punch with one hand. The powerful force spread outwards, and the surrounding skyscrapers were instantly shattered into dust. The impact of the collision between Baiyu and Luoho was felt throughout Xianxia and even across the entire country. Luoho looked directly into Baiyu's eyes and sneered, Baiyu, you are disheartened, having been in the nether prison for 100,000 years. How much strength can you have left after coming out? Baiyu said calmly, why don't you try me? With that, Baiyu released Luoho's fist and transformed into a white beam of light, shooting towards the sky. Seeing Baiyu fly into the sky, Luoho glanced at the mortals falling from the shattered skyscrapers and chuckled. You're actually worried about the life and death of these mortals, Baiyu? That mortal woman named Lu Wen really changed you a lot. As soon as he finished speaking, Luoho ignored the half-dead 9-headed serpent on the ground and turned into a red light, chasing after Baiyu. Thump, thump, thump. In the night sky, two beams of light, one white and one red, constantly collided. Every time they collided, the three realms would tremble. The gods and Buddhas of the three realms sensed the power released by Baiyu and Luoho, and fearfully turned their gazes towards Xianxia in the mortal realm, wanting to know what exactly had happened. Luoho punched Baiyu hard in the face, sending Baiyu flying, and laughed loudly. Baiyu, how are you getting weaker and weaker? In the past, I could never hit you with this speed. I was just warming up. Baiyu appeared in front of Luoho in an instant and punched Luoho in the face as well, sending Luoho flying out, crashing into a mountain, causing the earth to shake. Even though the two were only fighting with their physical bodies, the commotion they caused was greater than many celestial immortals releasing their innate magical treasures. No one knew if there would still be a piece of land left in the world if Luoho and Baiyu were to truly go all out. Haha, that was fun. I'm not fighting anymore. Luoho laughed loudly, breaking through the mountains, flying back into the sky, and said to Baiyu with a smile, Baiyu, you're the only one in the three realms who can hurt me. After you entered the nether prison, I thought you had really given up on everything. Seeing you come out today, I'm happier than anyone. Baiyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to Luoho, you didn't come to find me for that 9-headed serpent, did you? Luoho laughed. Of course not. Although that 9-headed serpent is almost extinct thanks to you. If I really wanted to find one, I could still do it. Baiyu continued to ask, then you came here simply to test how much of my strength is left? Luoho replied, that's only one of the reasons. Although you have been in the nether prison for 100,000 years, your strength is less than a tenth of your peak. But fortunately, your foundation hasn't been damaged. I'll come back to fight you again next time. Baiyu, I have no interest in sparring with a demonic being like you. Luoho laughed. Haha, Baiyu, you and I are both demonic beings. Those celestial immortals in the heavenly palace have never considered you one of their own. Baiyu, I'm no longer a celestial immortal of the heavenly palace. There's no need for you to sow discord here. If you have something to say it quickly. I don't have time to beat around the bush with you. Luoho continued to laugh, saying to Baiyu, in order not to let you misunderstand my demon cult, and make you unwilling to cooperate with me in the future, I thought I should personally come and tell you this. I had absolutely nothing to do with what happened to your wife and daughter 10 years ago." Hearing Luo Ho's words, Bayu's expression didn't change at all. He said calmly, "I'll find out for myself whether you were involved or not." Luo Ho was not surprised by Bayu's response, but he didn't continue to explain. Instead, he said, "Old friend, it's been many years since we last saw each other. So I'll give you another gift, a great piece of news. One of the people who participated in the plot to harm your wife 10 years ago is in Xianxia." Bayu's pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 46, by Xiaoya's Fear. "What did you say?" Upon hearing Luo Ho's news, Bayu's pupils constricted sharply, and he questioned him sternly. Faced with Bayu's inquiry, Luo Ho only smiled faintly, spreading his hands. "Surely with your strength, finding that person wouldn't be difficult. There's no need for me to tell you their name, right? Of course, if you're willing to join my demon cult and overthrow the heavenly palace with me to rule the 3 realms, I'd be more than happy to help you get rid of those guys. Not only your enemies, but I can even help you find the remnants of your wife's soul. How about it, Bayu? Why don't you consider it?" Bayu rejected him without hesitation. "I won't associate myself with a demonic being like you." "Ah, you hurt my feelings." Luo Ho sighed dramatically, then smiled at Bayu again. "All right then, we have plenty of time anyway. As long as you change your mind, you can come find me anytime." With that, Luo Ho transformed into a cloud of red mist and was scattered by the wind. Bayu calmly watched the place where Luo Ho had disappeared, his eyes unfathomably deep. The information Luo Ho had given him this time was substantial. Although Bayu and Luo Ho were not allies, and there were even many grudges between them, Bayu understood Luo Ho very well. Luo Ho wouldn't deny anything he had done himself. In other words, Luo Ho had not participated in the incident 10 years ago, when the 9-headed serpent attacked his wife and daughter. But based on Bayu's understanding of Luo Ho wouldn't care if he was made a scapegoat. Even if someone did something wrong and shifted all the blame onto Luo Ho wouldn't clarify anything. Even if the enemies of those people came knocking, Luo Ho would simply kill them directly without any explanation. Given Luo Ho's personality, he would never have gone out of his way to travel from the demon realm to Jiang City just to explain a misunderstanding. It wasn't Luo Ho. Then the person who ordered the 9-headed serpent to kill my wife is someone else. That person is actually hiding in Jiang City. Could it be someone I know? And listening to what Luo Ho said, it seems that there was more than one person involved in this plot. Who exactly is targeting me? And what is their goal? Bayu muttered to himself. His thoughts were in a muddle, and he couldn't sort them out. He could only temporarily put them aside. He returned to Jiang City and crushed the last head of the 9-headed serpent who was trying to escape. Since the enemy is hiding in Jiang City, I only need to continue to stay in this city, and they will reveal themselves sooner or later. Just you wait, no matter who you are. As long as you dare to harm my wife and daughter, I will make you pay 10,000 times over. Bayu whispered. After erasing the 9-headed serpent's soul, he turned and left. Behind him, the 9-headed serpent's corpse burst into flames, quickly burning to ashes. The next day, at the entrance of Jiang City First High School, Bayu stepped out of the car and saw Wang Sha and Cang Ying standing at the school gate, looking around. When Cang Ying saw Bayu appear, his eyes lit up, and he quickly ran towards Bayu. He was about to slide and kneel in front of the teachers and students around them. Bayu raised a gentle breeze, supporting Cang Ying, and frowned. "What are you doing here?" Seeing that he couldn't kneel, Cang Ying was even more shocked by Bayu's power. He immediately clasped his fist and bowed to Bayu. "Mr. Bai, please accept me as your disciple." Bayu looked at Wang Sha beside him and asked, "What's going on? How does he know I'm teaching here?" Wang Sha scratched her head awkwardly and smiled at Bayu. "I couldn't help it. He offered way too much." Realizing that Wang Sha had sold his information, Bayu sighed slightly and said to Cang Ying, "Leave. I'm not taking on any more disciples." Cang Ying insisted, "Even if Mr. Bai won't accept me as a disciple, please allow me to follow you and be your servant." "I don't need one." Bai Yu ruthlessly refused Song Ying's request and walked past Song Ying towards the school. Seeing that Bai Yu had refused him, Song Ying quickly winked at Wang Sha. Wang Sha, who was feeling guilty for having taken his money, didn't want to leave Song Ying alone. She quickly jogged to catch up with Bai Yu and said, "Bai Yu, I think this young man Song Ying is quite good. Don't be fooled by his brash nature, but he is the youngest S-class exorcist in the Exorcist Association, and he has a burning passion for martial arts. Look how sincere he is and how talented he is. Just give him a chance, okay? It's just accepting a disciple anyway. Isn't that just free labor?" Wang Sha was tirelessly promoting Song Ying beside Bai Yu. Bai Yu was beginning to lose his patience. He directly used his spiritual power to seal Wang Sha's mouth. Then he said to Wang Sha, "If you dare to mention that guy in front of me again, you can forget about ever getting your demon core back." MMPH. Wang Sha's eyes widened. She wanted to reason with Bai Yu, but she found that her lips were sealed, and she couldn't open her mouth no matter what she did. Bai Yu didn't pay any more attention to Wang Sha and walked directly towards the teaching building. MMPH. Wang Sha wanted to pull Bai Yu back, but the heel of her high-heeled shoe suddenly broke, and she fell heavily, making a fool of herself. MMPH. Wang Sha looked at Bai Yu's back, wanting to accuse Bai Yu, but her tightly sealed lips were about to burst. Ignoring Wang Sha, Bai Yu walked into the office and saw Bai Xiaoya waiting for him by his seat. He was taken aback. "Xiaoya, what are you doing here?" When Bai Xiaoya saw Bai Yu, her eyes instantly turned red. She said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Bai?" Seeing the fear in Bai Xiaoya's eyes, Bai Yu's expression changed slightly. He quickly asked, "What happened? Did someone bully you?" Bai Xiaoya took out a letter and handed it to Bai Yu with trembling hands. "This is a threatening letter I received this morning in my desk." "A threatening letter?" Bai Yu frowned slightly and opened the envelope. He saw only one line of extremely sloppy writing on the paper. "Wait for me in the classroom at 12 tonight, or I'll kill your whole family. I know your address." When Bai Yu saw the content of the letter, a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. "What audacity!" Bai Xiaoya continued to cry. "Mr. Bai, there was also a rat's head in my desk, as well as a bloody knife. I'm so scared." "I know." Bai Yu crumpled the letter into a ball, hugged Bai Xiaoya, and comforted her. "You don't need to be afraid. With me here, no one can harm you. You don't need to go to school today. I'll take you home first." Being held by Bai Yu, Bai Xiaoya immediately felt much safer, asking fearfully, "Are they threatening me?" "I don't know." Bai Yu whispered softly, the killing intent in his eyes almost becoming tangible. "But I know, after tonight, they will no longer exist." Chapter 47. The Culprit? Bai Yu gently patted Bai Xiaoya and said softly, "Xiaoya, you wait for me in my office first. After I clean your desk, I'll take you home." Bai Xiaoya was almost consumed by fear. She didn't know what else to do and could only nod her head and reply, "Okay." Bai Yu smiled gently at Bai Xiaoya and then turned and walked out of the office. Wang Sha, who had just reached the office door, saw Bai Yu come out. She had originally wanted to berate Bai Yu, but when she saw the icy killing intent in Bai Yu's eyes, she couldn't help but tremble. "Bai Yu?" Wang Sha opened her mouth and instinctively stepped aside to let Bai Yu pass. And Bai Yu didn't pay attention to Wang Sha and went straight to Bai Xiaoya's classroom. Wang Sha looked at Bai Yu's back as he walked towards the classroom and muttered to herself, "He was just fine a moment ago. What's gotten into him? Could it be that someone provoked his daughter?" As she spoke, Wang Sha walked into the office with suspicion and saw Bai Xiaoya sitting in Bai Yu's seat. Her expression changed instantly and she exclaimed, "It really is." As soon as Bai Yu entered the classroom, he saw that there were many male students gathered around Bai Xiaoya's desk, discussing something, while a group of female students were gathered at the other end of the classroom, gossiping about Bai Xiaoya. And when Bai Yu walked in, he instantly attracted the attention of all the students in the class. Immediately, many female students surrounded Bai Yu, calling out to him, "Mr. Bai, you're finally here." Since Bai Yu came to teach in the class, he had quickly captured the hearts of all the students with his perfect temperament, looks, and extraordinary talent. He had become the most popular teacher in the whole school. Not only the students, but also many female teachers had a secret crush on Baiyu and tried every method to obtain Baiyu's contact information. Baiyu calmly nodded to the students and asked, "What happened?" A rather lively female student said to Baiyu, "Mr. Bai, this morning someone put a dead rat's head and a small knife in Chu Yunyun's desk drawer." Everyone was shocked. Baiyu continued to ask, "Do you know who did it?" The students all shook their heads. "We don't know. The classroom door was locked when we arrived. We checked the security footage, but we couldn't find the culprit." "I see." Baiyu nodded slightly and walked towards Bai Xiaoya's seat. When the male students who were gathered around Bai Xiaoya's seat saw Baiyu walking over, they all stepped aside for Baiyu, righteously saying, "Mr. Bai, you must catch the culprit. How could they do such a terrible thing? It's absolutely heinous." Although Bai Xiaoya didn't have many friends in the class before, since Bai Xiaoya had taken off her mask, she had quickly become the most popular student in the class and even the whole school. Although Bai Xiaoya still kept people at a distance as before, the students in the class clearly gave Bai Xiaoya more help. This time, when Bai Xiaoya had trouble, apart from a very small number of people who were secretly gloating, most of the students wanted to get justice for Bai Xiaoya. "Yes, I will catch them," Baiyu said calmly, and picked up the rat's head and the small knife that were already on the desk. He noticed that a very faint demonic aura lingered around them. A demon did this? Baiyu felt the faint demonic aura and frowned slightly, his killing intent growing stronger. If it had been before, Baiyu might have thought it was a particularly malicious prank, but after feeling the demonic aura, the nature of the matter had completely changed. At this moment, Wang Sha rushed into the classroom angrily and asked Baiyu, "Baiyu, Xiaoya is being threatened? Who is so bold? I will tear them to pieces." When Baiyu saw Wang Sha yelling in front of all the students, he couldn't help being stunned. "Why do I feel like you're even more furious than I am?" Wang Sha didn't care about her image in front of the students at this moment and said to Baiyu, "Of course, Xiaoya is my student, and she has been bullied. How can I, as her teacher, not stand up for her?" Hearing Wang Sha's words, Baiyu shook his head with a faint smile and said, "This matter isn't as simple as you think. It's not convenient to talk in the classroom. Let's go outside." Wang Sha also noticed the strange looks the surrounding students were giving her. Realizing that her usual ladle-like image had completely collapsed, her delicate face couldn't help turning red, and she quickly said, Right, right, let's go outside." Wang Sha pulled Baiyu and ran out of the classroom, and the classroom erupted into laughter. Wang Sha, with her cheeks flushed, composed herself, as if nothing had happened just now, and asked Baiyu, "Did you find any clues? Was it a prank by the students in the class?" Baiyu shook his head slightly and said, "It doesn't seem like a student's prank. I sensed demonic energy from the rat's head and the knife." "A demon did it?" Wang Sha was stunned. She grabbed the rat's head and the knife from Baiyu's hand and carefully examined them, hesitantly saying, "But I didn't sense any demonic energy." Baiyu said, "The demonic energy is very weak, and it was deliberately hidden. It's normal for those with low cultivation to be unable to sense it." Wang Sha pouted her lips, but since the situation was unusual, she didn't have time to dwell on Baiyu's mockery. She said seriously to Baiyu, "Then I'll take these to the association and see if the technicians can find any clues." Baiyu shook his head and said, "There's no need. I have someone more suitable. After I take Xiaoya home, I'll go to that place." Wang Sha immediately said, "I'll go with you." Baiyu refused. "You're useless. Don't come and cause trouble." Wang Sha, "Then what can I do?" Baiyu had originally wanted to tell Wang Sha to go and wait wherever it was cool, but then he suddenly realized that Bai Xiaoya would likely be in a state of constant fear. This was a time when she needed someone to accompany her. So he said to Wang Sha, "Why don't you stay home and keep Xiaoya company for me? She's probably very scared right now. With you there, she'll feel more at ease." Wang Sha nodded. "Okay, I'll stay with Xiaoya, but you must catch the culprit. This is too vile." Baiyu replied, "Don't worry. No matter who they are, he or they will not see the sun tomorrow. Let's go. Time to get to work." Antique Street, Old Man Rat's shop. After taking Bai Xiaoya home, Baiyu went directly to this place. When Old Man Rat, who was sunbathing outside the shop, saw Bai appear. His eyes instantly lit up. He quickly got up to greet Bai. "Mr. Bai, you're finally here. My things." Bai threw the rat's head and the knife to Old Man Rat, saying, "Help me do something." When Old Man Rat saw the rat's head that Bai threw into his hand, his face instantly turned pale. He immediately knelt before Bai, crying, "Mr. Bai, have mercy. I didn't do anything. I don't want the Hichu Luo Shu anymore. Please, spare me." Seeing Bai throwing a rat's head at him, Old Man Rat thought that he had accidentally offended Bai. He was now completely panicked. The things that Bai had done yesterday were already known to everyone in the three realms. This lunatic, not only had he slaughtered all the gods, Buddhas, and demons, but he had also confronted the demon lord once. Now the entire three realms were in an uproar, and many gods and Buddhas were clamoring to find trouble with Bai. Now that Old Man Rat saw Bai coming to him with the head of one of his people, he couldn't help but panic. Bai patiently explained, "I'm not targeting you. It takes time to copy the Hichu Luo Shu. First, help me find the demon I'm looking for." Find a demon? Seeing that Bai hadn't come to kill him, Old Man Rat breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Bai and asked, "Who do you want me to find, Mr. Bai?" Bai said, "This rat's head and this knife have traces of a weak demonic aura. Help me find the owner of the demonic aura." Demonic aura? Old Man Rat was stunned. Then he brought his nose close to the rat's head and the knife and sniffed carefully. Then he frowned slightly. "There is indeed a demonic aura. I seem to have encountered it somewhere." "You've encountered it?" Bai's eyes lit up slightly. "Who is it?" Old Man Rat bowed to Bai and said, "My memory is a little hazy. Please give me some time, Mr. Bai." Bai said, "All right. If you can find the culprit, I'll reward you handsomely." Old Man Rat immediately smiled with delight. "Oh my, Mr. Bai, you're too kind. How could I possibly be embarrassed?" While being polite, Old Man Rat trotted into his antique shop, took out a thick ancient book, and flipped through it, licking his finger. While turning the pages, Old Man Rat said to Bai, "This ancient book has been passed down from my ancestors. It records all kinds of demons. Its depth is no less than the classic of mountains and seas. I have seen the demon you are looking for here. Oh, I found it. It's this one." Before long, Old Man Rat stood the ancient book up, pointing to a demon that was shaped like a snake, but had 4 wings. He said excitedly to Bai, "Mr. Bai, that demonic aura is from this demon." When Bai saw the picture Old Man Rat was pointing at, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The Ming serpent of Xian Mountain? Aren't they supposed to be active in the Central Plains? How could they come to Jiang City? Old Man Rat said, "Mr. Bai, you don't know this, do you? Recently, there has been a gathering of demons in Jiang City, and it just so happens that a Ming Serpent King came to Jiang City." Chapter 48. I'll gouge out your eyes. A Ming serpent has come to Jiang City? A flicker of coldness flashed in Bai's eyes. He asked Rat 3, "Where is your demon clan gathering?" Rat 3 felt the tangible killing intent emanating from Bai, and his whole body trembled. At the Emperor Hotel, but you need an invitation, Master Bai?" Before Rat 3 could finish his sentence, Bai had already vanished. On the table where he'd been, lay a string of 5-colored beads. An Earth Immortal artifact? Rat 3's pupils constricted as he stared at the Earth Immortal artifact Bai had left him. He quickly tucked it into his sleeve, glancing around warily, afraid someone might have seen the treasure. Meanwhile, Bai had already arrived at the entrance of the Emperor Hotel. As a 5-star hotel in Jiang City, the Emperor Hotel occupied an entire independent building in the city center. Even during the off-season, the cheapest rooms here cost over 1,000 yuan a night. Holding a banquet at the Emperor Hotel was an even more unimaginable expense. Due to its high standards and exorbitant prices, the Emperor Hotel had become a haven for the wealthy. Every day, countless celebrities and elites passed through its doors. This is the place. Bai felt the intense demonic energy within the building. His gaze grew colder, and he immediately strode towards the hotel lobby. However, before Bai could enter, a security guard stepped forward to block his path. "I'm sorry, but the hotel has been reserved for a private event for the next few days. To attend the banquet, you need an invitation. An invitation? Baiyu was momentarily taken aback. He vaguely remembered Rat 3 mentioning something about it, but he had been too rushed at the time to let Rat 3 finish his sentence. Baiyu didn't want to make things difficult for the human security guard. He was about to head back to find Rat 3 to get an invitation when a greasy voice came from behind him. If you don't have an invitation, go cool off somewhere else. Don't stand there blocking the way. Baiyu turned around and saw a fat man with a bloated face, glistening with grease. He had his arm around a glamorous woman and was looking at Baiyu with disdain. When the fat man noticed Baiyu staring at him, a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. He cursed angrily, "What are you looking at? I'll gouge out your eyes if you're not careful." The glamorous woman beside him said in a sugary voice, "Master Zhu, don't lower yourself to the level of such a loser. Didn't you want to take me to experience a high society banquet? Let's go in, hurry." At the sound of her voice, the fat man immediately broke into a smile. He said to Baiyu, "Just for Jiajia's sake, I won't argue with you. Get out of the way." As he spoke, the fat man reached out his greasy hand to press down on Baiyu's head, intending to push him aside. Thud. Before the fat man could touch Baiyu, a loud bang echoed. Baiyu stomped his foot onto the fat man's stomach, sending the 300-pound man flying. He tumbled down the stairs. The glamorous woman beside him was completely stunned at the sight of the fat man being kicked away by Baiyu. She stood rooted to the spot in fear, not daring to move. Ignoring the woman, Baiyu walked over to the fat man, who was groaning on the ground. He stomped on the fat man's head, crushing one of his eyes. Then, he took the invitation card from his body. Baiyu tapped the fat man's face with the invitation card, saying lightly, "Consider this invitation and your eye as compensation. If I see you again, I'll twist that pig head of yours right off." The fat man, writhing in pain, was trapped beneath Baiyu's foot, unable to move. He could only watch as Baiyu took his invitation card and left. Baiyu walked to the bewildered security guard with the invitation card. He handed it over, asking, "I should be able to go in now, right?" "This?" The security guard took the invitation card, swallowing nervously. He really didn't know how to respond. The invitation card Baiyu had was authentic, but the guard had witnessed with his own eyes that Baiyu had snatched it from the fat man. Seeing the security guard hesitate, Baiyu raised an eyebrow. "Or is this invitation personalized?" The security guard was shocked. He glanced at the fat man on the ground, clutching his eye and wailing, and hurriedly said to Baiyu, No. As long as you have an invitation, you can go in. Please come in." With that, the security guard stepped aside, allowing Baiyu to enter. The woman outside saw the guard let Baiyu in, and she finally snapped back to her senses. Pointing at the guard, she cursed, "Hey, you useless trash. How do you do your job? That invitation was clearly ours. Why did you let that loser in?" The security guard's expression turned cold as he was berated by the woman. He said coldly, "I only recognized the invitation card." The woman hadn't said a word while Baiyu was there, but as soon as he was gone, she started to act up. This kind of bullying behavior and cowardice made the guard feel extremely disgusted. "I don't care. It was obviously ours. I want to go in too." The woman was relentless. She slapped the security guard across the face, cursing angrily, "You useless piece of trash. Go in there and drag that loser out." The security guard, suddenly struck by the woman, was enraged. He retaliated with 2 heavy slaps across the woman's face, swelling her cheeks. He then cursed, "We don't serve harlots here. Get out." The woman was stunned by the guard's 2 slaps. Then, she screamed, baring her teeth and claws, and charged towards the guard. "Ah, you dare hit me? I'll kill you." Thud. The security guard didn't put up with the woman's behavior. He kicked her, sending her tumbling down the stairs. He said coldly, "Shameless." The woman struggled to her feet, and while hugging the fat man, who was still howling on the ground, she cried out, "Master Pang, even the security guards are bullying me. You have to avenge me." "I will." The fat man was still in too much pain to get up. He was also upset about his eye. He was further annoyed by the woman's cry and couldn't even say a complete sentence. Zhu Dabiao, what are you doing lying around here? A voice full of vigor sounded. Zhu Dabiao's expression changed slightly. He hastily climbed up from the ground, ignoring his blinded eye. He bowed to the middle-aged man in a Chinese tunic suit. Sixth Master, it's nothing, just that my invitation was stolen and someone blinded one of my eyes. The middle-aged man, known as Sixth Master, raised an eyebrow slightly, laughing. Oh, someone was able to blind your eye and steal your invitation? Zhu Dabiao immediately explained. I wasn't looking for trouble. A brat suddenly attacked me. He was ruthless and vicious when he snatched my invitation card. Sixth Master, please seek justice for me. The woman beside him realized how respectful Zhu Dabiao was to the Sixth Master, realizing he was an important figure. She also cried out to the Sixth Master, Sixth Master, you must seek justice for us. Not only did that loser steal Master Zhu's invitation, but that security guard clearly saw what the loser did, and he even let him in. What's more, that security guard even hit me. Sixth Master glanced at the security guard at the entrance and smiled, asking, is that what happened? The security guard straightened up and said loudly, you said to acknowledge the card, not the person. That gentleman had an invitation card, so I let him in. The woman cried out, that invitation was obviously ours. Are you blind? What kind of terrible rules are these? When Zhu Dabiao heard the woman's words, his remaining pupil shrank, and he slapped the woman hard across the face, roaring, shut up, Master Zhu. The woman was stunned by Zhu Dabiao's slap. She covered her swollen cheek, looking at Zhu Dabiao in disbelief, not understanding why she was hit. Sixth Master narrowed his eyes at Zhu Dabiao and said, laughing, Zhu Dabiao, it seems that your woman is questioning the rules I set. Zhu Dabiao was immediately covered in sweat. He explained to the Sixth Master, Sixth Master, she has nothing to do with me. She's ignorant. Sixth Master laughed. You know I hate humans, especially ignorant ones. Zhu Dabiao trembled violently, terrified. I know. Sixth Master laughed as he looked at the woman. Then he said to Zhu Dabiao, the rules I set do have some loopholes. How about this, after you settle your own matters, come in and find me, I'll get you justice. When Zhu Dabiao heard Sixth Master's words, he was immediately ecstatic. He immediately bowed deeply to the Sixth Master. Yes, Sixth Master. Take care of yourself. Sixth Master chuckled. Then he ignored Zhu Dabiao and went into the hotel with his hands clasped behind his back. When the woman saw the Sixth Master leave, she then asked Zhu Dabiao, with tears in her eyes, and Master Zhu, why did you hit me? It's clearly those people's fault. Shut up. Zhu Dabiao slapped the woman again. His eyes were brimming with murderous intent. You almost killed me. You goddamn cheap woman. You have to be eliminated. The woman covered her face, looking at Zhu Dabiao with his eyes full of killing intent. She trembled as she backed away. And Master Zhu, what are you going to do? Zhu Dabiao's face was twisted in rage. He stared at the woman, his face contorted in a grimace, and said darkly, after I deal with you, I'll go find that pretty boy. I'll let that pretty boy know that if he dares to gouge out Zhu Dabiao's eyes, I'll make sure he has no grave to be buried in. Zhu Dabiao said in a fierce voice, as his head quickly swelled, turning into a pig's head. The woman's pupils constricted as she saw Zhu Dabiao's demonic appearance. The fear on her face grew ever stronger, and she screamed, demon, save me. The woman's voice echoed all around, but when the surrounding people looked towards the sound, both Zhu Dabiao and the woman had disappeared. Chapter 49. Master. In the hotel's banquet hall, there wasn't a single human server. Here, all sorts of demons moved about in their true forms, socializing at the banquet. This was a high-level demon gathering. Those who were qualified to attend were all influential figures in the demon realm. Small-time demons like Aunt Cow or Xiao Jin wouldn't even qualify for an invitation, let alone know about the existence of this banquet. Baiyu entered the banquet hall, his gaze sweeping over the demons, but he didn't spot the Ming serpent. Hasn't it arrived yet? Baiyu murmured to himself, then randomly approached a demon and asked, "Who organized this banquet?" The demon, a humanoid figure with an eagle head, looked at Bai Yu in puzzlement. "You don't know who organized this banquet? How did you even get an invitation?" Bai Yu replied, "I took it." Hearing Bai Yu's words, the eagle-headed demon's lips twitched. Realizing that Bai Yu was a ruthless character, he didn't dare provoke him. He honestly replied, "Sixth Master is the organizer." "Sixth Master?" Bai Yu paused for a moment, then asked, "Which Sixth Master? You don't know Sixth Master?" The eagle-headed demon's eyes widened. "You don't even know the 6 kings of Qin Mountain? How did you even get in here? If you want to ask for information, go find someone else. I have things to do. I'll take my leave first." With that, the eagle-headed demon quickly walked away, afraid he would be dragged into trouble by Bai Yu. Bai Yu didn't chase after the demon. He muttered to himself, "The 6 kings of Qin Mountain? Could he be talking about the 6 Dangkong I saved back then?" The Dangkong was a type of demonic beast that looked very much like a wild boar. They were once quite friendly towards humans. Wherever they appeared, there would be a bountiful harvest, so they were well loved by humans. However, Dangkong meat was incredibly delicious, and there were rumors that eating it would prolong life. Therefore, many greedy hunters began to hunt them down, leading to their near extinction 1,000 years ago. 500 years ago, Bai Yu went to Qin Mountain to search for a type of gold or to forge a magic item. He happened to see a mature Dangkong being hunted by humans. At that time, the Dangkong was protecting her 6 newborns, and her children were about to be devoured by the hunters. Bai Yu, seeing that the Dangkong was already nearly extinct, felt compassion. He stepped in to save the 6 baby Dangkong, and also ignited their spiritual roots, allowing them to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. After that, Bai Yu never went to Qin Mountain again. He only occasionally heard other celestials mention that 6 powerful demon kings had emerged in Qin Mountain. They used great divine power to completely separate Qin Mountain from the mortal realm, creating a utopia that was only for demons. Thinking back, the little Dangkong I saved back then had quite a bit of talent. It's expected that they would cultivate into demon kings. I didn't expect an old acquaintance to be the organizer of this demon gathering. This is quite convenient. Bai Yu reminisced about the past. He was about to find the 6th master to ask about the Ming serpent when he suddenly heard an angry shout, "You little bastard, I've finally found you." Bai Yu turned to look. He saw a fat, one-eyed pig demon rushing towards him in anger. "It's him again?" When Bai Yu saw the one-eyed pig demon, his expression turned indifferent. He truly has a death wish. The one-eyed pig demon was none other than Zhu Dabiao, whom Bai Yu had met at the entrance. The other demons seemed to be afraid of Zhu Dabiao, quickly scattering to the sides, clearing a path for him. Zhu Dabiao strode towards Bai Yu and sneered, "You little bastard, I finally found you. You dared to blind my eye? I'll tear you to pieces." The surrounding demons saw that Zhu Dabiao and Bai Yu were having a conflict and began to whisper amongst themselves. "Who is that kid? How did he offend Zhu Dabiao? He's in big trouble now." Yeah, Zhu Dabiao is a capable subordinate of 6th Master. He has the strength of a demon general. They say he killed an A-rank exorcist a few days ago. He's extremely brutal. Hey, do you guys know where that white-robed guy comes from? He actually blinded Zhu Dabiao's eye. He must be a ruthless character. You're right, my eagle eyes can't even see what kind of demon that kid is. That's strange. So what if he's strong? Zhu Dabiao has 6th Master backing him up. No matter how strong that kid is, can he be a match for 6th Master? The demons all talked amongst themselves, speculating about Bai Yu's identity and who would win between Bai Yu and Zhu Dabiao. Demons were naturally inclined towards fighting. Now that there was a conflict at the banquet, they didn't mind watching it all unfold. In any case, if a fight broke out, it wasn't them that 6th Master would punish. Bai Yu calmly looked at Zhu Dabiao's distorted face and said lightly, "You should still remember what I told you before, right?" Hearing Bai Yu's words, a trace of fear flashed in Zhu Dabiao's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and laughed at Bai Yu, "Little bastard. So what if you're stronger than me? You should take a look at whose territory this is. Bastard, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me now, and I'll give you a complete corpse. Seeing Zhu Dabiao's arrogant appearance, Bai Yu sighed softly. You bring this upon yourself? Kneel. Boom. Bai Yu uttered 2 words lightly. Zhu Dabiao immediately felt an immense pressure on his shoulders. Unable to withstand the pressure, he knelt down before all the demons, in front of Bai Yu. The demons who had been whispering amongst themselves were all stunned. What happened? D-damn. You bastard. Zhu Dabiao propped himself up with his hands, trying to get up, but the pressure Bai Yu placed on him was too great. He even began to sink into the floor, unable to stop himself from lowering. Bai Yu seemed to think that Zhu Dabiao was kowtowing too slowly, so he stepped on Zhu Dabiao's head and stomped down hard. Thud. A loud crash rang out, and Zhu Dabiao's head was stomped into the ground by Bai Yu. The surrounding demons looked at Zhu Dabiao kneeling on the ground with his head buried in the floor, all dumbfounded, staring at Bai Yu in disbelief. How dare he? Zhu Dabiao was 6th Master's man, and this was 6th Master's territory. Regardless of what conflict Bai Yu had with Zhu Dabiao, by treating Zhu Dabiao like this, Bai Yu was slapping 6th Master in the face. This was a huge deal. Boom. Zhu Dabiao suddenly erupted with astonishing power. His clothes shattered, and he transformed into a 2-meter-tall wild boar, staring at Bai Yu with a death glare. He growled deeply, "Bastard, you have truly angered me." Bai Yu calmly looked at Zhu Dabiao, who had returned to his original form, and said lightly, "It seems you really are in a hurry to die. Then I'll grant your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, just as Bai Yu was about to end Zhu Dabiao's life, a powerful voice rang out. "Who's causing trouble?" Upon hearing this, all the demons' expressions changed, and they turned toward the direction of the voice. They saw 6th Master, dressed in a Chinese tunic suit, walk into the banquet hall. When Zhu Dabiao saw 6th Master appear, his face lit up with joy. He excitedly pointed at Bai Yu and said to 6th Master, "6th Master, you've finally arrived. That bastard who stole my invitation and is causing trouble is him." 6th Master looked in the direction that Zhu Dabiao was pointing. When he clearly saw Bai Yu's face, his expression changed drastically. The next moment, 6th Master's eyes turned red. He quickly ran towards Bai Yu, and in front of all the demons, he knelt down and kowtowed, "Master, you have finally appeared." At that moment, all the demons in the banquet hall were frozen in place. The excited Zhu Dabiao's face, however, was now ashen. Bai Yu was 6th Master's master? Chapter 50. The Real Big Shot. The atmosphere in the banquet hall had become incredibly bizarre. The demons all had their mouths agape, staring in disbelief at 6th Master, who was kneeling on the ground, wailing loudly. Their minds were blank. What exactly was going on? 6th Master was a well-known figure in the demon realm, having once fought 2 S-rank exorcists alone without losing ground, making him a top-tier demon king. Such a figure was considered to be capable of commanding wind and rain in the demon realm, not to mention that he had 5 older brothers, all of whom were even stronger than him. The 6 kings of Qin Mountain were one of the most untouchable groups in the demon realm. But now, 6th Master was kneeling before an unknown white-robed youth, even calling him master. The sheer impact of this scene was enough to shock the demons to their core. Soon, a demon reacted, exclaiming in surprise, "I remember now." It is said that the 6 kings of Qin Mountain were saved by immortal venerable Luo Yun when they were young. They were then enlightened by him, and that's how they became demon kings. So, 6th Master is calling that white-robed youth master. Doesn't that mean that the white-robed youth is? When the demon said this, the expressions on the faces of all the other demons changed. They had all realized the truth. They had not met immortal venerable Luo Yun, Bai Yu, before, but that didn't mean they didn't know who he was. He was the #1 war god in the immortal realm. Leaving aside how Bai Yu had turned the 3 realms upside down 10 years ago, just yesterday, Bai Yu had slaughtered countless beings in the realms of gods, Buddhas, and demons. He had even clashed head-on with the demon lord without losing ground. Who was the demon lord? He was an unparalleled being who could crush a heavenly immortal with a single hand, making the entire immortal realm tremble in fear. After emerging from the nether prison, Bai Yu was actually able to fight against the demon lord head-on. A figure of that caliber was actually appearing here? When the demons realized this, their legs went weak. They all knelt down before Bai Yu, kowtowing and saying, "Greetings, immortal venerable Luo Yun." The only one in the entire hall who was still standing was Zhu Dabiao, and he was completely dumbfounded. He looked in terror at all the demons kneeling on the ground, on the verge of tears. He had never expected that he, who had just arbitrarily picked someone who looked easy to bully, wanting to show off in front of his woman, had actually kicked such a hard iron board. "It's over." Zhu Dabiao transformed back into his human form and knelt down before Bai Yu, kowtowing and begging for mercy. "I immortal venerable Luo Yun, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't know it was you. If it was you, I would never have dared to offend you. Immortal venerable Luo Yun, please, spare my life." Zhu Dabiao began to desperately kowtow, begging Bai Yu to spare his life. Meanwhile, the demons around him were looking at Zhu Dabiao as if they were looking at a dead pig. Bai Yu was known for his ruthlessness. How could one even dream of living after offending such a big shot? Bai Yu glanced at Zhu Dabiao, then asked Sixth Master, who was kneeling before him, "Xiao Lu, is this pig demon your subordinate?" Sixth Master panicked and immediately kowtowed to Bai Yu, saying, "Master, it's all my fault for not teaching him well. I never expected Zhu Dabiao to be so arrogant and overbearing as to offend you, Master." Bai Yu said lightly, "I let him off once before. I said at the time that if I saw him again, I would twist his head off. Since he's your subordinate, I still have to ask for your opinion. What do you think should be done with him?" Hearing Bai Yu's words, Sixth Master trembled. He immediately leaped up, slicing off Zhu Dabiao's head with a single palm strike. Blood splattered everywhere. Before Zhu Dabiao could even beg for mercy, his headless body fell to the ground, staining his enormous, fleshy body red. Sixth Master didn't even glance at Zhu Dabiao's corpse. He continued to kneel before Bai Yu, kowtowing and saying, "I have already punished Zhu Dabiao. Zhu Dabiao offended you, Master, so I am also guilty. Please punish me, Master." Seeing that Sixth Master had personally killed Zhu Dabiao, Bai Yu didn't plan to pursue the matter further. He said to Sixth Master, "Let's leave it at that. Find a quiet place. I need to talk to you about something." Sixth Master's expression changed slightly, then he replied, "Yes. There's a private meeting room above the banquet hall. I'll take you there, Master." Bai Yu nodded slightly. As Bai Yu and Sixth Master left, a few demons who were in charge of cleaning up the scene quickly devoured Zhu Dabiao's corpse. The demons in the hall all erupted in an uproar, excitedly discussing Bai Yu. After all, compared to a figure like Sixth Master, who was merely a king in the demon realm, Bai Yu was a true big shot in all three realms. Now that they had seen Bai Yu's true face, when they returned, they would have something to brag about to the other demons. On the other hand, the demon who had been approached by Bai Yu before was stomping his feet in regret, slapping himself on the face, lamenting how he had thrown away an amazing opportunity. If only he had been a bit nicer and formed a relationship with Bai Yu, he could have walked sideways in the demon realm from then on. However, there was no turning back time. The demon could do nothing but regret. As for Zhu Dabiao's death, not a single demon cared. In their eyes, he had only reaped what he had sown. Above the banquet hall, in a private room, Sixth Master closed the door and respectfully asked Bai Yu, "Master, what is it that you wish to ask about?" Bai Yu got straight to the point. "I heard that a Ming serpent came to attend this banquet you organized?" Sixth Master replied, "Master, are you talking about Feng Guang? He's the leader of the Ming serpent clan and also a close friend of mine." "Your friend?" Bai Yu frowned slightly. "Do you know where he is now?" Sixth Master shook his head and replied, "It's strange. Since I met him 3 days ago in Jiang City, I haven't seen him since. I don't know where he is now either." "What do you want to see him for, Master?" Bai Yu said, "My daughter received a threat, and the object the threat was sent on was tainted with Ming's serpent demonic energy." Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Sixth Master's pupils constricted. He quickly said, "Master, although I don't know what happened, based on my understanding of Feng Guang, he, as the leader of the Ming serpent clan, would never do such an absurd thing like threatening a little girl. Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. Are you saying that Fong Guang was framed? Sixth Master replied, It's possible. I hope you can investigate and not wrongly accuse Fong Guang. Bai Yu said, The Ming Serpent clan is far away in the Central Plains. He's the only Ming Serpent in Jiang City. Whether he's being framed or not, this must be related to him. Since you're close friends, you should have a way to find him, right? I'll try. Please wait a moment, Master. Sixth Master knew that this matter was of great importance and dared not to be negligent. He quickly left the room, using his energy to search for Fong Guang. Not long after, Sixth Master rushed back in, looking flustered. He said to Bai Yu, Master, something terrible has happened. Seeing Sixth Master's panicked appearance, Bai Yu frowned slightly and asked, What is it? Sixth Master exclaimed, Just now, the Ming Serpent clan arrived at the venue carrying Fong Guang's corpse. They said that I killed Fong Guang and are demanding my life. Chapter 51. Bai Yu investigates. The Ming Serpent clan is here to demand your life, carrying their clan leader's body? Bai Yu looked at Sixth Master, who was covered in sweat, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Interesting. Sixth Master was sweating profusely. He asked Bai Yu, Master, what do we do now? The Ming Serpent clan is a major clan in the demon realm. Our Dang Kong clan is currently just a small mountain tribe with less than 100 members. If we clash with the Ming Serpents, our clan will likely face extinction again. Bai Yu smiled and asked, Did you kill Fong Guang? Sixth Master replied, Fong Guang's strength is about the same as mine. I've been busy preparing for the banquet these past few days. Even if I wanted to kill him, I wouldn't have had the time. Bai Yu chuckled. If you didn't kill him, then why are you panicking? If they want to cause trouble, I'm here, aren't I? Hearing Bai Yu's words, Sixth Master looked delighted. Does that mean you're going to help me resolve this trouble, Master? Bai Yu stood up and said, I haven't figured out my business with the Ming Serpent yet. Since they've come knocking on our door, I naturally need to take a look. Lead the way. Sixth Master was overjoyed. He said excitedly, Yes, I'll lead the way for you, Master. Emperor Hotel, first floor banquet hall. The atmosphere in the hall had reached a freezing point. A huge Ming Serpent corpse lay in the center of the banquet hall. Several Ming Serpent clansmen, dressed in mourning clothes, were kneeling before the massive serpent corpse, wailing. The surrounding demons whispered amongst themselves, why did the Ming Serpent King just suddenly get killed by Sixth Master? Aren't Sixth Master and the Ming Serpent King good friends? Who knows? Things are getting more and more chaotic now. Immortal Venerable Luo Yun had just arrived, and now the Ming Serpent clan has come to make trouble for Sixth Master. I have a feeling that things aren't as simple as they seem. Could someone be trying to frame Sixth Master? What's not simple about it? The facts are clear. I've seen Kong Luan's yin-yang sword before, and the wound on Fong Guang's corpse still has traces of yin-yang energy. This is clear evidence that Kong Luan did it. The demons were all gossiping. However, because the evidence was conclusive, everyone believed that Sixth Master was the culprit. The demons present were all influential figures in the demon realm. If everyone believed that Sixth Master was the one who killed the Ming Serpent clan leader, the Ming Serpent clan would have a strong justification to declare war on the Dang Kong clan. Even if Sixth Master managed to suppress the Ming Serpents causing trouble with Bai Yu's divine power, the Dang Kong clan's reputation would be completely ruined. The Dang Kong clan would find it difficult to make any moves in the demon realm in the future. The current situation was extremely tricky for Sixth Master. They're here. Immortal Venerable Luo Yun and Sixth Master are here. A demon cried out in alarm. The crowd of demons automatically dispersed to both sides, clearing a path. Bai Yu and Sixth Master walked into the banquet hall under the gaze of the demons. A Ming Serpent clansman, seeing Sixth Master appear, shot up towards him with killing intent in his eyes. He yelled, Kong Luan, pay with your life. Sixth Master, also known as Kong Luan, saw the Ming Serpent clansman rushing towards him with a knife, and didn't dare retaliate. He looked at Bai Yu in panic. In this situation, if he were to retaliate and injure the Ming Serpent clansman, then the Dang Kong clan and the Ming Serpent clan would be completely irreconcilable. Bai Yu, seeing the furious Ming Serpent clansman, merely smiled slightly. He used 2 fingers to catch the Ming serpent clansman's knife and said, "Step back." The Ming serpent clansman's expression changed when he saw Bai Yu's move. He immediately let go of the knife and knelt down before Bai Yu, kowtowing. "Immortal Venerable Luo Yun, you must uphold justice for our clan." Our clan leader was invited to attend the demon gathering hosted by Kong Luan in good faith, but we didn't expect Kong Luan to be so malicious as to kill our clan leader. Bai Yu took the knife in his hand and began toying with it. He asked the Ming serpent clansman, "You said that Fong Guang was killed by Xiao Lu. Do you have any evidence?" The Ming serpent clansman quickly replied, "There are a full 64 sword wounds on our clan leader's corpse, and each sword wound has traces of yin-yang energy. Kong Luan's signature weapon is the yin-yang sword. This is solid proof." Kong Luan roared, "Nonsense. I've been at the Emperor Hotel preparing for the banquet all these days. How could Fong Guang have been killed by me?" The Ming serpent clansman didn't back down, glaring at Kong Luan. "Then how do you explain the wounds with traces of yin-yang energy? In the entire demon realm, besides you Kong Luan, who else has a yin-yang sword?" This? Kong Luan was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, the wounds on Fong Guang's body were too similar to those left by his yin-yang sword. If he wasn't certain that he hadn't done it himself, he might even suspect himself. Even worse, Fong Guang was the one he had invited to Jiang City. Right now, he was unable to clear his name, no matter how hard he tried. Seeing Kong Luan speechless, the Ming serpent clansman immediately pressed his advantage, kowtowing to Bai Yu. "Immortal Venerable Luo Yun, you are a renowned heavenly immortal. Surely you would not cover up for a murderer. Now that the evidence is clear, please uphold justice for my Ming serpent clan. No need to rush. Let me take a look." Bai Yu chuckled. He walked over to Fong Guang's corpse and examined the demonic energy remaining on Fong Guang's body. Bai Yu was correct. Fong Guang's energy was exactly the same as the energy remaining on the rat head and the knife. As expected, the one who killed Fong Guang and the one who threatened the little girl, it's the same person. Are they trying to use my hands to kill someone? Or are they trying to ruin my reputation? Bai Yu realized that the one who killed Fong Guang was likely one of the masterminds behind the events of 10 years ago that Luo Ho had told him about. A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. He then raised his hand and flipped Fong Guang's corpse over. There was a large bloody hole in Fong Guang's abdomen. His gallbladder and demon core had already been dug out. The surrounding Ming serpent clansmen wailed even louder at the gruesome state of Fong Guang's corpse. Bai Yu examined Fong Guang's corpse and then said to Kong Luan, "Take out your yin-yang sword and let me take a look." "Yes." Kong Luan didn't dare hesitate. He immediately summoned his magic weapon and handed it to Bai Yu. The entire sword was azure blue, with black and white energy swirling around the blade. The sword body shimmered with a cold light. It was clearly a top-tier magic weapon, no weaker than Su Qian's Blood Fox Gourd or Miao Lingzhenren's 24 5-colored divine beads. A fine sword. Bai Yu praised the sword, then smiled at Kong Luan. But Xiao Lu, the yin-yang energy remaining on Fong Guang's corpse is exactly the same as the yin-yang energy swirling on this yin-yang sword. As soon as Bai Yu said this, the demons in the entire hall broke into an uproar. If everyone had just been making guesses before, not daring to come to a conclusion, then now, with Bai Yu speaking, the verdict was sealed. Immortal Venerable Luo Yun is Kong Luan's master. Since Immortal Venerable Luo Yun said so, then Fong Guang must have been killed by Kong Luan. I didn't expect Kong Luan to be so malicious. I heard that Immortal Venerable Luo Yun kills people without batting an eye, and the karma that stains his body could burn the 3 realms. I didn't expect him to be so selfless and impartial. I must have misjudged him. Kong Luan is done for now. If Immortal Venerable Luo Yun won't help him, who can save him? The demons were all talking loudly. Kong Luan's face was ashen. He hurriedly knelt down before Bai Yu, protesting, "Master, you must believe me. I really didn't kill Fong Guang." The Ming serpent clansman who was kneeling on the ground picked up his knife again and swung it towards Kong Luan's back, roaring, "Murderer, take my life." Bang! Before the Ming serpent clansman's knife could even reach Kong Luan, he was hit hard and sent flying. He crashed into a large pillar, breaking it, and then flew into the wall. The demons, who were in an uproar, all froze in place at this moment. They all looked at Bai Yu in shock, not understanding why he had made a move. Wasn't the truth already clear? Bai Yu smiled slightly. He pulled the Ming serpent clansman over to him, grabbed his neck, lifted him into the air, and asked with a smile, "Tell me, who killed Fong Guang?" Chapter 52. The Utmost Pain. The Ming serpent clansman was grasping Bai Yu's hand with both of his, shaking his legs frantically as he said, I don't understand what you mean. The culprit is Kunlun. Looks like you're not being honest." Bai Yu shook his head and smiled, then clenched his fingers. Crack. The Ming serpent clansman's neck was crushed instantly by Bai Yu. All the demons present, including Kunlun, were completely stunned. They never expected that Bai Yu would kill the Ming serpent clansman so directly. Bai Yu tossed the Ming serpent clansman's corpse onto the floor like it was garbage. Then, he walked towards another Ming serpent clansman, smiling as he asked, "Who killed Fong Guang?" That Ming serpent clansman kowtowed frantically to Bai Yu, saying loudly, "Please, immortal venerable Luo Yun, uphold justice for us. The culprit is really Kunlun." Bang! Bai Yu crushed that Ming serpent clansman's head with a kick, spraying blood everywhere, causing the surrounding demons' faces to pale and their bodies to tremble. At that moment, all the demons witnessed Bai Yu's true face. They realized that the rumors were not false. Bai Yu was a bloodthirsty demon. After crushing the Ming serpent clansman's head, Bai Yu acted like nothing had happened. He looked at another Ming serpent clansman to the side, smiling as he asked, "Who killed Fong Guang?" That Ming serpent clansman trembled when he heard Bai Yu's demonic voice. He said in a panic, I don't know." Swish. Before the Ming serpent clansman could even finish his sentence, his head went flying, landing in the arms of a muscular tiger demon. When the tiger demon saw the head in his arms, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. The other demons didn't dare speak now, not even to breathe. They all watched Bai Yu in silence, their hearts filled with fear. This was simply a god of slaughter. Bai Yu still had a faint smile on his face. He walked over to the last Ming serpent clansman and asked with a smile, "Who killed Fong Guang?" The last Ming serpent clansman had been completely terrified. When he heard Bai Yu's question, his legs went weak and he knelt down before Bai Yu, crying. "Fong Gu asked us to come here and cause trouble. I don't know anything. Immortal venerable, spare my life." Bai Yu looked at the dumbfounded Kunlun and asked, "Who is Fong Gu?" Kunlun shuddered, then regained his senses. He said in a panic, Fong Gu is Fong Guang's son, the young leader of the Ming serpent clan." "I understand." Bai Yu nodded slightly. He snapped his fingers, and the last Ming serpent clansman burst into flames. "Ah!" A shrill scream echoed through the banquet hall. The Ming serpent clansman was burned to ashes before everyone's eyes. Bai Yu scanned all the silent demons in the hall and asked with a smile, "Everyone, what do you think of my detective skills?" The demons all trembled and quickly flattered him. "As expected of Master Bai, you're a true divine detective. It must have been Fong Gu who killed Fong Guang." Yes. It must be that Fong Gu wanted to seize the position of clan leader and deliberately framed Sixth Master. "We believe in Master Bai's judgment." At once, all the demons began to agree with Bai Yu, not daring to question him in the slightest. Bai Yu smiled and scanned the demons. He then fixed his gaze on a cat demon with an unnatural complexion in the crowd. He beckoned to the cat demon, saying, "Come here." When the cat demon saw that Bai Yu had his eye on him, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately fled towards the back. Seeing that the cat demon was trying to escape, the amusement in Bai Yu's eyes grew. He casually activated the yin-yang sword, shooting it towards the cat demon. Swish! The sword light flashed through the crowd, accurately piercing the cat demon's calf and pinning him to the ground. "Ah!" The cat demon cried out in pain. The surrounding demons felt a phantom pain in their calves just by watching this scene. After pinning down the cat demon, Bai Yu said to Kunlun, "Take that cat demon to the private meeting room. Don't allow any of the demons here to leave." "Why, yes." Kunlun was still in a daze and nodded subconsciously. Yu no longer paid any attention to the demons in the banquet hall and turned to leave. Kunlun finally regained his senses and hurriedly ordered his subordinates to seal off the entire banquet hall. He then personally went to capture the cat demon, escorting him to the private meeting room. In the meeting room, Yu was sitting on a sofa with his legs crossed, waiting for Kunlun to bring the cat demon. Soon, the meeting room door opened, and Kunlun pushed the cat demon in, forcing him to kneel before Yu. The cat demon's face was full of terror. He asked Yu, "Master Bai, why did you capture me?" Yu looked at the cat demon kneeling before him with a smile and asked, "If you didn't know, why did you run?" The cat demon said in a panic, "Master Bai, your power is unparalleled. I was just scared, so Yu chuckled. "You should know that trying to play dumb with me won't end well. The person behind you can't save you. You won't die here with me either. So, if you want a quick way out, it's best if you tell me everything you know." Hearing Yu's words, the fear in the cat demon's eyes grew more intense. He looked around nervously, wanting to crush the poison he had hidden in his teeth. However, before he could swallow the poison, Yu sent his spiritual power into the cat demon's head, invading his soul. "Ah!" The cat demon cried out in pain, the poison rolling out of his mouth. The cat demon curled up on the ground, rolling around incessantly. Yu chuckled at the cat demon. "My spiritual power can invade your 3 souls and 7 spirits, drilling into the deepest part of your soul, piercing all of your nerves, making you endure pain 1,000 times more terrifying than having ants gnaw at your flesh. And you won't pass out, you won't die. This pain will last forever. I can also accelerate your thoughts so that in every moment, you'll feel like you've lived for 10,000 years." Even Kunlun, who had seen a lot, couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart and begin to tremble when he saw the cat demon's painful state. Just by looking at him, he could imagine the pain that the cat demon was experiencing. It was simply too terrifying. The cat demon was clearly also frightened by Yu. He hurriedly begged for mercy. I'll confess everything. Master Bai, please stop. Give me a quick death." "Smart cat." Yu smiled slightly and withdrew his spiritual power. The cat demon collapsed onto the ground, his whole body drenched in sweat. Although he still felt a slight stinging pain, he felt an unprecedented happiness. Even if he had to die and give up everything, he didn't want to return to the hell that Yu had just created. After a moment, the cat demon climbed up, knelt before Yu, and said in a trembling voice, I'm a member of the Black Moon Church. The church master sent me here to monitor the situation." When Kunlun heard the cat demon's words, his pupils constricted slightly. He cried out in surprise, "The Black Moon Church?" Yu asked Kunlun, "Do you know this church?" Kunlun said gravely, "I've heard of it. The Black Moon Church appeared in recent years. It's a cult composed of both humans and demons. They worship the Heavenly Moon Evil God, believing that the Heavenly Moon Evil God is the only true deity and that he can grant them eternal life. In recent years, the Black Moon Church has grown rapidly, but they have always operated in secret and have never caused any trouble, so no powerful beings have attacked them." Yu chuckled. "A cult that never causes trouble actually provoked me? Interesting." As he said that, Yu asked the cat demon again, "Where is your church's headquarters?" The cat demon said, I'm just a low-ranking member. I don't know where the headquarters is. I only know that a branch is located in the slaughterhouse in the eastern suburbs of Xianxia. We usually operate there. In the slaughterhouse in the eastern suburbs, it's not too far from here." Yu muttered to himself. Then he instructed Kunlun, "Xiaolu, send someone to investigate." Kunlun bowed and said, "Yes, I'll arrange it now." After Kunlun left, Yu asked the cat demon again, "Besides that, what else do you know?" The cat demon didn't dare hide anything. He swallowed and said in a trembling voice, "Besides sending me here to monitor the situation, the church master also seemed to send a team of members to capture a female student from Xianxia First High School." "Say that again." Yu's expression changed drastically, killing intent erupting from him. Chapter 53, Daddy, Please Save Mommy. The temperature in the meeting room instantly dropped by several degrees. The cat demon felt the tangible killing intent emanating from Baiyu, his face turning deathly pale as his soul trembled. How terrifying. The cat demon didn't dare hide anything from Baiyu. He quickly said, when the church master was assigning tasks, besides me, there was another team of members who were executing a task, but their operations are all confidential. I don't know what they're supposed to do. So, the Black Moon Church is trying to lure me away. Are they? I'd like to see what tricks you can play. Baiyu scoffed coldly. He released his aura, directly reducing the cat demon into dust. The next moment, Baiyu disappeared from the spot and returned to the outside of the Tangyue Ipin residential complex. At that time, the Tangyue Ipin complex was enveloped by a massive barrier. From the outside, the complex appeared to be normal, but anyone who stepped inside the barrier would find that the inside had become a living hell. The protective charm isn't reacting. You should still be safe for now. I'll go in and see what's happening. Baiyu scanned the massive barrier, then stepped into it. As soon as he entered, Baiyu smelled a strong stench of blood and heard heart-wrenching screams. Many people wearing black robes were slaughtering people within the barrier. Those who could afford to live in the Tangyue Ipin complex were all wealthy and prominent figures in society. Yet, in front of the black-robed figures, they were like lambs being led to the slaughter. They looked utterly pathetic. As soon as Baiyu stepped inside the barrier, two black-robed figures turned to look at Baiyu. They then charged towards him at an incredible speed. Moths to a flame. When Baiyu saw the two black-robed figures attacking him, a murderous intent flared in his eyes. He gathered the wind into a blade and slashed horizontally. Swish! A wind blade sliced the two black-robed figures in half at the waist, sending blood splashing everywhere. Baiyu removed the hoods and masks from the two black-robed figures and discovered that one was an old human man, while the other was a rat demon in human form. It seemed Xiaolu was right. The Black Moon Church is a cult formed by humans and demons together. But present-day Huagua is the location of the Heavenly Palace. Even the Western Paradise and the Western Church have no way of competing for merit and incense here. How is such a small Black Moon Church able to develop in such a place? Baiyu muttered to himself. After checking the identities of the two black-robed figures, he hurried towards Bai Xiaoya's home. He encountered several black-robed figures along the way, but they all seemed to be unafraid of death, launching suicidal attacks against Baiyu. Baiyu dealt with all the black-robed figures he encountered on the way and quickly arrived at the floor where Bai Xiaoya lived. He saw Song-Ying blocking the entrance to the corridor, fighting three black-robed figures. Song-Ying. When Baiyu saw the battle-scarred Song-Ying, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He immediately made a move and shattered the three black-robed figures. Then, he asked Song-Ying, "What are you doing here?" Song-Ying weakly knelt down on one knee, panting as he said to Baiyu, "Mr. Bai, don't worry about me. Two black-robed figures broke through my defenses and went upstairs. Hurry up and go after them. I'm going now." Hearing Song-Ying's words, Baiyu's pupils constricted slightly. He casually gave Song-Ying a protective charm and then rushed upstairs. At the same time, inside Bai Xiaoya's home, the injured Wang Sha was standing in front of Bai Xiaoya and the unconscious Niu Yi, who had returned to her original form and was severely injured. She was staring intently at the two black-robed figures in front of her and said through gritted teeth to Bai Xiaoya, quickly take Niu Yi into the room and hide. I'll take care of this." Bai Xiaoya cried, "Teacher Wang, you're no match for them. They're here for me. Don't worry about me, run away." Wang Sha said through gritted teeth, "What nonsense are you saying? I'm a teacher. How can a teacher run away before her students? Hide inside." With that, Wang Sha pushed Bai Xiaoya and Niu Yi into the room, closed the door, and blocked the entrance herself. She said through gritted teeth to the two black-robed figures in front of her, "If you want to capture Xiaoya today, you'll have to step over my dead body." Actually, Wang Sha hadn't expected things to turn out like this. She had thought that the threatening letter from this morning was just some disgusting prank, but she hadn't expected it to be a sinister plan to lure Baiyu away. Now the entire complex was covered by a barrier. Not only could people not leave the barrier, but there was no signal either. She had no way to call Baiyu for help. The black-robed figures that had suddenly appeared were all extremely brutal. If Tsonging hadn't arrived in time, they would have already died at the hands of these black-robed figures. Faced with Wang Sha's determined attitude, the two black-robed figures still didn't say a word. They merely nodded to each other and then charged towards Wang Sha from both sides, their speed already exceeding what Wang Sha's eyes could track. These black-robed figures were monsters who were capable of fighting an S-rank exorcist like Tsonging. Wang Sha was just a B-rank exorcist. She was no match for them at all. The next moment, she was about to have her head severed by these two black-robed figures. Wang Sha seemed to know what her end would be. She instinctively closed her eyes. By you owe me a demon core. You'll never be able to pay it back in this life. I'll come back as a ghost to get it from you. Swish. A soft sound reached Wang Sha's ears. However, Wang Sha didn't feel the expected pain, and she was a bit puzzled. She subconsciously opened her eyes. In front of her, the two black-robed figures' headless bodies were already lying on the ground, and Baiyu, without her noticing, was already standing in the middle of the living room. Baiyu? When Wang Sha saw Baiyu appear, an endless joy surged from the bottom of her heart. She completely relaxed and suddenly, her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. Wang Sha looked at Baiyu and smiled. You finally came. If you had been any later, I wouldn't have let you off even as a ghost. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Baiyu used karmic fire to incinerate the two black-robed figures' bodies and helped Wang Sha up. I'll take you all out of here. Wang Sha waved her hand. Don't worry about me. Your daughter is in the room, and Niu is severely injured too. They're the ones who need to be taken care of. Thank you. Baiyu thanked Wang Sha, then pushed open the door and entered. He saw Bai Xiaoya hugging a giant python covered in wounds, crying. Even though Bai Xiaoya was usually most afraid of cold-blooded animals. Mommy, don't die. Don't leave me alone. Bai Xiaoya hugged the giant python tightly, crying her heart out. She was just an ordinary person. When faced with these things, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. When Baiyu saw Bai Xiaoya crying her eyes out, his heart ached. He walked heavily towards Bai Xiaoya, knelt down on one knee, and hugged her in his arms, saying, I'm here. Everything's going to be all right. Bai Xiaoya hugged Baiyu and cried. Daddy, please, save Mommy. Hearing Bai Xiaoya's words, Baiyu's whole body trembled. Chapter 54. Father and daughter recognize each other. Baiyu's heart trembled violently, and his whole body stiffened. He looked at Bai Xiaoya with disbelief, his voice trembling as he asked, Why what did you call me? Bai Xiaoya cried, Daddy, I know you're my biological father. I don't blame you for keeping it a secret. Please hurry and save Mommy. She's dying. Hearing Bai Xiaoya's words, Baiyu's mind was a complete blank. He never expected that he and his daughter would recognize each other at this time. The recognition had come too suddenly. However, Baiyu couldn't ignore his daughter's plea. He immediately took out a healing elixir from his Chinkuan pouch and fed it to Niu. At the same time, he channeled spiritual power into Niu to stabilize her injuries. Soon, the wounds on Niu's body rapidly healed. Regaining her strength, she also transformed back into her human form. Niu slowly opened her eyes and sat up from the ground. She looked at the tearful Bai Xiaoya and smiled weakly. This girl, why are you crying so hard? You don't look pretty anymore. Mommy, it's so good you're okay. When Bai Xiaoya saw that Niu had recovered, she burst into tears of joy, hugging Niu and crying. She had thought that Niu was going to leave her forever. On the other hand, Baiyu was standing there like a child who had done something wrong, at a loss for what to say. Before, he had always made excuses, saying that he wasn't recognizing Bai Xiaoya because he was afraid that she wouldn't be able to accept it. In reality, he had never known how to face Bai Xiaoya, which was why he hadn't recognized her. He didn't know how to explain that he had gotten rid of Bai Xiaoya's mother, and he also didn't know how to explain that he had lost Bai Xiaoya for 10 years. He had to remember that Bai Xiaoya was only 6 years old when she was kidnapped. During these 10 years, the reason why he had locked himself in the nether prison to torture himself was that he was afraid to face the truth. He was afraid that when he confessed to Bai Xiaoya, she wouldn't accept him as her father. He had always been the one who was scared. He was the most cowardly one. After what seemed like an eternity, Bai Yu finally mustered the courage to ask Bai Xiaoya, when did you know? Bai Xiaoya wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, looking at Bai Yu with red eyes, and said reproachfully, "Silly daddy, all your thoughts are written in your eyes. Besides, I've always known that Papa Chu and Mommy Nyo aren't my biological parents. Plus, they've been hinting at it all the time. If I still couldn't figure it out, then I would have been a fool. I kept quiet all this time because I wanted to see when you would take the initiative to tell me, but I never thought that you would just never say it. It's so infuriating." When Bai Yu saw Bai Xiaoya pouting, he opened his mouth, at a loss for how to describe his complicated feelings at this moment. It turned out that his daughter already knew. It turned out that his daughter was even braver than him. Thinking about all of this, Bai Yu shook his head and smiled. He composed himself, got up, and opened his arms to Bai Xiaoya, asking, "Xiaoya, do you want to give daddy a hug?" Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, it was Bai Xiaoya's turn to feel embarrassed. She shrank into Niu Yi's embrace, not daring to look at Bai Yu, although she was already quite familiar with Bai Yu. After this father-daughter recognition, she suddenly felt a little scared. She didn't know how to face her own biological father. On the other hand, Niu Yi's face was full of gentle smiles. She gently nudged Bai Xiaoya and said softly, "Bai Xiaoya, go and hug your daddy. Your daddy is a very amazing person." Hearing Niu Yi's words, Bai Xiaoya took a deep breath, mustered her courage, walked up to Bai Yu, and hugged him gently, asking in a soft voice, "Daddy, can you tell me about the past? Mine and Mommy's. I don't remember anything." Bai Yu hugged Bai Xiaoya tightly, his eyes also welling up with tears. He had waited too long for this moment. He said softly, What you want to know? I'll tell you everything after this matter is resolved. But before that, you need to protect yourself, okay?" Bai Xiaoya nodded obediently, "Okay." After the father-daughter hug, Bai Yu smiled and ruffled Bai Xiaoya's head. Then he asked Niu Yi, "Aunt Niu, can you still move?" Niu Yi stood up and smiled. "Thanks to Master Bai, I'm recovering well. I can still handle a simple fight." But you don't need to fight anymore." Bai Yu nodded slightly and summoned the Hichu Luo Shu, handing it to Niu Yi. "This Hichu Luo Shu has already been refined by me. Take it and bring Xiaoya and Wang Sha to a safe place. Wait for me to finish dealing with these things, and then you can come back." Hichu Luo Shu? When Niu Yi saw the Hichu Luo Shu floating in front of her, her pupils constricted, and a huge wave crashed in her heart. That was the legendary divine artifact. Legend has it that yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams, all evolved from the Hichu Luo Shu. The Hichu Luo Shu contained the great principles of the Tao. Anyone who could comprehend just a little bit would benefit immeasurably. Niu Yi had never expected that such an ultimate treasure was actually in Bai Yu's hands, and Bai Yu was willing to lend the Hichu Luo Shu to her. Bai Yu continued, "Aunt Niu, this Hichu Luo Shu is the only divine artifact that I have that I can take out right now. I lost all of my other divine artifacts and haven't found them yet. Don't worry about disliking it." How could I possibly dislike it? Niu Yi took the Hichu Luo Shu, her hands trembling. "I was just wondering how a lowly being like me could be worthy of touching such a treasure." Bai Yu smiled. "Aunt Niu, don't underestimate yourself. Since the Hichu Luo Shu doesn't reject you, it means you can use it. I've stored my celestial power inside the Hichu Luo Shu. You don't need to worry about overusing your own power when you use it. Just treat it like it's your own magic weapon. If there's no danger, you can also use the Hichu Luo Shu to cultivate." When Niu Yi heard Bai Yu's words, she nodded absent-mindedly, still somewhat confused, and replied subconsciously, "Oh, okay." When Bai Yu saw Niu Yi looking so dazed, he also smiled slightly and said, "Aunt Niu, try it. You just need to inject your spiritual power into the Hichu Luo Shu, and then think of a safe place." "Oh." Niu Yi nodded woodenly, and then activated the Hichu Luo Shu according to what Bai Yu had said. The Hichu Luo Shu glowed with a white light, and the space around it began to distort. The next moment, Niu Yi, Bai Xiaoya, and Wang Sha all disappeared, leaving the Tangyue Yiping complex. Not long after Bai Xiaoya and the others left, Song Ying rushed upstairs. He called out to Bai Yu in a panic, "Mr. Bai, something terrible has happened." When Bai Yu saw Song Ying's panicked appearance, he frowned slightly and asked, "What is it?" Song Ying swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, "Look outside the window." Hearing Song Ying's words, Bai Yu couldn't help but pull open the curtains. He saw that the barrier outside the Tangyue Yiping complex had disappeared. A large number of armed police forces had gathered around the complex, surrounding it completely. In the distance, there were also armed helicopters flying towards them. Song Ying said to Bai Yu, "Mr. Bai, the tragedy that happened in the Tangyue Yiping complex has already spread. The Exorcist Association, even the government, seems to believe that we were the ones who killed everyone in the complex. The forces that are coming from outside are here for us." When Bai Yu heard Song Ying's words, he looked at the forces surrounding them on the outside. Instead of panicking, his lips curved into a faint smile. "A frame-up, huh? But what good will that do?" Chapter 55. Absolute Power. Song Ying limped over to Bai Yu, his voice grave as he asked, "Mr. Bai, what should we do now? Do we need to escape?" "Escape?" Bai Yu smiled faintly. "We didn't do it, so why should we escape?" Song Ying said anxiously, "Mr. Bai, in this situation, we won't have the opportunity to prove our innocence. There were over 1,000 armed police officers outside, and even many S-rank exorcists had arrived. If they continued to stay here, they would only be facing death." In his opinion, the best course of action now was to escape first and then find a way to clear their names. However, Bai Yu closed the curtains and turned to walk outside, chuckling. "Let's go out. I'm just curious about who is framing us." When Song Ying saw Bai Yu's calm demeanor, his own tense emotions also eased up a bit. He immediately followed Bai Yu out of the door. He was well aware that there were several powerful individuals at his level guarding outside. If he wanted to survive right now, he could only follow Bai Yu. As Bai Yu pushed the door open, there were already more than a dozen fully armed police officers standing outside. When the police officers saw Bai Yu coming out, they all raised their guns, aiming at him. A majority of them were trembling, looking extremely nervous. It made sense, as they had come here, witnessed the carnage throughout the complex, and were scared to the core. They were human beings too. If they were facing such fierce and vicious criminals, it would be abnormal to say that they weren't nervous. Bai Yu smiled at the nervous police officers outside the door and said, "You don't need to be nervous. Let us go outside. I won't make a move." Hearing Bai Yu's words, the police officers looked at each other. In the end, they didn't fire their weapons, making a path for Bai Yu and Song Ying. When they had come to carry out the mission, they had received orders from their superiors, informing them that Bai Yu and Song Ying weren't ordinary people. Firing guns in such a confined space would be akin to seeking their own deaths. When Bai Yu saw the police officers making way for them, he smiled politely and led Song Ying downstairs. The moment Bai Yu and Song Ying walked out of the building, countless red dots focused on their bodies. The armed helicopters in the sky continued to roar, making Bai Yu's clothes flutter. There was also a heavy machine gun mounted on the armed helicopter. If Bai Yu and Song Ying made any rash moves, the bullets from the machine gun would be mercilessly unleashed. Outside the building, besides the police force, there were also several men and women whose auras were no weaker than Song Ying's standing on the tops of other high-rise buildings. When Song Ying saw the formation outside, he couldn't help but swallow nervously, instinctively taking a step back. Even though he was an S-rank exorcist, when facing hundreds of guns and several similarly powerful individuals, he wouldn't be able to avoid being riddled with bullets. This was the power of a nation, something an individual couldn't resist. Bai Yu remained unfazed. He shouted to the crowd in front of him, "Who's in charge here?" Soon, a middle-aged man with a somber face walked out from the crowd and said to Bai Yu, "I am Wu Fan, the vice president of the Huadong branch of the Exorcist Association and the overall commander of this operation." Bai Yu smiled and asked Wu Fan, "President Wu, how did you determine that we were the culprits?" Wu Fan said coldly, "You two have committed such heinous crimes. Did you think you could get away with it?" When Song Ying saw that even Wu Fan had come, he quickly explained, "President Wu, Those who slaughtered the people in this complex were a group of black-robed figures, not us. Humph. You still want to make excuses? Wu Fan snorted coldly, took out a tablet, and tossed it to Song Ying. The surveillance footage has recorded all the crimes you committed. Song Ying, you've disappointed me too much. Song Ying caught the tablet. The surveillance footage being played on the tablet showed him and by you massacring people in the complex. This is... When Song Ying saw the surveillance footage, his pupils constricted violently, and a huge wave crashed in his heart. How could this be possible? These things were clearly done by those black-robed figures, so why was the surveillance footage showing that it was him and by you doing it? Wu Fan said to Song Ying, in the entire complex, besides the victims' corpses, there isn't even a single one of those black-robed figures you spoke of. Now that we have both witnesses and material evidence, what else can you say? This is impossible. Song Ying cried out in shock. He immediately turned his head back, only to find that the black-robed figures' corpses that had been lying at the entrance of the building had all vanished into thin air. There wasn't even a trace of blood. After experiencing a series of such unbelievable events, Song Ying started to doubt himself. Could it be that all of this was an illusion? That in reality, he was the one who killed everyone in the complex? At that moment, Song Ying's body trembled violently. He looked at Bai Yu in despair and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Bai, could all of this be something that we actually did?" Bai Yu took the tablet that had fallen to the ground from Song Ying's hands. He looked at the footage being played, the amusement in his eyes growing. He chuckled. Interesting. They have even prepared the surveillance footage. When exactly was this all planned? Seeing that Bai Yu was still acting fearless, a hint of gloom flashed in Wu Fan's eyes. He immediately pulled out a gun from his waist and aimed it at Bai Yu, shouting, "Bai Yu! Song Ying, if you don't surrender, we'll execute you on the spot." As Wu Fan raised his gun, the police officers behind him all placed their fingers on the triggers. As long as Wu Fan gave the order, they would pull the triggers. Song Ying, meanwhile, had fallen into deep self-doubt. He had completely lost his fighting spirit and had no desire to resist. Bai Yu looked at Wu Fan, who was aiming the gun at him, still unfazed, and smiled. The barrier around this Tangyue complex disappeared less than 10 minutes ago. President Wu discovered the tragedy that happened in the complex in such a short amount of time, assembled such a large force, and even prepared the evidence so thoroughly. I'd like to know, does President Wu really have such strong execution capabilities? Or did he already know what happened in Tangyue? Hearing Bai Yu's question, Wu Fan's pupils constricted slightly. He then immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! A flame erupted from the muzzle of the gun. Wu Fan fired a shot towards Bai Yu's forehead. When Bai Yu saw the bullet flying towards him, the corners of his lips curved into a faint smile. He used 2 fingers to catch the bullet and smiled at Wu Fan. "President Wu, why are you so nervous? The gun just went off." When Wu Fan saw that Bai Yu had caught his bullet with his bare hands, his pupils constricted violently. He immediately gave the order, "Open fire." However, before he could even finish speaking, he suddenly discovered that everything around him had turned black and white. The wind had stopped flowing too. The troops behind him, including the S-rank exorcists standing on the roofs of the buildings, also stopped at that moment. It was as if time had stopped. When Wu Fan saw the strange scene around him, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He quickly looked at Bai Yu, only to see that Bai Yu was slowly walking towards him, completely out of sync with the frozen world around him. When Wu Fan saw Bai Yu approaching him, fear arose in his eyes. He instinctively retreated, saying in a trembling voice, "What kind of person are you?" Bai Yu walked up to Wu Fan and chuckled. "You brought people to frame me, but you don't know who I am? Did the person behind you send you here to die?" Chapter 56. Public Enemy Number 1. Fear, like a living thing, bloomed in Wu Fan's heart as he stared into Bai Yu's abyss-like, black eyes. He instinctively glanced towards the S-rank exorcists positioned on the surrounding rooftops, a desperate plea for help forming in his mind. "It's no use, Chairman Wu," Bai Yu chuckled softly. "Here, time only flows for the 2 of us. No one's coming to save you." Hearing Bai Yu's words, the terror in Wu Fan's eyes deepened. He stumbled backward, only to find his retreat blocked by the unmoving riot shields of the armed police. Bai Yu simply watched Wu Fan, his face contorted with dread, and said, "Chairman Wu, just confess honestly. That way, your death might at least be a little less painful. I've always been kind-hearted. I can't stand to see others suffer." Wu Fan stared at Bai Yu with abject horror, his voice trembling. "Why, you fiend? What are you talking about?" Bai Yu shook his head, a sigh escaping his lips. "What a drama queen. When it's just the two of us, you're still putting on a show. Very well, let's have you enjoy this for a bit first." Bai Yu chuckled, a wisp of white spiritual energy flicking from his fingertip and into Wu Fan's head, burrowing into his very soul. Ayaha! The instant the white energy pierced his skull, Wu Fan unleashed a blood-curdling scream. He curled up on the ground like a worm, his face twisted beyond recognition. Never in his life had he experienced such agonizing pain. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Please, spare me." Almost immediately, Wu Fan gave up all resistance. Bai Yu watched Wu Fan writhing in agony and sked. "If only you'd been this reasonable earlier." With that, Bai Yu withdrew the white energy. Wu Fan lay on the ground like a dead dog, unmoving. Only a second had passed, but it felt like he had spent centuries in hell. Bai Yu crouched in front of Wu Fan. "Tell me everything you know, every single detail." "Why, yes. Wu Fan nodded repeatedly, addressing Bai Yu. "Yesterday, the Black Moon Church wired 10 million USD to our foreign accounts, instructing me to mobilize the troops today. The goal was to capture the criminal in the Tangyue 1 complex and to kill them at any cost." Bai Yu followed up, "What about the video on the tablet?" Wu Fan replied, "I received that video about half an hour ago. It wasn't just me. The Xianxia government and even high-ranking officials in Kyoto received it. Your actions have already shaken the entire nation. That's why I was able to mobilize the troops so easily." Bai Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. He muttered to himself, "So, they've painted me as a public enemy? The Black Moon Church is trying to make it impossible for me to have a foothold in China. This is getting more and more interesting." With a smile, Bai Yu turned back to Wu Fan. "What's your connection to the Black Moon Church?" Wu Fan replied, "I only know that the Black Moon Church is a relatively new organization. However, they don't appear to be harmful to society, and they transfer money to me regularly. Because of that, I destroyed all information about the Black Moon Church within the association. I also used my connections to suppress any investigations into them." Bai Yu smiled at Wu Fan. "So, the Black Moon Church's ability to expand and flourish was heavily reliant on you acting as their protector?" Wu Fan panicked. "Sir, I only helped destroy some documents within the association. I didn't participate in anything else. I really didn't know that the Black Moon Church was trying to frame you." Bai Yu stood up, his tone flat. "It's useless for you to say that now. I don't need your explanations. Later, tell the police to return. Their numbers mean nothing to me, and I don't want to kill ordinary people." Yes. I'll have them retreat immediately." Wu Fan did not dare disobey Bai Yu's orders, nodding incessantly. Bai Yu then returned to his original spot, snapping his fingers. Time resumed its normal flow. The world shifted back to color. The surrounding police, witnessing Wu Fan slumped on the ground, assumed he had been thrown off balance by the recoil from his gun and couldn't help but look at him with disdain. However, the S-rank exorcists on the rooftops noticed something amiss, their brows furrowed. They had not witnessed Wu Fan falling at all. Wu Fan, wanting to avoid any more torture from Bai Yu, couldn't care less about what anyone thought and immediately issued the order for the troops to retreat. The police, while confused by Wu Fan's sudden change of heart, could not disobey his orders as the commanding officer. Soon, the 1,000-strong police force began to withdraw like a receding tide. The S-rank exorcists on the rooftops were bewildered by Wu Fan's unexpected retreat order and jumped down to face him, asking, "Chairman, why the sudden retreat? Aren't we supposed to capture the criminals?" Wu Fan, unsure how to explain the situation to the exorcists, wiped the sweat from his forehead and addressed the four of them. "The situation has changed. You should also retreat. One of the exorcists, a relatively young man with red hair, seemed displeased with Wu Fan's orders. He spoke with dissatisfaction. The criminals are right in front of us, and the evidence is irrefutable. Why are you retreating? Are you trying to protect the guilty? S-rank exorcists were not like the obedient police officers. They each had a high standing within the association. They were independent and often self-willed. Even though Wu Fan was their vice-chairman, he did not have absolute authority. The other three S-rank exorcists remained silent, but their dissatisfaction was also quite obvious. The tragic scenes at Tangyue 1 were still fresh in their minds, and with the two criminals right before them, they were not willing to let them go. Wu Fan was drenched in sweat as he stared at the four fiery gazes, his heart filled with guilt. How could he possibly explain this? Listen to me, everyone. The situation is probably not as simple as it seems. We need to investigate this further. The red-haired man, however, refused to listen to Wu Fan. He turned to face Bai Yu and Song Ying, his voice cold. I don't think there's any need for an investigation. The video evidence is right there. It's impossible to fake. Since the chairman is unwilling to arrest them, then I'll be the one to uphold justice. With that, the red-haired man charged towards Bai Yu. Seeing the red-haired man charging towards Bai Yu, Song Ying felt a surge of anxiety. He hastily warned Bai Yu, Mr. Bai, watch out for his flaming fist. Bai Yu watched the red-haired man approaching with a chuckle. Such cheap sense of justice is just laughable. The red-haired man retorted angrily, You have no right to judge my sense of justice. His fists burst into flames as he struck at Bai Yu. Bai Yu simply smiled faintly, extending a single finger, gently pressing it against the red-haired man's fist. Sizzle. The flames on the red-haired man's fist extinguished, his attack easily thwarted. The other S-rank exorcists were stunned by the sight. Chapter 57. No big shots in my eyes. This is impossible. Red Hair, seeing Bai Yu block his fist with a single finger, nearly popped his eyes out of their sockets. In no way. Bu Jingyan's punch has the force of 10 tons. One punch can collapse a building. How did he block it with just a finger? A female S-rank exorcist exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend what she was witnessing. Although Bu Jingyan was weaker in other aspects and didn't possess powerful artifacts, his physical strength was unparalleled among the S-rank exorcists, not just in the East China region, but throughout the entire exorcist community of China. There probably wasn't a single person who could confidently claim to be stronger than Bu Jingyan. Bai Yu's power was just too terrifying. Bai Yu looked at a disbelieving Bu Jingyan and chuckled. Is that all? Is that all? Bu Jingyan felt like he had heard something completely unbelievable, and his eyes blazed with boundless rage. Sizzle. Flames erupted from Bu Jingyan's hair, and his fists turned a fiery red. He gritted his teeth and said, You arrogant fool, I, Bu Jingyan, will make you pay. Boom. Flames erupted from Bu Jingyan's body, coalescing into a roaring fiery lion behind him, lunging at Bai Yu. However, before Bu Jingyan could gather his power, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. He instinctively looked down at his wrist and saw that his fist was gone, and his wrist was gushing blood. My hand. Seeing that his hand had disappeared, Bu Jingyan looked up at Bai Yu and saw that Bai Yu was holding his hand in his palm. Bai Yu tossed Bu Jingyan's hand away and smiled. I've always had little sympathy for those who are ignorant of their own limitations. Taking your hand is a minor punishment. If you take another step forward, your head will be the next thing to fall. You. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Bu Jingyan was filled with terror. His body froze, and he dared not move. The other three S-rank exorcists, seeing Bu Jingyan's fate, realized that Bai Yu was a powerful enemy unlike any they had ever encountered. They all assumed a fighting stance, ready to attack Bai Yu together. The emergence of such a merciless killer in Xianxia was a great disaster for China and even the entire world. Wu Fan, seeing that the exorcists were still intent on attacking Bai Yu, grew anxious, afraid that they would provoke Bai Yu further. He quickly exclaimed, Everyone, stop! Bai Yu and Song Ying are not the culprits. I framed them. Chairman? The exorcists were stunned by Wu Fan's words and turned towards him, confused. What are you saying? You framed by you? This news was like a bombshell. Wu Fan couldn't care less about anything else and continued. The video is a fake produced by the Black Moon Church. Don't let them use you. The exorcist's expressions changed the moment Wu Fan mentioned the Black Moon Church. It was obvious that they had heard of this church and knew some of its secrets. Baiyu chuckled at Wu Fan. Thank you for clearing my name, Chairman Wu. As a reward, I'll grant you death. Hearing Baiyu's words, Wu Fan didn't look afraid. Instead, he showed a relieved smile. He bowed to Baiyu and said respectfully, Thank you, Mr. Bai. After experiencing Baiyu's soul-deep torment, Wu Fan's greatest wish now was for Baiyu to grant him a quick death. You're welcome. Baiyu smiled slightly and, in front of everyone, flung out a spiritual blade, severing Wu Fan's head. Wu Fan's headless body slowly slumped to the ground, his body stained with blood. The S-rank exorcists present were all dumbfounded. Chairman Wu was dead just like that? What they couldn't understand even more was that Wu Fan had thanked Baiyu before he died. What was going on? Bu Jingyan still couldn't accept reality. He looked at Baiyu with terror. What kind of sorcery did you use? Why did Chairman Wu willingly beg for death? Baiyu smiled at Bu Jingyan. What? You want to know the truth? Seeing Baiyu's playful gaze, Bu Jingyan shuddered and could no longer speak. Having witnessed Baiyu's abilities, he was sure that if he opened his mouth, he would meet the same fate as Wu Fan. Regardless of how the people in this community had died, Baiyu was a demon walking among men. The other three S-rank exorcists remained silent. In reality, Wu Fan's strength was about the same as theirs, perhaps even a little stronger. Now that even Wu Fan had died so inexplicably, if they dared to oppose Baiyu again, they would likely meet the same end. Baiyu didn't have time to play games with these exorcists and said to Tsang-Ying, you can explain things to your colleagues here. They can believe the truth if they want, or they can still think of me as the culprit. I welcome them to come exorcise me at any time. With that, Baiyu transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared. Tsang-Ying, who had been stunned, reacted immediately upon hearing Baiyu's words and bowed in the direction that Baiyu had left. Tsang-Ying understands. Baiyu didn't know or care how Tsang-Ying was dealing with the other S-rank exorcists. After confirming that his daughter was safe, Baiyu returned to the Dihao building. Kong Luan was still in the banquet hall supervising all the demons, making sure none of them left. When he saw Baiyu return, he immediately bowed. Master, the scout I sent to the east suburb slaughterhouse has returned. Baiyu asked, What's the situation? Kong Luan replied, The cat demon was right. The Black Moon Church's base is indeed there, but the security is very tight. My people can't infiltrate it. They can only observe from the outside. Baiyu said, As long as the location is confirmed, that's enough. You did a good job. I'll take it from here. Kong Luan saw that Baiyu was about to leave again and quickly stopped him, concerned. Master, the incident at Tanghua one seems to have spread. Not only do humans think you're the culprit, but many demons in the demon realm also believe that you did it. The spread of this is too fast. I suspect there might be other forces pushing this. Baiyu chuckled. It doesn't matter. No matter what kind of background the Black Moon Church has, as long as I kill everyone associated with them, the rumors will naturally stop. Kill them all? Kong Luan's lips twitched. He asked tremulously, Master, what if this involves some big shots in the heavens? Baiyu stared at Kong Luan and smiled. Little Lu, you should understand this. In these three realms, there are no big shots in my eyes. Chapter 58. Slaughter. Xianxia, the east suburb slaughterhouse. Baiyu stood in the air, looking down at the slaughterhouse, a faint smile playing on his lips, but the killing intent in his eyes was almost palpable. He could sense a massive base lurking beneath the slaughterhouse. The Black Moon Church's followers were hiding inside. To think that a place like this would be hidden in small Xianxia. Since you've made me a public enemy, there's no need for me to be discreet anymore. You all can die. Baiyu muttered to himself, and then, like a shooting star, he plummeted toward the slaughterhouse. Boom! Baiyu crashed heavily into the slaughterhouse, the ground fracturing beneath him. The humans and demons inside were instantly pulverized by the shockwave. In an instant, The security forces deployed by the Black Moon Church at the slaughterhouse were completely wiped out. The members of Kunlun's team stationed outside the slaughterhouse, watching the situation unfold, were all stunned. This was right next to the city. Was it really okay to cause such a commotion? Meanwhile, below the slaughterhouse, in the underground base, the main control room, a black-robed cultist ran in frantically, shouting to an old man calmly sipping coffee in a chair. "Master, something terrible has happened. Baiyu has already attacked." "What's all the fuss?" The old man said unhurriedly. "We have hundreds of followers deployed at the slaughterhouse. Even if Baiyu is a god, it'll take him at least half an hour to kill them all. We have time." The black-robed cultist exclaimed in horror. "No. Baiyu has already broken into the base." "What?" Hearing the cultist's words, the old man jolted, spilling hot coffee all over himself. He leaped up and stared at the cultist in disbelief. "He's broken in? What happened to the people I deployed above?" The black-robed cultist swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "They're all dead? Damn it. Why didn't you say so sooner?" The old man kicked the cultist away and rushed to the monitor screen, only to see Baiyu already inside, surrounded by the corpses of numerous black-robed cultists. Damn it. How could this happen? The old man grimaced at the screen and grabbed a nearby microphone, bellowing, "Where are the protectors? Where the hell are they? Don't they know Baiyu has broken in?" The black-robed cultist struggled to his feet and said to the old man, "Master, did you forget? You assigned the protectors to the ground level earlier." Hearing the cultist's words, the old man froze, then smashed the control panel with his fist, yelling at the cultist, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Seeing the spittle flying from the old man's mouth, the black-robed cultist was about to cry. He wanted to speak, but he hadn't even been given a chance. However, the cultist knew that the old man was currently in a rage, so he didn't dare to provoke him further. He quickly asked, "Master, what do we do now? The followers can't stop that killing god." The old man took a deep breath and calmed himself. Then, he said to the black-robed cultist, "Don't panic. I've modified a few gene-enhanced humans. Release them first. They should be able to hold off by you and by me sometime to contact the church leader." Hearing the old man's order, the black-robed cultist almost burst into tears. The old man, seeing the cultist's expression, was confused and asked, "What's with that look?" The black-robed cultist swallowed hard and said, "Well, Master, and Baiyu broke through the ceiling of our base and came inside. Those gene-enhanced humans escaped from their nutrient pods and attacked Baiyu, and then?" The old man's heart skipped a beat. He stared intently at the cultist, his voice trembling. "Don't tell me. The gene-enhanced humans are already dead? They can regenerate from even a single piece of flesh." The cultist cried. "They were burned to ashes." Hearing the cultist's words, the old man coughed up blood, his legs going weak, and he collapsed to the floor. "Master!" The black-robed cultist rushed to help the old man, panicking, "Are you okay?" The old man struggled to his feet and said, Quick, take me to the secret passage. Let's get out of this place." "Why, yes. I'll take you there right now," the black-robed cultist said frantically, and just as he helped the old man stand up, the main control room's iron door was kicked open, sending the cultist's head flying. The old man stared at the spotless Baiyu standing at the entrance, his eyes wide with terror, his voice trembling. "Be Baiyu." Baiyu smiled at the old man and said, "It seems you know me. That makes things a lot easier." Feeling the pressure of Baiyu's immense aura, the old man scrambled to the other side of the control panel and picked up the microphone, shouting, Attention all! Come to the control room to rescue me. Anyone, come quickly." Baiyu chuckled, "No use wasting your breath. That black-robed cultist who just lost his head was the last person alive in this base besides you." Hearing Baiyu's words, the old man's pupils constricted, and the fear on his face deepened. He dropped the microphone and stared at Baiyu, his voice trembling. What are you going to do?" "Baiyu, you should know what I'm going to do." The old man pursed his lips and secretly placed his hand behind his back, watching Baiyu. "It's useless. No matter what you say, I won't betray the Black Moon Church. Just kill me. Killing you is easier than crushing an ant. Isn't that boring? I want to play with you a little. Baiyu looked at the old man mockingly and lightly snapped his fingers. A blue pearl flew out from behind the old man and landed in Baiyu's hand. The old man's pupils constricted when he saw Baiyu take his artifact so easily. He exclaimed, "My space pearl." Baiyu examined the pearl and smiled at the old man. A spatial artifact? Trying to escape? Too bad you don't have a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, Baiyu's fingers closed slightly, crushing the old man's space pearl into powder. "Am I space pearl?" The old man watched as the dust of his space pearl slipped from Baiyu's palm, and he fell to his knees in despair, his face deathly pale. Then, a resolute look appeared in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and bit down on a poison capsule hidden in his tooth, ready to swallow. But, without any surprise, before he could swallow the poison, his face was kicked by Baiyu, sending the poison and his bloody tooth flying out. Baiyu didn't say anything more. A wisp of white spiritual energy emerged from his fingertip and pierced the old man's head. Ayaha! The old man's agonizing scream echoed through the corpse-filled base. Lonely and desperate. Chapter 59. The Black Moon Main Altar. In the corpse-strewn underground base, Baiyu sat on a soft sofa, his legs crossed, sipping hot coffee. Before him, the leader of the Xianxia branch of the Black Moon Church was twitching on the floor like a worm. "Mr. Bai, I was wrong. Spare me. I'll tell you everything." Baiyu took a leisurely sip of his coffee and said calmly, "I'm still a little annoyed. Just keep lying there." As he spoke, the white spiritual energy between the old man's eyebrows first drilled out, then back in. Ayaha! Another agonizing and despairing scream echoed through the underground base, breaking the hearts of any potential listeners. More importantly, in front of Baiyu, the old man couldn't die even if he wanted to, and he couldn't even pass out. He could only endure the inhumane torture. After an unknown amount of time, Baiyu finally withdrew the white spiritual energy and placed his empty coffee cup on a nearby table. The old man finally settled down. He lay on the floor in blessed relief, cherishing every moment. Even though his soul still ached, causing him immense discomfort, compared to the pain he had just endured, he felt like he was in heaven. "All right, give me your name." "Yes." The old man didn't dare hesitate and quickly scrambled to kneel before Baiyu, his forehead pressed against the cold floor, trembling as he said, "My name is Lu Feibai, the leader of the Xianxia branch of the Black Moon Church, and I am responsible for all the Black Moon Church's deployments in the East China region." Baiyu chuckled, "So, you're quite high-ranking in the Black Moon Church. The entire East China region is under your control." Lu Feibai panicked and said, "And not at all. In front of Mr. Bai, I'm just an insect." Baiyu watched Lu Feibai's humble figure, the amusement in his eyes growing. He continued, "Since you're in charge of the East China region, were you the one who organized the Black Moon Church's actions against me?" Lu Feibai shuddered, quickly replying, No. It was all arranged by the church leader. I'm just a tool for carrying out orders. Other than what the church leader tells me, I don't know anything else." "Baiyu, where is your church leader now?" "Lu Feibai, the church leader flew back to the main altar from Jiangxing this morning." "Did he run away?" Baiyu lowered his gaze, a glint of light flickering in his eyes. He said to Lu Feibai, "As a high-ranking member of the Black Moon Church, you must know the location of your main altar, right?" Lu Feibai quickly said, "Why, yes, I do." "Since you know, then take me there." "Yes." Southern China, an unnamed mountain range, surrounded by numerous peaks, the roars of wild beasts echoing through the sparsely populated area. Here, there was a valley created by a meteorite impact. The area was surrounded by a unique magnetic field, enveloped in dense fog year-round, making it impossible for satellites to capture images. This place was a location that did not exist on any map. Few people knew that this was the main altar of the Black Moon Church. The entrance to the valley was a narrow gorge, the mountain walls studded with many iron poles. Each pole had a black plastic bag on its tip, the bag containing something round, resembling a black moon. From some plastic bags torn open by crows, you could vaguely see that inside were white skulls. The extremely nervous Lu Feibai constantly glanced around as he walked through the narrow gorge, his anxiety at its peak. After escaping from the underground base, he had bought the earliest flight, making his way to the main altar as quickly as possible. Lu Feibai hadn't walked long through the gorge before he saw a magnificent stone gate standing in his path, blocking his way. Swish! An arrow shot out from behind the gate, landing right in front of Lu Feibai, causing him to fall on his backside in fright. Lu Feibai didn't dare hesitate. He quickly pulled a waist tag from his pocket and shouted at the stone gate, "Don't shoot! I'm Lu Feibai, the leader of the Jiangqing branch. I have urgent matters to report to the main altar." Not long after Lu Feibai held up his waist tag, the tightly sealed stone gate slowly opened. Two burly, black-robed men walked out of the gate and bowed to Lu Feibai. "Welcome home, Leader Lu. Please forgive us for the offense just now." Lu Feibai immediately scrambled to his feet, patted the dust off his pants, and cleared his throat. Then, putting on a stern face, he asked the two black-robed men, "Has the church leader returned?" The two black-robed men respectfully replied, "The church leader is currently holding a sacrificial ritual in the holy temple." "That's good." Lu Feibai's eyes lit up slightly. "Quick, take me there." "Yes, please put on your ceremonial robe, Leader Lu." The two black-robed men didn't suspect Lu Feibai's intentions. After bowing to Lu Feibai again and handing him a black robe, they led him towards the holy temple. The Black Moon Church's valley was shrouded in thick fog. Even with his eyes wide open, Lu Feibai could barely see the black-robed men 2 meters in front of him. Anything beyond that was obscured. It was strange, but even as a branch leader, Lu Feibai didn't know the complete layout of the main altar. He always needed the gatekeepers to guide him. Before long, Lu Feibai entered the holy temple, his vision suddenly opening up. The first thing that caught his eye was a massive, 10-meter-tall statue of the heavenly moon evil god. A large number of black-robed cultists had gathered inside the holy temple, and a tall, black-robed man stood in front of the statue of the heavenly moon evil god, chanting obscure scriptures, seemingly conducting some kind of ritual. That black-robed man was the church leader of the Black Moon Church. As soon as Lu Feibai entered the temple, he put on his hood, trying to blend into the crowd. "Leader Lu, why have you returned?" The church leader suddenly addressed Lu Feibai, making Lu Feibai tremble. Lu Feibai quickly stepped out of the crowd, kneeling before the church leader and trembling as he spoke. "I report to the church leader. The Jiangqing branch has been destroyed." Lu Feibai's words immediately caused an uproar in the holy temple. "The Jiangqing branch has been destroyed? Isn't that the strongest branch of our Black Moon Church? Who did it? Who is brazen enough to do that?" The branch has been destroyed, and Lu Feibai still has the audacity to return. For a moment, Lu Feibai felt countless gazes from all directions, but he couldn't be bothered by them. He just kneeled in the hall, his head lowered. The church leader turned around, pulled back his hood, revealing an extremely young face. He looked at Lu Feibai, kneeling in the center of the hall, and asked in a magnetic voice, "Who did it?" Lu Feibai dared not hide the truth. "It was by you. He found our base and killed all of our followers in Jiangqing alone." As soon as Lu Feibai said this, it once again caused an uproar in the holy temple. A black-robed cultist stepped forward and questioned Lu Feibai. "You're lying. How could a single person destroy the entire Jiangqing branch?" Lu Feibai quickly defended himself. "This is the truth. You destroyed the branch alone. I barely managed to escape through the secret passage and came to report to the church leader." "Bullshit. He's afraid of death. His incompetence has caused us to lose an important branch. He should pay the price. Burn him to death. Make his head into a black moon. Burn him to death." In an instant, the crowd was filled with anger, and the cultists all started to denounce Lu Feibai. The demand for Lu Feibai's death grew louder and louder. The church leader placed his finger in front of his lips, and the holy temple quickly fell silent. The church leader looked at Lu Feibai and said, "Leader Lu, the fact that you survived is the greatest blessing given to you by the heavenly moon god. You should thank the heavenly moon god." and we should all be tolerant of leader Lu and give him a chance. Hearing the church leader's words, Lu Feibai felt a wave of joy and quickly said, "Thank you for giving me a chance, church leader. I am very grateful to the heavenly moon god." However, Lu Feibai's joy didn't last long. The church leader's tone changed as he continued. "Although the heavenly moon god is forgiving and generous, it's true that you caused a huge loss to the heavenly moon god, and you should be punished. Therefore, you should go before the heavenly moon god to ask for forgiveness, and then serve the heavenly moon god with your soul." At these words, the black-robed cultists instantly became excited and shouted, "Burn him to death! Burn him to death! Burn him to death!" Hearing the chants of the surrounding cultists, Lu Feibai's pupils constricted, and he quickly kowtowed, "Church leader, spare me. That Baiyu was too strong. We really couldn't stop him." However, the church leader no longer listened to Lu Feibai. He stretched out his pale hand, and a wooden stake rose up in front of Lu Feibai. Two black-robed cultists walked out of the crowd and roughly tied Lu Feibai to the stake. Lu Feibai struggled frantically, his voice filled with terror. "Church leader, spare me. I still have important things to report. Thank the heavenly moon god." The church leader said calmly. He no longer listened to Lu Feibai. A black flame ignited in his palm, and he flung it towards Lu Feibai. Sizzle! The flame ignited the wooden stake, instantly engulfing Lu Feibai. "Ayaha!" The agonizing screams echoed through the holy temple, but even as Lu Feibai cried himself hoarse, his cries could not drown out the laughter of the cultists. And just as Lu Feibai's consciousness was fading, the doors of the holy temple were thrown open. A frantic black-robed cultist ran in and cried, "Church leader, something terrible has happened. A white-clad man has broken in." Hearing the cultist's incredibly familiar words, the pain in Lu Feibai's eyes turned into joy. Looking at the church leader in the flames, he laughed, "You bastard. I'll be waiting for you in hell." Sizzle! As Lu Feibai finished speaking, he was completely burned to a crisp. Chapter 60. The Evil God's True Form. The Black Moon church leader didn't pay any mind to Lu Feibai's curse before death. He looked at the black-robed cultist at the entrance to the holy temple and asked, "How strong is the person who has arrived?" The black-robed cultist said in terror, reporting to the church leader, "The intruder is very strong. Our people are being slaughtered, without any power to resist. He's almost at the holy temple." As soon as the cultist said this, the cultists inside the holy temple erupted into an uproar once again. "The intruder must be Baiyu, the one who destroyed the Jiangqing branch. Is he really that strong? To destroy the Jiangqing branch and dare to intrude into our main altar. Baiyu is a heretic that the heavenly moon god has ordered to be eliminated. No matter how strong he is, we must tear him into pieces." Silence! As the black-robed cultists were discussing among themselves, the Black Moon church leader shouted, instantly silencing the entire temple. The church leader scanned the cultists and said calmly, "Now that the divine enemy is near, who is willing to fight for the heavenly moon god? I am willing to fight." At this moment, a black-robed cultist stepped forward, kneeling before the church leader and shouting loudly. Seeing that someone was willing to fight, the church leader nodded in satisfaction. He said to the cultist, "Very good, Fanggu. As the next leader of the Ming Serpent clan, your willingness to fight for the heavenly moon god is pleasing to the heavenly moon god. In the future, the heavenly moon god will protect your Ming Serpent clan. Thank you for the heavenly moon god's protection." Fanggu pulled back his hood, revealing his snake head, and kowtowed towards the statue of the heavenly moon evil god. Then, he respectfully said to the church leader, "Please wait, church leader. I'll be right back." After saying that, Fanggu transformed into a massive python with 4 wings on its back and charged out of the holy temple. The black-robed cultists inside the temple cheered. Fanggu had the strength of a near-demon king before. Now, after receiving the heavenly moon god's blessing, he had broken through to the demon king level, truly a powerful overlord. If he fought, he would definitely be able to sweep away all enemies. Bang! The cultists had barely started cheering when Fanggu's massive body crashed through the wall of the holy temple and flew back inside, lying motionless on the floor like a dead snake. The cheers in the temple abruptly stopped. Everyone stared in disbelief at Fanggu, who lay still on the floor. What had just happened? Whose pet snake ran out? At this moment, Baiyu's voice came from outside the holy temple. The cultists looked and saw that the dense fog outside the temple had disappeared. Baiyu was standing alone outside the temple, smiling at them. Behind Baiyu were thousands of black-robed cultist corpses. Blood and fire filled the entire main altar. A black-robed cultist walked up to Fanggu's massive body and tentatively checked his pulse, immediately falling back onto his, but in fear, he's dead? As soon as the cultist said this, a huge uproar rose throughout the main altar. All the black-robed cultists had terrified expressions on their faces. Fanggu had only been gone for less than a second and had already died? Fanggu was a demon king. After all, what exactly was Baiyu's strength? At this moment, fear began to grow in the hearts of all the black-robed cultists, and they instinctively looked toward the Black Moon church leader. Faced with an enemy of Baiyu's level, perhaps only the church leader, who had received the true teachings of the heavenly moon god, could contend against him. After all, the church leader was the one who had killed the Ming Serpent King with a single palm strike and supported Fanggu in taking his position as leader of the Ming Serpent clan. The Black Moon church leader didn't look at Fanggu's corpse. He calmly looked at Baiyu and said, "Baiyu, you have found your way here. I knew you would find your way here." Baiyu looked over the Black Moon church leader and asked, "Do I know you? Why do you act like you're so familiar with me?" The church leader shook his head and said, "You don't know me, and I don't know you. But I know that you're the heavenly moon god's enemy, and that's enough. So, 10 years ago, I hunted down your wife and daughter, sending you to the nether prison. I thought you would be trapped in there forever, but I didn't expect you to be able to come out. Therefore, 10 years later, I planned again, making you the public enemy of the nation, a disgrace to the 3 realms, making sure you have no place in this world." Baiyu narrowed his eyes at the church leader. "So, you had a hand in what happened 10 years ago?" The church leader's lips curled into a faint smile. "That's right, I had a hand in it." Bang! As soon as the church leader finished speaking, he was struck in the face, sending him flying like a cannonball. He crashed into the statue of the heavenly moon evil god, shattering it. Baiyu stepped on the church leader's face and said coldly, "You little brat, you've got some nerve, actually daring to say those words in front of me." Church leader. Several black-robed cultists in the holy temple cried out in alarm when they saw the church leader was being trampled by Baiyu. They charged towards Baiyu. However, before they could get close, they were sliced in half at the waist by unseen blades. The black-robed cultists all fell to the ground in 2 pieces, wailing in agony. Some of the black-robed cultists who saw this became even more fearful. Unable to take it any longer, they started to flee out of the holy temple. But the moment they stepped out of the temple, bloody lines appeared on their necks, and then their heads fell to the ground. The black-robed cultists who had not fled out of the holy temple all saw the horrific state of those who did. They were all terrified and didn't dare to step out of the temple at all. At that moment, the holy temple became deathly silent. The Black Moon church leader had his face stepped on by Baiyu, but there was no pain in his eyes. A faint smile still remained on his lips as he said to Baiyu, "Baiyu, do you think you've already won?" "Oh." Baiyu chuckled. "Do you still think you can counterattack?" "Of course." The church leader suddenly burst out laughing. "If I didn't have any trump cards, how would I dare make a move against you, the #1 war god of the 3 realms? Haha, Baiyu, you were in the nether prison for so long. How much strength do you have left?" The church leader laughed out loud. His entire body turned into black sand, scattering on the ground, and merging with the shattered statue of the heavenly moon evil god. The amusement in Baiyu's eyes deepened. He had an idea to play with the church leader a bit, so he retreated to the center of the temple and watched as the shattered statue of the heavenly moon evil god transformed back to its original state. An extremely strange black aura spread out from the statue. Seeing this, The black-robed cultists inside the temple all knelt before the statue of the heavenly moon evil god and shouted, "We welcome the heavenly moon god." Bai Yu sensed the strange black aura, and he seemed to recall something. He chuckled, "So, it's you. You old thing? You were defeated by me millions of years ago. I thought you had fled back into chaos, but I didn't expect you to be hiding in a place like this. Very well, since I didn't kill you back then, I'll settle all of our scores today. Clean your neck and wait." Tianma Kuei Xian.